Hello everyone and welcome to the third day in the first week in CrossFire West League. I'm Zika Star and with me the amazing Hazim. ازيك Hazim?
I'm good. How you doing, Zika? It's one of these favorite days. Day 3, the finale of the first week. First week has gone fast, no?
Yes,
Yeah.
3 days just like
Yeah, so
six
fast.
best of threes played over the past 2 days and today we have the third day. This is the last day for this first week. This is going to be cool match because we have a lot to talk about this series, especially TBI versus Entropy, following by GG versus Triple Nine. But let's have a look on yesterday's highlights to get some context about what happened.
Day was just still in it, but yesterday, I'd say it's the best day out of the 3 days. I know we haven't seen the night games yet, but you can already tell yesterday games just went too far, no? It just went overtime after overtime after overtime. I'm not speaking about the last game, the ROC Esports game versus GV. No, I'm speaking about the 3 games. The TBI game, the ROC game, all of the 3 games, all of the 3 series. I think 2 of them went 3 games, 3 matches were played, 2 matches were gone to overtime. So, if that's only day 2, what are we expecting for the rest of
What
the
about
league?
day 20?
Yeah, exactly.
So, continuing on the third day, today we have Entropy playing. We have GG or Gaimin Gladiators. We have TBI. We have Triple Nine. So many matches, so many matchups that we're eager to look at and try to anticipate what's coming our way.
What I like about Crossfire games, what I like about the West League Zika is every game and every match we get to know a new player. Not a new player in the sense that he's new to the game, but a new player sense, in the sense of I'm gonna keep an eye on him, I'm gonna watch him, and I'm gonna track his movement and get inspired with such clutches that he gives and such plays that he participate in. When I say such players, I'm speaking about Creeds from GV, I speak about FaZe, I'm speaking about unKnights, Alucard, I'm speaking about Snare and Snake. Speaking of Snare and Snake, the clutches yesterday were just out of this world, honestly. So I'm just waiting for more players to speak about from TPI and from Triple Nine, and being the first enough names to keep an eye on for the next days.
I think for today's matches, we have a lot to talk about.
Yes, we
and
do.
We'll have today, I'm confident that we'll have today some moments of truth. Because we'll have a closer look at TBI at Triple Nine. Triple Nine played very well versus GG. TBI has the same score versus Entropy. So we're facing 2 let's say lost their last game, Triple Nine versus GG, and TBI lost to Entropy. So who's the better team? Who's the most of them ready for this matchup? And we have GG versus Entropy. This second game is going to be fire, but the moment of truth is game 3.
Yeah, Anubis versus GV, especially after GV losing to ROC Esports, but I wouldn't call it a lose when you go overtime after overtime after overtime, 3 full matches. I'm super excited for Anubis versus GV because if Anubis could pull out this win, then GV is in a big risk. We don't want to, jump into the third game. Just let's break it down game by game. Handling the first game, it's TPI versus Triple Nine. See, as you say, Triple Nine and Triple Nine and TBI both are suffering in the standings now. Both are genuinely suffering. 2 days passed and their losses are uncountable. Moving on to the map draft, Zika, Sundays, Ankara, and Bold.
I'm surprised a little bit for the side of the people, but understandable as well. I know that most of the teams prefers to play Bold first, but we didn't see Eagle Eye that much. We didn't see Black Widow that much. We did see Mexico at all. I think
Yeah.
sub-base Ankara makes sense for me, but Port, as at the side of map, I thought maybe TBI would go for Port
So
Silva.
the thing with sport is it's like the default map that is the comfort zone where most teams go for. You always find port within the first or the second map,
True.
and being the decider makes both Sambes and Ankara is your map. So TPI picking Ankara, it's their map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Port will give us
A clear insight.
a great match if they reach the decider game.
Exactly. If we actually reach port.
If we reach for the
Yeah.
Port map, it's going to be a great game, but it's going to be a very close game because, like you said, it's like the default map. Each team will perform very well on it.
Yes.
We may go for overtime. We may see each team perform very well.
So the game is super important for both teams. The game is super, super important for TPI and Triple Nine.
Yeah.
Being in the last places in the standings not only make you a weaker opponent for other teams, but keeps you in the position of, okay, that's the team where I'm gonna farm points on.
True.
No one wants to be in the same position as Triple Nine and TPI. Especially we have big names when we speak about TPI and Triple Nine. I'm speaking about Penguin, Hunt. I know TPI is a new roster, but their last map versus Entropy, it was going for 3 maps. First, a win for TPI.
True.
Then 2 stomps. 2 full-on stomps Zika from Entropy. 13-2, 13-6. 13-2 is a huge score.
I think it went the same for GG versus Triple Nine or 999. Gaimin Gladiators played very well against Triple Nine, but Triple Nine took the first game, as I remember, correct. GG took second and third game in a row. It was a close game, but GG managed to pull it off. Let's see how it's going on. What's your player to watch?
My player to watch, let's pick 2 of both teams. Let's start from TPI. And a side note, I'm not sure if you see it, but I see it. Hunt looks like me. In a way.
I know.
So picking 2 players, I'll go with Penguin and Hunt from TPI. Love their play style within day 1 and day 2. And for Triple Nine, Dean. This is a player that you need to keep an eye on.
I totally agree. The players are locked in and ready for the first game in this day 3, first week of CrossFire West League. The players are ready. I think some of them are chilling. They're rehearsing, they're communicating, reviewing things. They know Triple Nine. Certainly they reviewed their match versus GG. Triple Nine maybe or surely did the same. Who has the favorite in this game? Who's favorite for you in this game to win at least 2-1?
I don't really have a favorite to win this series or to win this map, but I liked how TPI adapted to the game. I like how TPI made themselves comfortable, although they are a new roster. 3 of the players are new at least, to Penguin and
Triple
Hunt.
Nine, one of the most maybe entitled underdog in this competition, and you know it, and you named it last day. So you know that Triple Nine also made a great performance. We didn't expect, we didn't see coming versus GG.
They did lose, but also the situation is similar. The situation is equal. Both teams lost and both teams pulled great matches. So they both now meeting each other, Zika.
So for the game 1, I hope Laz and Kyle are ready to take us to the game 1 of this series.
Well, here we are back for day 3, lads, and of course it is a big match to kick this one off. We've got 999, which for both of us, it's the first time we're going to see them on broadcast. And honestly, they impressed me in their first showing, getting a map off of Gaimin Gladiators, not an easy thing to do, and I actually have a lot of high expectations for this team coming in today's match, but what are your initial thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's funny. Like I was kind of thinking a lot about like just watching from day number one and these guys
Ja,
getting their debut, and like honestly, it's impressive to see,
das
right?
ist so
Because
lange
these
dauert,
guys, if I'm not
Alter.
mistaken, came from like the CFOL, and like the fact that they're in this position now, it's good to see. I mean, there's some familiar faces, right? Like there's Min that's been around for a little bit of time with some different teams, so I'm pretty sure he's leading this group, if I'm not mistaken, Kyle. Like I think he's the one that's calling the strategies. Am I crazy on that one, or am I correct?
He could be. I'm not 100% sure with this team. They've kind of shifted rosters quite a bit to where there's a couple faces that could be, but Min helping with the IGLing wouldn't surprise me with this roster. He's got a lot of experience being a sub for quite some time for GV. I think he even started for a few of their matches a couple seasons. So he's got some good experience behind him. And of course, even though there's some different names on this team, a lot of it's actually the same core players. You've got Flair, you've got Favor, you've got Dane previously from LCK, you've got CRS. So these guys have been playing together as a core for a decent amount of time. Unfortunately for them, though, they've been one of those teams kind of similar to the story of Swamp Gaming that floats between the top of Open and the bottom of the Pro League. So I feel like they have a lot to prove this season because you never want to be that team that's always back and forth between the two leagues. They've been
Yeah.
constantly looking for that moment to solidify themselves as a permanent team at the pro level. And if their start is any indication of what's to come, I do think they are going to have a lot they can do in today's match. But on the same note, TBI, they also have a lot to prove here. It's a new roster. We saw a lot of strong potential in their matchup yesterday. Even though they didn't pull out with a huge win, they still looked really solid. And I think the biggest thing they're going to have to deal with today on the 999 side is what TBI Dirty can do in the server. We saw yesterday he had a stellar performance across all 3 maps in that series.
Yeah, he definitely was, right? I mean, Dirty was definitely the guy that was kind of like carrying the torch a little bit for these guys. So it's going to be a big thing about, can Dirty maintain that kind of similar form, or is somebody else going to be able to find a little bit more of their action for themselves? Because I mean, TBI were able to get themselves, the W yesterday, but it was the 3-map grueling that had to get to that point. But I mean, again, that's impressive because I thought for me, like this team always kind of been, unfortunately, like you said, like kind of on the lower end of like the pro league, like. So it's kind of tough where, now they might be able to put themselves a little bit higher in the rankings. Sounds like they got Penguin on here. They've had a little bit of adjustments, right? So this is what makes it exciting. But the other kind of the flip of the coin of it is 999. I mean, they're the guys that are kind of the underdogs in this situation. So we'll see if they're going to be able to handle this pressure. Min's the one that's going to get all the pressure in the world right now. He's already going to get overwhelmed, and yeah, he can't seem to find any sort of a duel in his favor, barely inflicting any damage as well. So TBI, they're going to get themselves right away into the site pretty easily, and now it's going to be 999 on this retake. That's going to be difficult because all 4 players are going to be grouped together. UGK is now going to try to join his comrades, and the shotgun's actually going to be the one that's a little bit of an entry, but there we go. Dirty's just lining him off. He's just putting himself with a quad to start things off.
Yeah, Dirty, so good in these post-plant situations. A lot of snipers not quite as comfortable in the close range as they are at the distance, but for Dirty, he's always about taking those close range fights, not afraid to do so. This time, though, it's going to be 999 off to a really good start here. Dane gets the opening pick onto King as Penguin goes down as well. Some nice opening shots here, but Dirty solo pushing his way through to the A bomb side, able to find the first here. Having some trouble, though, on the back of site, has to take this fight. And unfortunately for him, it's just not going to work out. Dane from above, able to take him down, and rotation just comes in almost perfectly from 999 Favor there, picking up the 2-piece to close it out.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner, right? So, I mean, the first round, not the best for them because Min was just, I think, a little bit caught at the wrong timing. But, they're a really good bounce back for these guys. So, not bad at all, honestly, to bring themselves back into a pretty much an even game in this situation is not bad. I like that TBI are kind of putting a little bit more decisive decisions on this, right? They're kind of just going a little bit quicker. They want to be able to maybe put some good pressure onto this, which I think is a good thing. I think they realize they're going to have to keep their heads a little bit high here against 999 to make sure they don't overlook them, right? They know they're still a threat. These guys work their way to get to this point here in the CFWL. So that's what we'll have to see if anybody else on TBI is going to be able to step up, because I mean, the fact that Dirty's already sitting at 5 kills and we're now into round number 3 is again just it makes you excited to see if Dirty's going to be able to do what he did yesterday. But boy, oh boy, like I wonder like how long that gas tank's going to last for.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tough one here, unless the rest of TBI can do some heavy lifting themselves, and that's really the big question today, is what the rest of this team is going to do around Dirty. We already know Dirty's going to have an amazing performance again, and it's going to be really up to these other players that we know have a lot of potential in what they can do to really showcase some big plays. I think about King in previous seasons. He was actually one of the players that impressed me the most on TBI in the past, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more from him in particular in this matchup today. But right now it's all about this execution over towards the B bomb side. We're going to see 3 players working their way in, but Dane again from the back of Cage able to find one. The trade's starting to come through, but 999, they're just going to shut it down completely now, thanks to Favor again, who picks up a 3-piece this time around, and he may have a new name for a reason, because these plays are another level above what I've seen in the past from Favor. So great start from him.
Yeah, not bad at all. And this is the kind of exciting thing when we get to see like new teams that are joining the league, right? It's just like, again, like what they're going to be able to bring in terms of just their strategies and kind of their compositions and things like that. So already looking pretty good. And like you said, I mean, 999 on their debut is already putting some big tests against some pretty well-known teams already in the CFWL. So the fact that these guys get themselves a little bit of a lead is going to be a nice little boost of confidence as well. But TBI, we'll be able to find BYK pretty quickly on this one, but still have the sniper here of Dane alive. And that's kind of an exciting little bit of a matchup too, right? I mean, it's easy to talk about like sniper versus sniper, but I feel like this is a good one just because of Dane's history that you're, telling me about. And the fact that, Dirty now has really seemed to have himself a really good start to the 2025 year so far. So that'll be a fun little matchup to see. And I'm pretty sure CRS has been around for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like I've seen that name kind of all over the place.
Yeah, he's definitely been a floater on a lot of teams for many, many years in the league. He's been on some lower end pro teams. He's been in open quite a bit as well. So definitely a lot of experience on this lineup, but they've got to look out for the other side of this, and that's the experience of Penguin leading this team on the BL side. Tough to deal with, but Dane making it happen. Huge second shot here. Able to get 2 before finally going down. Now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Hunt very low on HP, so it is still pretty winnable either way, but it's all about this post-plant setup now coming out from TBI. You can see Penguin using a lot of utility to try and stall that rotation into the bomb site. Dirty able to find the first pick, and then he is just left alone here. And again, Dirty holding the line nicely on the post-plant.
Yeah, not bad at all. Is one of the players like with his knees up too? That's crazy. He's like sitting with his knees like in his chest. No way, that's the thing. I'm gonna have to check that back when we get to the next round. But it's gonna be like that cannot be comfortable. But I don't know. Some people like to play like crisscross legs and stuff like that. I don't know about you, Kyle. I'm just like feet flat on the ground and maybe take the slippers off or something, to like get a little bit more comfortable. But I'm pretty much a standard position when I'm fragging.
I think the thing that blew my mind even more for like weird player setups is the first CFS I ever went to, there was 2 players that played with their keyboard on their lap during the tournament. Didn't use it on the desk at all. And for me, that's got to be like the most uncomfortable way to think about trying to play Crossfire. But you know what? It worked for them. They were 2 of the best performers on their teams. So can't blame them for something that worked well. But yeah, everyone's got their own comfort level, I guess, and how they like to play. And it's always fun to see the differences there. But as we hop back into this round, I'm curious to see if TBI continues to be aggressive towards this lobby section. We've seen a lot of teams going for control on it early on, but this time it's not working out so far for them. A lot of good counter flashes coming through from 999, just kind of shutting down this push, and you can tell TBI, they don't want to commit anymore. They're just running into a wall of utility here, but the flank already comes through. Dane, perfect timing on the backstab, takes down not 1 but 2 players here from the A staircase lurk. Of course, Dirty, though, on the opposite side, trying to get something done. The 2v5 slowly dwindles down to just Penguin, and he can't hold his feet to the fire there. But again, Dane on these mid-round rotations doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. Yeah, Dane really just popping off, having some really good highlight reels. So not bad at all. This is looking a little bit back and forth. And I mean, we didn't even really get a chance, you and I, to kind of figure out, like, in terms of this matchup, like, where it could go. I mean, yesterday there was a ton of 2-1s, right? I think we only had that 1-2-0. But I mean, this match could, in my opinion, very well be like that 3-map series just because of, you know, TBI on the bit of the grind for what they were able to do yesterday. But 999, again, kind of being the dark horse where they don't have a lot of demo against them. You know, teams can't really like anti-strat or think of, you know, gimmicks that they know. So that's kind of, you're kind of going to the unknown abyss, right? So that's what makes it tough. And that's what makes 999 a threat. I mean, do you expect this to be a 3-map series? Do you think this could go the distance? Because even right now, 999, they put themselves in a pretty good advantage once again to maybe even find themselves a 4th round, and maybe just so because Min, he's going to be able to find himself another kill, leaving it just down to Dirty and King, but that C4 is still going to be in the hands. A little bit of pre-firing, and now Dirty missing a little bit of an uncharacteristic shot. These guys got some time. They can actually go all the way back to B if they want. That's exactly what they're going to go for. And now you're going to see 999 going for a little bit of a run here for a retake.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one now on the retake. Dane, very low on HP, decides to go with the M4 this time around as well instead of the OM, which could actually be more beneficial for that trade on the retake. And there you have it, Min able to find one onto King. Dirty all alone, but if there's anyone you would want in this situation, it's definitely Dirty. But Dane, what a shot, peeks over the lockers, takes him down, and honestly, that just shows the biggest difference, I think, between these two teams currently in my mind. I think 999 just looks like the more well-rounded team, and TBI, if it's not at the hands of Dirty, I feel like they're not really showing a whole lot right now, outside of maybe a few key moments from Penguin, and that's where I want to see a little bit more from this team, those players that are a bit more hot and cold, like Booker, Hunt, King. I want to see big performances from them because they need it as these matches get harder for themselves and the opponents they're up against, because Entropy as a first opponent, that's kind of just a middle-of-the-pack team, and the stronger teams you get up against, you need these key players to perform, and that's where I'm not so sure with TBI, whereas 999, they showed us even yesterday, everyone on this roster had their moment, they have those abilities that they can bring out, and today we're already seeing a much better, well-rounded team on the 999 side.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's actually a really good point you bring up is the fact about, you know, TBI and just this firepower has been a little bit up and down and a little bit inconsistent, but you know, Penguin has been able to find himself some decent amount of impact. Yesterday, he was a guy that was putting in some decent frags at the moments, but you're going to need a lot more like from other players, like you said, from like Booker or Hunt, and even Hunt right now, he's sitting at the 1 and 5, and he's already getting taken out early into this retake scenario, but you can see 999 with still 25 seconds they got to work with. They're losing some of these bodies quickly, and again, Penguin finding himself an additional kill. And it's just going to be Min that's actually going to be by himself on the stairway. He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity, but he's got 2 different players that he has to go against. And there we go. Penguin once again. Oh my goodness, just a menace in the server. Able to find a multitude of kills in this round, sitting here and an 8-4 right behind Dirty. But these two alone, they're just kind of this like jab cross combination. They're the guys that are just really pulling through for TBI.
Yeah, right now it feels like a 2-man army on the side of TBI. I'd love to see a little bit more step up. Booker, at least in that round, able to find himself a nice couple to get on the board, but at this point, it is still going to be an uphill battle, I think. Whereas 999, they've got some really good map control going on. Dane as well, already up to 10 kills, beating those mid-round picks continuously, and he's honestly a big threat on this map. I think back to the first time I saw Dane on the international stage, it was actually at CFS where he beat all gamers on this map, so definitely a sniper who knows how to play his subbase very, very well, and he also plays a lot of unique positions that I'm not used to seeing snipers play on this map, which I really like. A lot of snipers on this map, they just kind of play reserved in these back corner positions, but Dane, he's not afraid to go for those aggressive peaks, which is really helpful on a map like this.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want, right? You want somebody to be able to push through really hard when they can be able to, you know, be aggressive and make a lot of assertive decisions. So that's a good thing to see, and that's something we don't get a whole lot of. And that was the biggest criticism from last season of Dirty, where we said, look, you have to be that aggressor at times, and it looks like he's got that memo. And TBI, I mean, they got the memo as well that the B site is going to be a little bit easier of an take here for them, but they got themselves wounded with Hunt and also King. They're going to both be in the critical red, but unless they overextend themselves, I mean, this could be a big round for them to bring back through once again, just to putting it to a tie. But still plenty of time right now for 999 to be able to find this full HP for both these defending players. And oh, there we go. They're able to find it, and now Dirty's going to get tested one more time. Min's just looking to see what he's going to be able to bring with the 8K and Dirty. Oh my god, how is he still alive? But there we go. Minchen's going to be able to find this 1v1 successfully with some time to spare. 999 are going to get themselves right back into a lead position by 2.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Losing a 2-on-4 situation for TBI. Hunt and King were very low on HP, so it's not entirely impossible to make that happen, but the trade setup's just not quite there on the post plant from TBI, and they'll pay the price for it. 999 looking at a potential 6-3 for their half here would be a really good start on sub base. It does tend to be a pretty 50-50 map a lot of the time, so not getting more than 3 rounds is going to feel a bit sour if they go that path on the side of TBI, but at least Penguin continuing to make things happen with the entry frags, takes down CRS very early on here towards the B-bomb site. The rest of TBI now quickly working their way into that mid information and maybe even an A push here, but right now 999 very, very patient after losing that opening pick, not really taking any more risks in this round.
Yeah, I mean, if 999 is going to be able to find themselves in a position where they could like finish this off with a 6-3, that'd be such a nice way for them to transition over to the BL side. I'm kind of excited to see what this team's going to be able to bring on that offense. Just what like creativity. We don't really know who's calling the shots yet. We'll definitely do some looking into it, but I will be curious to see what kind of strategies they could have. And I mean, they probably got to watch a lot of this, TBI playing yesterday, so they were probably able to watch a little bit of anti-stratting. So that's a really big perk for them. The fact that they were just kind of, sitting back and relaxing a little bit, which puts them in a little bit better of a stronger strategic position, like I said, for TBI, where they're the ones on the opposite side here, where they're still kind of in the grind, figuring out what is going on. Min now, he's not going to even throw the Paul Flash. Oh man, he has no idea. He doesn't have the noise cue. And look at that, Penguin, a blink of an eye, finds this double kill once again. The IGL just putting up some big numbers, just being the rifle they need. And now 999 just going to leave it down to BYK in a 1-on-3 scenario. This is not looking good at all. Again, one PC utility available, but he's going to have to go through a smoke. This is just not going to be good. This is just problematic, and now his legs are going to be exposed. And there we go. It's going to be a 5-4 for the first half, and TBI thankfully can bounce back a little bit here.
Yeah, really good response from TBI here. Starting to get a little bit more competitive, a 5-4 half. Really anyone's for the taking as we go into the side swap. So definitely wondering what they might do a little bit differently, though, since I do still worry a little bit more for TBI right now, since it felt like a lot of those rounds came down to Penguin and Dirty doing the heavy work to get them across the line. And that's not going to be enough when you talk about this second side of the map. GR is a lot more dependent on really good team play across the board. They can't just rely on all of these opening picks. So I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from these other 3 guys on the team, since I know they have the potential to pull up with some big plays in the second half here. Meanwhile, 999, though, Dane sitting on 12, another scary thing they're going to have to deal with in this one. He's been going toe-to-toe with Dirty every step of the way in this match and making it really hard for Dirty's picks to have a whole lot of value, since it feels like Dirty might get the first almost every time, but then Dane's answering back with 1 or 2 of his own.
Yeah, I think that's Hunt, if I'm not mistaken, from TBI. That he's going to be the one that's... Oh, that's just... I was going to say, isn't he close by to this? Yeah, it looks like he is. Yeah, I was going to say, am I crazy? Like, my eyes, I mean, I know I'm a little still waking up here, but I'm like, Hunt is, really close to these guys, I thought, unless I was just thinking there was a mini-map issue. But no, he's able to, do a little bit of jiggling around the box, able to find himself at least that 1 kill. So that's huge. So now, again, right back to a 4-4. But now for 999... and still kind of evaluating what they want to go for here. I mean, they're still just taking things very, very slow. They have the lurk right now at BYK, but now even for, I think that's even King, he's actually pushed himself all the way behind enemy lines. Look at this. He's got all the intel in the world, and there it is! He's able to find that triple kill! A full backstab. The knife's going to go deep, and now BYK stuck in the vents. He's just going to get exterminated here shortly. I mean, he's still surviving somehow with some HP, but Hunt is going to get it done, and what a magnificent round here from TBI, just taking control of the map and just going for a run, and they get rewarded with it.
Yeah, King, a really good job timing that flank perfectly. Nobody was watching the backs of 999, and it just goes to show you, you've always got to have somebody prepared to hold that flank. So for 999, it puts them in a tie situation now. As we get forward in this second half, it is going to be up to them to try and find that response. Again, a lot of energy being put towards this A-long fight. You can see men going for the sneaky play here to get across with Flare. They're going to try maybe poke around at this A bomb side and do exactly what was done to them in the first half. But this time, Booker and Penguin, they're already ready to take this fight. Penguin on the late peak. Are they going to catch him? Penguin good for at least one before going down 3-on-3, but King is already rotated in response, but CRS finds a second, and now Hunt and Dirty are in a very difficult position. But Dirty, he's already actually snuck onto the back of site. Hunt gets a nade kill as well, and now they have no idea Dirty is here, but he misses that crucial shot onto Favor. Has to back off now and force this one in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, things are getting really tight right now with the 2-2, but actually Hunt, perfect timing, able to take the head of Dane. So now TJK is going to be able to see what he can be able to find, but he's just behind the missile, and he's just not able to find it at all. So Hunt finally getting himself a little bit of a good moment here, and that's a player that I'm definitely wanting to see a little bit more from, right? I mean, he's the guy that, you know, I think you made a good comment before, is the fact that, like, there's a lot of hot and cold players. He's kind of had himself a little bit up and down in these performances so far in the opening weekend, but I think when we even saw him yesterday in the best of 3, he had a really poor first map, but then it really started to cook a lot better. But we'll have to see if he can maintain that and maybe cook a little bit faster, just because TBI, they need to be able to find a duel here, because 999, they've just barreled through A main. They just take down those double players into double doors, and now they got themselves sitting in a 5-on-3 early in the round.
Yeah, really good start to this one from 999. Min very low on HP though, so they still need to be cautious when they go in for the fight, and this is where you're going to need someone like Dane to potentially open up the round. They're looking for more information, trying to maybe grab that A-long fight, but Dane has to be careful. Almost goes down in this one, losing a lot of HP. A quick trade goes down outside of the vents as well. It's going to be Hunt falling along with Flare there. So now it's going to be up to the rotation from Dirty and King, but King again on the flank, looking for more, able to find it. Dirty as well, takes down one in the rafters. It's going to be down to the 2-on-2 now. Min and Dane both very low on HP. This 2v4 could easily go the way of TBI at this point. Min, 5 HP and a dream, trying to find his way out of a very difficult situation. The C4 is down and upper B as well. So a lot of this just comes down to picture perfect timing. What else can you do in a 1-on-2 with 5 HP though?
Yeah, I mean, you could win it. I mean, you're going to have to hit the perfect shots, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, he literally has to be lights out with the shots. Like, he has to be able to find these duels one-on-one, has to be able to make the connection. He's going to be able to get the C4. Now, he can make a decision to either go for this plant, and that's exactly what he's going to do. I was thinking he might have had enough time if he really wanted to get himself to the other site. Min going for a massive swing, and look at this guy. The cojones, man. He just goes for it and doesn't even care that he has 5 HP. Now he's put himself in an isolated one-on-one, getting the jump spot, and Dirty's gonna fall too! Like I said, 5 HP and a dream is gonna allow 999 to stay close encounters with this game.
Yeah, that's honestly insane. I think the most insane part from me, though, is the fact that he's able to get Dirty to 1 HP on the early peak as well and win that final fight. 5 HP, though, crazy to win a 1-on-2. And now, TBI, any lead they had is completely taken away. It puts that extra bit of pressure right back on their shoulders. It's been a very back and forth first map so far, but whoever gets that early momentum in this series is going to have some big advantages going into map number 2, because Subbase is the only small map we're going to see in this series. We have Port and Ankara on the horizon, both very, very big maps, so it is going to be all about that lane control later on. And right now, this is the scrappy map for both of these teams. They can fight up close, and this time we are going to see the one play I criticized yesterday the most. 3 in vents. I'm not a fan of this at all. TBI should have all of the advantage if they're paying attention to the spots they need to, but CRS able to catch 2 off guard on the drop down. TBI just not ready for this one. Now it's a full swarm on the A bomb side. How does Cooper not know? They have control of the upper A bomb side. He was looking the wrong direction. And now 999 have a perfect setup for the post plan, 2-on-4. Dirty able to find another though. CRS, beautiful double kill on the trade. That's 4 for him on the round. And TBI not holding their feet to the fire in this one. But you gotta wonder, Laz, how do these 3 vent pushes keep working on this map?
I have no idea. Like, I really have no idea. And that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, there's no way we're seeing this again. Like, this cannot be a thing. But I mean, I guess that's the fact, right? I mean, the coin toss, if it works out, like, and you can just pop yourself out like that, I mean, I guess, yeah, you got that number advantage, but it seems like such a risk with so many players committed to it. But TBI just were not prepared at all for that kind of a play. So gotta give credit to 999 to actually making it work. 'Cause I'm pretty sure it was Entropy that we were able to. They were the ones that did it yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it actually folded pretty quick on them, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, right back in 999, still with a 1-round lead, and this is their map pick. Let's not forget. So they're still putting themselves in winning ways for the time being, but things are gonna have to get a little bit more cleaned up here for them to close things out with 3 more to go. But TBI just going to keep the one arm here for Dirty, where we did see a little bit of double arms happening yesterday. Hunt, once again, he's been decent in this position, but he's made a lot of noise. And is he going to be able to find a duel? At least he gets himself one, considering the positioning that he was in, and he was trying to readjust a lot. But now 999 kind of putting a little bit more of a, bit of a stop on this, hitting the brake just a little bit, trying to evaluate their game plan because they're all spread out right now.
Yeah, at this point, is going to be a tough one either way the bomb goes. Booker all alone on the A bomb side, but look at the flank. Penguin, the timing is perfect there to steal away an easy shot. He's able to find a second as well on the flank, still toying with them. King kills the lurker of CRS, and now Booker finds the timing to swoop right in and help out that fight. And that's, again, another round where TBI, they don't necessarily have a huge aim duel advantage in this fight, so they play the smart game of sending in a player for a perfect mid-round lurk. This time around, it's Penguin who finds 2 out of it, and the timing just getting better and better from TBI.
Yeah, a little bit of thoughts here in a time that's going to be commenced right now from TBI, I would imagine, just given the graphics. So it's, it felt like yesterday was a lot of slow play, a lot of conversations, a lot of overthinking. This has definitely been a bit more of a brawl, right? I think there's been a lot more like quick fights on this, a little bit faster decision making, which is a good thing to see, just because yesterday felt like just so much over analyzing. And that's the thing, is where someone like Penguin, like where he's been in the coaching role for quite some time and now he's kind of back in the server playing, you kind of have to switch that up too a little bit, right? Because it's so much easier to be a coach and you're kind of watching things as like a third person perspective. But now that you're kind of in the middle of the battlefield and like figuring things out, makes it a little bit tougher, right? So I think that's going to be that small adjustment for him to get kind of used to. But honestly, so far TBI is looking not too bad. But I do agree with you. I'm still waiting to see a little bit more kind of like the bigger pop off moments from some of these other players, just because Dirty's really put up a lot of weight, which is great. Penguin's been able to do some good lifting as well, but I'm just waiting a little bit more. But at the same time, 999 has really been able to really push the envelope on this, and these guys look really calm. Again, like they have nothing to lose. Like they're that new team that's in the league. So for them to really, go to a deep scoreline like this and putting TBI in a bit of a stressful moment, not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, this first map is, I think, going to come down to the wire. Wouldn't surprise me to see even some overtime here on sub base. Both of these teams are very, very back and forth at the moment. I will say, though, Dirty, a little bit quieter in the second half than what we saw in the first. I think he had 11 kills in the first half, only has 2 or 3 so far in the second half, which has definitely made this one a little bit closer. But then on the other side as well, you have some additional players stepping up from 999, because I actually don't think Dane has more than a single kill in the second half, but the rest of his team doing a lot more work. CRS in particularly getting some really strong entry fragging. They've got to find a way to shut him down. I think he's got already 8 or 9 kills in this second half, and he's proving to be quite a threat over towards that A-bomb side. So I'm hoping they can find some ways during this pause to maybe change up what they're doing on the defense. I would love to see a little bit more of an aggressive approach over towards that B side of the map, playing for some info, maybe going for a control room push, because that's the one thing I think that TBI is maybe missing, is knowing when to be aggressive as a team. We haven't seen quite so much of that from them just yet.
Yeah, and that was kind of the thing yesterday, is like, the biggest criticism we had a lot was just like, it felt like, it was ROC Esports that we were giving a lot of criticism to. We're like, look, they just forgot about like the whole other B site. So, I mean, I'm hoping that's not going to be the same thing here for day number 3, but it definitely would be a good variety right now for 999 to just mix up the playbook a little bit more for different site hits. But also, I love that one play like a couple rounds ago with King. He was the one that pushed all the way through B. He went for the massive flank in A main. So those are things that, if TBI can find the timings or get a little bit more comfortable or that confidence to kind of go for a double player push and just get some information, that's going to pan out well for them. But it's not going to be this round, just because 999, again, grouping up ready to go. Looks like they want to go for the A pop on this one. They're going to try to test Booker. And he's been in this position many times before, but he's got the flash ready to go. But is he going to be able to time this well? Counter utility going to be thrown. Booker does find himself that one, but look at him. He's just blind. He is just tucked away. He's just trying to make sure he can get out of this, hoping his teammates are going to be able to help. But now 999, they're not even clearing him. They're not even going for that fight at all. They got completely distracted, and they just went into the site, and everybody just went to their demise. And TBI, a convincing hold, and even Booker survives with minimal HP, but it's a flawless round.
Yeah, Booker, that is exactly what you need to do there. You get the first kill, and you just stay in that pocket and hope your team from Upper A can clear out the players as they cross, and he did a perfect job of that, surviving with 1 HP and making it so hard for 999 to get a clean entry on that round, and now puts them in a position to potentially win this first map. The pressure definitely on the shoulders now of 999 to have a really good round go their way, but this is where they've kind of struggled a little bit as a team in what I saw in their previous match. On the Blacklist side, they kind of just rely on these initial risky opening plays to get things opened up for them, and that's where you're not going to have that good of a time against the structure of a team led by Penguin. He knows how to make sure trades are happening and that they're not giving too many picks up early on in these GR rounds, and you can see it already. CRS goes down, the key entry fragger in this half for their team already out of the picture, so it definitely makes it that much harder for 999 to maybe find this one.
Yeah, now they can't do the triple player event, you know, because they got Dirty just kind of waiting things out. Oh, no, don't do it. Please don't do it. BYK, just don't do it. I was thinking, he's like, maybe I'll try it. Let's just see. Dirty's not going to be posted up, right? Nah, he's just hanging out. But 999, again, like, this is tough too. Like, you know, when you're down in the number, you, like, on the BL side, it's just so much harder because you have to, essentially now they should be grouping up together, at least playing the 2-and-2 system on this. And they are just going to run into Dirty. BYK, you know what? He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go for it. And why is QJK going for this? Like, he needs to get out of here. This is not going to be a winnable situation for you. Dirty should be hitting that shot 99.9% of the time. So now Min's trying to get himself a little bit here, just up through mid, and he's trying to see what he's able to find, but he's going to actually backpedal on this, and they're going to go right back for an A hit once more. They're going to try to test this. Penguin's going to be posted up just on the sidelines. He's ready to go for this. A different angle on this one now. It's not going to be Booker, but instead Penguin trying to get the shots going. A little bit of a warning sign. Dirty gets the connection. There it is. And now it should just be done and dusted, and indeed it will. TBI now putting themselves closer and closer to getting this first map done.
Yeah, it all comes down to the final round, potentially here and now, to make it happen, but you've got to wonder, with Dirty in that previous round, everyone was giving him somewhat easy challenges from that vent position, not really attempting a lot of successful trades here for 999, but this time they're not going to hesitate at all, going for the full swing onto the bottom of A. It hasn't worked out in this direction too many times for them, but this time they're going to be moving a lot faster. But TBI, they still have full utility to work with for this retake, doing a lot of early nade damage there onto Min as the C4 got planted. Penguin already has full control over the flank. It's going to be 3 players, actually 4 now, grouping up for a full A staircase hit, while they have Dirty kind of poking and prodding from upper A control room. I do like this setup, but there is not a lot of time on this clock to clear out an entire 999 roster, and you can see 10 seconds remaining. They've got to move very, very quickly here. It's all onto Dirty, who hasn't even touched the bottom of sight yet, and he won't even get a chance to do that. Flare, beautiful triple kill, gets it done to keep 999 alive in map 1.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. So now we're going right down to the situation of either potentially overtime or this is going to be closed out. But yeah, nice little bit of a risky play from 999, just kind of full sending it into that A site. But TBI, we're just not expecting. And like you said, the retake just took a little bit took way too long. And that's what really just caused them to, again, fall apart on this round. But Penguin should have got this information that, you know, there's going to be a player vent. But actually, I don't even know if he did, because it seemed like his reaction was just a little bit off. And CRS was going to get rewarded with that kill. But the trades come back through a little bit here for both sides. 999, though, they're kind of sitting themselves in a position here, just kind of push back a little bit more. That C4 is going to go all the way towards B main right now into radio. So this is an interesting position, just because if that C4 gets caught, I mean, that's going to be on its own. And all it takes is Hunt to just get himself a little bit hungry for a little bit of a push. But now 999 have already lost 2. These bodies are starting to hit the floor here, Kyle.
Yeah, you got to hand it to King. 2 really crucial opening frags in this round, securing that early trade and then sneaking up for that kill as well on A long. And now it puts a lot more pressure onto 999. Min as well, already under half HP, looking to try and help lead that charge over towards A. But this time it is a 2-player stack and they've given up control of the A lobby. And you can see Dane, he's figured that out. There's nobody holding on to this position aside from just the lone player of King trying to kind of spot it from the A bottom position. So it is going to open up the opportunity to try and even sneak through and pinch this B bomb site. But you can tell TBI, they've done their homework. They know how to play around this. You already have Dirty holding the angle onto Cage, so it's not a free entry either way they go, but it kind of looks like there's a fake opening here that 999 might fall right into, and there it is, Dirty. He has the angle held. There's actually no opening there. They have full coverage of this across the map, and now they're forced back onto A, where King is already waiting for them on the lower staircase, gets the pop flash underneath the missile, and that is going to be a devastating blow to 999 and enough to take map number 1 along with it. 10-8, TBI get it done.
Yeah, they get it done, and honestly, like a lot of back and forth on it, but honestly, they were able to close things out with a 2-round buffer, so not bad at all, like really not bad at all. And they started looking a lot more composed. We started seeing like their positionings were better, like their utility was a lot better on this. So I'm impressed. Like I was a little bit worried just from yesterday, just the fact that it was a 3-map series. There was some gaps in some of the play that we saw from them, but like I said, I don't know if it's just first weekend jitters or just kind of getting used to the competitive play once again, but nonetheless, I mean, these guys did a really, really good job to get themselves that first pick, and that was the pick of 999. So the fact that we're in this kind of a setting is good to see, because Dirty didn't have to have his like big pop-off moments and hero moments. It's actually everybody was starting to contribute equally, is exactly what we were hoping for. We just got a little bit more of that here for this one.
Yeah, really, really impressed with TBI on this first map, especially considering this wasn't their pick, so it should lean heavily in their favor now going into map number 2 as a potential 2-0 series for TBI. And after the day they had previously, losing to Entropy, would be great to see them bounce back with a win here and keep themselves comfortably in that middle of the pack conversation. And I think they're a team that rightfully belongs there. I mean, especially with the way Penguin and Dirty have been playing, you saw that elevated performance from the rest of the team come through finally in the second half, and that's what was missing so much of yesterday in their matchup. So now that the whole team's kind of come to play, I think the second map is going to be much harder for 999.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, I think this is going to be a difficult situation right now for 999, because I mean, that's the thing where we were talking a lot about their, being a new team and kind of being in the league, and they have a lot of experience needed. So we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be Ankara. That is going to be that second map, but we're going to take that short little break as we get ready to go into there, and which will be back on the desk. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the analyst desk after a very close series between
Yes.
TBI and Triple Nine. TBI managed to get this game closed for them. It's a match point for them in this
Yes.
series, a very important series to get an insight from Triple Nine or 999 and TBI.
Let's be honest, Triple Nine and TPI, the game was close. I think Triple Nine had a solid defense, but their attack was a bit shaky. Why? Because it's not as good as their defense side. You can tell that for Triple Nine defense, and you can tell by the scores. When we
Let's see the scores.
Yeah, when we see the score more and more, you
Let's see
can
the scores.
tell that after losing with a gap of 2 rounds, most of the rounds from Triple Nine was on the defense. For example, round 7, their defense, they started default, and after one push on A side, after the whole push from TPI on the attack side on A side, there was still one player on B side, thinking that, okay, they might flank. Let me stay on B side. And the other 4 players were already stacked on A. And once the, I think it was QGK on the B side, once he was, okay, comfortable that no one is coming B, let me go A, help my friends, and get the round for them. Now, that's the defense side for them. And if I'm not mistaken, the defense side, while Triple Nine was on their defense side, they got their most rounds, but got destroyed on the attack side. Zika, I'm speaking with confidence when I tell you it's so shaky for Triple Nine on the attack side. I mean, they utilized the vent as if it was their only route to the win, to the victory. Why don't you start to go and try B side? Why don't you start to go split push mid? I have here on my notes 3 different rounds where they used defense in 3 different ways. And look at round 12. They started default. I'm talking about Triple Nine. They started default. Then it didn't work. When you play attack side, you try and get a first kill, an early kill within the B or A round. When you can't, you just stick with your roots, stick with the basics. The basics for Triple Nine was let's go vents and let's try and win the game. But who waited for them? It was King waiting for them, getting not 1, but 2 players from Triple Nine, and that was it. The momentum was built from there, from Team TPI. In their credits, Dean, who I voted to keep an eye on, he's a killing machine, man. 15 kill. If I'm not mistaken, 11 times he died. The guy is on another level, but sadly, it was not enough for him, but it was surely enough for the man Penguin.
MVP this series is this match of the series, the first match between TBI and Triple Nine 999. Both teams played very well, but Penguin was on the occasion slaying even there, getting TBI on the top of this series. Match point for these players makes a very big difference. This might be their first win in this split, so they need this victory very much.
The lovely thing about TPI is whenever we lose 1 or 2 rounds, we can utilize the losing round, the last rounds, and start adapting on them. As I said, for example, when they spammed events and they managed actually to get 1 or 2 rounds, I'm speaking here about Triple Nine, TPI adapted and started boosting their players into the vents with these sniper scopes on, scopes open, let's kill them 1 by 1, and that's what actually happened for Team TPI. So if things stay as it is, and however Triple Nine played, TPI will adapt, TPI will win the game. Maybe it's a 2-0 series.
So you called it 2-0, I call it maybe square again from Triple Nine. Triple Nine performed very well on this map, sub-base, and next map, Ankara, maybe may favor them in this series. Because I see, I'm a practical man. 10 to 8 is not a big deal. 10 to 8 is not. Yes, they have
It's how they got the
performance.
10 to 8. I mean, it's not. I feel you when you say 10 to 8. Logical, we will see 3 maps because they will come back to the second map. But there is other key points to mention that if it's not the same playstyle, if it's not the same gameplay, then they will probably lose.
I think Laz and Kyle have more insights for us on
Yes.
game 2 in this best of 3 series. The first best of 3 of the day. Guys, you have the mic.
All right, well, thank you, Desk. We're ready to go back into it and on a map number 2 here for the first series. And yeah, we got to see a really interesting game as I'm losing my voice here, but a really interesting game with TBI and 999 where it was a very much back and forth encounter, but at the end of the day, TBI were able to close things out on to Subbase, and now we're going to be moving on to Ankara. Kyle, what are your thoughts going into this? Because we got a little bit of a teaser yesterday with TBI on this map. Do you feel confident for them to get the job done to 2-0, or do you think there is still a possibility where 999 might be able to throw maybe the Hail Mary?
I wouldn't say it's over yet, but I feel a little bit stronger in favor of TBI going into this one just because of the way they were able to close out that map. It felt like 999, especially in the second half, just didn't show that great of a performance to try and close out that first one. So I do have a bit more confidence in TBI. I think this is a map that caters to the way they like to play the game a little bit more so as well. It's also their pick in this series. So I feel like this should be a good opportunity for them to pull out the 2-0, especially, if Dirty and Penguin can keep bringing that A game to the table. I think it only leans even further in their favor. Whereas when you look at 999, Dane put up 12 kills in the first half of that game, but second half, he only had, I believe, 1 kill on that first map. So I'm hoping Dane can step up and have that consistency because 999, that's what missed for me in that first game.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just kind of looking over the stats, and it's really interesting because, yeah, Dane was kind of the second high rated player. And then it was actually Minchin that was putting himself at a 1.0 KD. So he was the guy that, let's not forget, he was the guy with the 1-on-2, 5 HP clutch, right? He was able to put himself in some pretty good, sticky situations in his favor. But yeah, we're just going to need a little bit more. We didn't really get a whole lot from QJK or like Flare, things like that. We got these little glimpses of them, but it just wasn't enough, right? Whereas TBI, it felt like everybody was contributing kind of a little bit more equally this day here for day number 3 versus yesterday, where it really felt like it was like the dirty show. So we'll have to see what's going to happen on this map because, again, from yesterday, this was a 10-7 victory for TBI against Entropy, but it was definitely, the scoreline was close, but I felt like that game was really, really close because there was a point there where, there was an 8-3 lead. And it was a bit of a climb back into it where it made it a really, really competitive game. But we'll see if TBI are going to be able to close things out, or if maybe 999 can start things off with a 3-map series for the last day of the weekend.
Yeah, right now it is going to be a tough road ahead, especially having that early pressure on the BL side, though a lot of teams tend to prefer this side on this map. So we'll see if that's the case for 999. But TBI, they're playing this one extremely patiently to kick off map number 2. It is a 3-player stack towards the A bomb site. We saw a lot of this yesterday as well. Teams getting pretty risky with how they stack their players on this map just because retaking the A bomb site is not very fun on Ankara. So we are going to see that stack coming into play, and it could prove to be pretty beneficial here. You've got at least 3 plus the C4 already leading in this direction, a 4th now on the way through the A connector. So the pressure definitely mounting for this push, but it's going to have to be Hunt and Booker who play that first point of contact here, and this is where they're going to have to connect on these shots. The nice smoke kill comes through on the alert. This time it's going to be Booker and Penguin who respond perfectly on the whole. CRS tries to sneak behind, not against the mind of Penguin. He's ready to go for that. Picks up the triple and the first round.
Yeah, man, Penguin's just really starting to get himself in really good form, right? He's putting himself in a multitude of, multi-kills and things like that. So you love to see it. The fact that even he gets a triple kill in the opening round, for somebody that's kind of been in the coaching role for quite some time, it's great to see, right? He's getting himself right back into it, and he's even looking for a little bit more. He almost found himself potential double there, but at least he can find that opening duel. But now for 999, at least they can kind of get a little bit of a sigh of relief as they can be able to get that tray back immediately. But now they have to make a bit of a game plan. Now they have to make a decision what they want to go for. And Booker's the only one committed to this A site here for the commitment as an anchor. speed he does. CRS is going to go down. Not much of a fight from him. And now the test is going to be here for Booker. He's actually playing a full retake, so he's just going to allow this space a little bit, playing a very passive angle, hoping he might be able to find a shot. Now he's just going to aiming, but 999, unfortunately, taking too slow of steps now, leaving it just to Dane on his lonesome here. A 1-on-4 for Dane with the 120 remaining on the clock, so he's got some time if he wants to, but he's going to have to find some duels. A beautiful shot here to take out Booker, but now he's going to have to find 3 more critical dead shots, and he's able to find himself a secondary. Dane almost making it a little bit more interesting, and there we go. You can even see King a little bit fired up on it, but TBI, they're going to find 2.
Yeah, just a great job getting these opening entries from TBI. A lot of good utility damage in that last round as well to start it off, and this is where 999 is going to have some trouble. They play this very segmented playstyle on the BL side, and TBI, they're not afraid to take fights on top of it. This time, though, it is going to be 999 getting a 1-player advantage out of that opening duel in mid. You can see Favor there taking a lot of damage, but still able to get out with his life, and this is where they could have a chance at their first round, but not if Dirty has anything to say about it. Gets the opening trade here after that first exchange, so now it's down to the 3-on-3, slight advantage to TBI on HP.
Yeah, the rotate's coming in, and actually a full stack right now for TBI. Just kind of a gamble here for B, but 999 going to be able to get this free plant, but it's all about this post plant. That's going to be the most important piece here. Because both Hunt and Dirty, all 3 of them, I should say, they do have the utility available for this if they want. So they're going to commit to it. Ready to go. They're all going to be the brute force together. Dirty is still alive, so this does kind of make me wonder a little bit. He's got the lineups ready to go. The pop flash about to be thrown here for the riflers to get themselves in the sight. There we go. Hunt, he's going to lead the charge. He needs to be able to find this duel. A little bit of spamming, but there it is. 999 putting up a really good little bit of coordination together. Pistol of, Dirty, but he's just not able to find more than one. So there we go. The goose egg's going to be removed from 999. They do a pretty good job on the post plant. A simple yet effective little bit of a strategy here, Kyle.
Yeah, really like what 999 was able to do there. Dane looking really strong on the post plants over towards A, but this is where TBI maybe needs to play it a little bit safer in this round. They've been taking a lot of fights early on towards that mid section of the map. Now you can see a bit of a change up here. Nobody contesting mid, a lot more pressure towards that forward B hotel position. You can see King sneaking up here. CRS on the other side of the wall might take the challenge here. Both players just kind of strafing on the corner, but King, he wants to take this fight all the way into the lane, but if he goes a little bit too aggressive here, he might get caught off guard. CRS is just patiently holding this archway, hoping that King overextends, but you can tell King there, going to play it smart, not over peeking, just playing for that information.
Yeah, a little bit quieter on the Western Front right now, and everybody just kind of waiting and looking for that first duel. Booker, the only one taking a little bit of damage so far on this one, but and CRS was looking like he wanted to make the decision maybe just to go for a little bit of a bigger push, but this positioning from Dane could really change things around a little bit. They're playing kind of just like get the pick and hope for, hope to work off of something, right? I mean, this is kind of what it is. Like Dane was the kind of the playmaker in this one. Now they're going to group up. They're going to go for this A hit. C4 is going to make its way as well. So it's a 5-man setup here. Looks like they got a couple players getting ready for the lineups as well. But now they have to worry about Booker. That's going to be playing behind box. And then they also have Hunt. But actually, it looks like Booker gets a little bit caught here now. So now Hunt has to be able to survive just enough for his teammates to get there. But it's just a little bit too short. He's not able to escape with his life. And now King and Dirty trying to see what they're able to find. But it's going to be Penguin that's able to find this duel. So all of a sudden, though, with 27 seconds remaining, TBI, they have the numbers advantage. And they got themselves in a decent position here because 999, they're hesitating for this plant right now, Kyle.
Yeah, there's no room to rotate. 15 seconds on the clock. C4 goes down. Penguin knows that means it's time to spring into action. Everybody going to start throwing their utility on the remaining players here in this 3-on-2. You can see CRS just trying to tuck away, hope for the best, but Penguin, He's going to have to lead that charge in sooner or later. 20 seconds on the clock. It's a quick down from Penguin, and now CRS left alone in a 1-on-3 gets the first, but that's going to be it. And TBI continue to look better and better on the second map. It's a 3-1 lead, and they continue to push forward strong.
Yeah, they're really looking good. This is definitely a lot more of a cleanup here from TBI, and that was the biggest thing that we were talking about yesterday for some of these teams is like how fast that from their first day when they were getting their games done, how fast they were able to get kind of the repairs and the patches made here. And TBI looking like they're doing a great job of that. Because again, like what I was a little bit nervous about just from yesterday is the fact when they were on, they had a 6-3 first half on the BL side against Entropy, but it was really like when they had an 8-3 lead and then they let 4 rounds just slip away on their GR side. And that's where I was getting kind of nervous for them just because the fact that there were some gaps in their play. But so far, it's looking like everything is a lot better than what we saw from yesterday. But we'll see if, they can keep those wins in the sail a little bit. Dirty's going to be able to find himself a easy double connection. Yeah, it's going to be a triple. It's Dirty, man. He's finding himself multi-kill after multi-kill. And now TBI on the brink of just getting themselves a 4th round here. It's down to 1 player only. A tall task with a 1-on-5. An impossible task. He does get himself in duel here, but it's the cost of so much HP. And now it just should be a matter of time here before Dirty's going to be able to find himself that quad kill to get the job done. He's on the full hunt. He is just looking for the duel. He wants to be able to find this frag. And there it is. It's going to be the IGL himself to get the nail to the coffin. And TBI with 4.
Yeah, the round's looking more and more one-sided as we progress in this one, but Dirty, such a good job at playing this fight in mid. He was able to take on 3 players, but not a single one of them was in a position where they could trade out on Dirty either, so it's just really good positional play from him to make sure he gets all of those fights in different 1v1 situations, and now 999, this is a play of, I would say, a little bit of desperation, going for a full 5-stack right away towards A. Booker, he's really the only one to fight immediately on it, and he goes down without much going his way. Hunt now left to hold for the rotation, able to find himself a nice opening entry. Beautiful second headshot, looking for the third, almost gets it onto Dane, but Penguin, he's already there, gets another double kill for TBI, and now it is a 1-on-3 situation, but hold on, this could be Favor doing something big for 999. Already finds himself 2 and 1-on-3, but of course it's Penguin with the sneak attack to catch him off guard and keep this one really smooth for TBI.
Yeah, I was looking really good at first. TBI just, again, just shutting everything down, but it just kind of got a little bit overextended, and then 999 able to get themselves some good firepower to make that into a 1v1 situation. So a little bit more of a sweaty round than I think TBI was hoping for, but again, going to be Penguin to be able to find himself a 10-3 right now, sitting at the top of the charts here in the entire server. So you love to see it. Coming in clutch, he's having himself a really good second map. I'm pretty sure he even had the MVP on map number 1, so still continuing on those strides. And now 999 needing to find something here. They're losing control of this game. And if TBI can even, find more rounds here on the GR side, this thing could be over quickly, just considering how well their Blacklist side really was yesterday on this map.
Yeah, right now, TBI, they don't have a whole lot to worry about. Even when they don't have the numbers, they're winning the rounds, and that is a great thing to see if you're a TBI fan here. Dirty spots 4 players crossing through into the GR spawn, but Hunt not ready to take that follow-up and fight them out there. Booker, good for at least a first. Dirty now stuck under pressure on the back of the B-bomb site, just has to hold on to the staircase and hope for the rotation, but the rotation is there. King and Booker able to find one apiece. And Penguin, of course, right there and ready for the backstab. Now it's a 2-on-1. CRS again alone in this situation, trying to make something happen, but King is already on the flank. Not going to be necessary. Booker, big headshot, gets this one done, and already it is a 6-1 scoreline. 999 just struggling quite a bit on the second map.
Yeah, looking really good. There's so much improvement that we've seen from TBI, and I mean, like, let's not forget this was their pick, but even yesterday was a bit of a grind, and now it's starting to look like they're coming in with a dominant force here, and they're trying to make a bit of a statement. So 6-1, and this is like getting out of control here for 999. The fact that they're not able to find any opening duels, they can't really seem to get themselves any sort of a footing. Seems like they just tumble on over. And TBI just have a full read on what they're doing. And 999 really haven't shown us that much creativity, right? I mean, I was kind of wondering about their strategies on this, if they were going to come a little bit prepared with some execs or not. But I think even just the fact that Dirty's, going for these early duels, or somebody's going for an early opening fight, is just really catching them off guard now.
Yeah, at this point, it's not a whole lot in the tank, it seems, for 999. They've kind of exhausted a lot of their early round setups, and now they're kind of just resorting to these full stack pushes to hope they can get the job done. But even when they're getting the entries, they're not holding on the post plan, so it can be quite difficult. But that's a nice one, at least from Favor, to get an opening to potentially hit this bomb site. But even with Penguin out of the picture, there's still an even number situation for TBI to work with, and you can see they've got a lot of information that this hit is currently at least positioned outside of A, but 999 doing the smart thing, catches a couple player names on that A bomb site. They're going to go for the full rotation here, and this could prove to be a game-winning decision. They've got a lot of movement now towards B, and it's really only King on this side of the map for TBI.
Yeah, and for King, this is kind of scary just because, again, like, he's playing a pretty aggressive position right now, because we saw even yesterday, I think it was Horace that did this as well, and it's kind of like when you get caught off guard, like if this timing could just be even off, like he didn't even get that clearance. Oh no, and that's just it, right? I mean, now it's just going to be a free site. Yes, the rotates are coming in, but this gives 999 a little bit of room here that they can work with, assuming they can get up on the boxes, assuming they can get onto this ramp, but thankfully for TBI, they're able to get there just in the nick of time. And now it's going to be BYK that's able to find himself this double kill just to, again, slow down the defense. And now, finally, we get to see a secondary round commenced here for 999.
Yeah, really good execution from them. A lot of that came down to King. Unfortunate timing on the hotel position. I will give credit to TBI, though. Even though the site wasn't covered, they actually got over to the B-bomb site very quickly compared to most teams in that situation, and gave themselves at least a good fighting chance to maybe get the recovery on the retake. But it all came down to Favor holding the line there and making sure the job was done for 999. Still 2-6, not an easy scoreline to think about pulling themselves back out of, especially if they can't get this final round for 999. This is kind of a must-win situation for their final round on the BL side of this map. It's going to be a full mid-push coming through from them to try and make that happen. You can see Dirty already in that key position to try and slow things down if the push comes through. He's holding the off angle through the spawn window. We've already seen him get a triple kill here before. Wouldn't be surprised to see a similar fate for 999 as they go through, but Dirty, unconditional miss on that first peek, gets caught on the second re-peek by CRS mid-flash, and this is going to be a really good opportunity now for a potential final round of the half for 999. The post plant, Min gets the double kill, collateral spray down as well on the rotators, and now it is all on to King, who actually has an arm in hand. Very weird for him to see that in his hands, but you know what? A really good round from 999 at least to close out the half.
Yeah, you know what? Again, like kind of a similar score line, right? Where, I mean, it's, getting themselves at a 6-3, at least they can work with something. Whereas, I mean, the previous map was a 5-4, so it's definitely a lot closer. But let's remember that was 999's pick. But at least for them, like, 6-3s, this is deja vu a little bit here for TBI from yesterday. But we'll see if they can close it out. But I mean, that's the same thing for 999. At least they can get themselves a little bit of a padding here as they can switch things over to the second half. But now it's going to be a question about, how much preparation is 999 done to counter, the BL side of TBI, because like I said, I was actually pretty impressed from them yesterday. I felt like, a 6-3 on their blacklist side, not bad considering this map, right? I mean, I don't think it's a heavy favorite on one side, but it definitely felt like, it was a bigger lead than I was expecting.
Yeah, at this point, 999, it really comes down to having a stellar performance on the GR side to bring this one back, because right now, TBI, they still look stronger, even considering those last two rounds weren't necessarily the best from them. And it all comes down to how they want to deal with this challenge from Dirty, who is going to be playing pretty aggressive this time towards that mid-section of the map. Dane on the opposite side of it, just holding it from the B-bomb sites. They've got at least the positional coverage ready to go, but the problem in giving up mid-control is if you can get an unnoticed, there's just so much potential for the BL side to win from this position. And look at Penguin. He already has coverage all the way up through B long, and this is going to make it that much more challenging for 999 to hold on to, but Penguin gonna run into trouble, wins the fight anyways. Dane now stuck alone on this B bomb site, no other support, he just has to frag out, but unfortunately no connection on that shot. The nade gonna help finish the job as King goes through for the push, and sorry, looking like a very difficult retake in the making for 999, as the bomb should go down fairly easily here.
Yeah, it really should. And this is the thing where, you know, there's only 3 players alive here for 999, but the same token is the fact that, you know, QJK is going to be really, really low. And yeah, it's not even going to matter. He's a dead man, walks right into the crosshairs of Dirty. So now it's just looking problematic. It looks like this could even be almost a flawless round in some degree right now. And Hunt's got the flank and he's just kind of waiting things out. He's just being patient with it, but patience is a virtue. And there we go. TBI able to find themselves only 1 casualty, getting themselves a 7th round into this one. And 999 running out of room for opportunities here to make a comeback. They're going to have to do it quickly if they want to keep themselves alive in this game. Because if we can get to it, I mean, they would go to Port as a 3rd map series, but we have to see 999 to be able to find some connections. And no, man, Dirty's just going in aggressive. Finds himself this double. Maybe going to take down Dane, but no, Dane's going to get the better a little bit here on this secondary round.
Yeah, nice start from both ends. TBI losing a little bit more in the process. Booker down to 2 HP, Penguin down to half. And King, the only full HP player remaining for TBI, really needs to help them find some of these entries, and he's currently just lurking over towards this connector position. Finds the big headshot, though, to take down CRS, and that might be what they needed to get themselves back into this round. Even with the low HP, though, they have the numbers to work with, but Dane, he's already on a full lurk, and they might not be ready for this rotation. He's just holding on to A long, and he's going to be able to catch one with the support of Flare there from underneath mid, but we are going to see a bit of a fall-off angle from Booker. Not going to work out, though. King now left alone, a 1-on-2 situation, but it's going to be Dane on the lurk that he has to be careful of. Dane could quickly get the backstab, not even needed, though. And 999 able to pick themselves up a 4th.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all, considering TBI were the ones that were able to set a really good pace in the beginning of this round. But it's the fact that, you know, 999's able to get themselves looking pretty good in this one for a little bit of a consolation prize, and the scoreline's getting a little bit closer and closer. But that's what I was talking about. This is where TBI, yesterday, they kind of had this weird moment where it kind of felt like this, you know, they lost that wind in the sails a little bit and they were just kind of coasting. And then eventually they were able to pick something up and just get the, you know, get across the finish line, but just barely. So right now, I mean, there's still a bit of a gap here in terms of the 7-4, but for 999, we'll see if they're going to be able to find any sort of confidence on this. And Dane's just kind of posted up waiting to see if somebody crosses them. But now 3 players have actually gone through mid. And this is interesting because even the C4, it's not made its way. It's actually the lurk of Hunt that's going to go all the way towards A main. So he might be a one that's going to just try to distract. But these guys already posted up in mid like this. Look at all the real estate they have. This is madness. The fact that they have this much control. This is a lot of map control here, Kyle. This is really problematic here for 999, but Dane at least gets himself this 1 kill, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. And now you can already see TBI, they've cleared out this B site. Now they have to just worry about CRS, and man, he just goes down so quickly.
Yeah, at this point, Min going to have to do something big from this mid position to try and help open up the bomb side. You've got Favor already rotating through here, but it is not an easy retake considering there's still utility as well in the hands of TBI to help stall this push, and you've got Booker playing that frontline position to try and draw them out. But it doesn't seem too likely to go their way. They need a quick kill. They need it fast here, but it's actually going to go the way of Dirty, who finds one. Booker seals the deal. It's now 8 on the board for TBI. So honestly, what they're doing, especially towards this B-bomb site, is working so well, but I'm hoping at the same time, Laz, we see a change up from 999, because the problem when you play this 3A stack where you overexpose the middle of the map is it gives up so much control to TBI, and they're taking full advantage of that positioning.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because that is kind of what we're noticing here is the fact that, yes, they're going for a 3-man stack, but it's kind of costing them so much real estate, and the fact that they don't really have the right setups to kind of counter that, you know, mid control that can be grabbed up for free. So, and that's kind of why you just saw it in the previous round. Now TBI looking like they're going to mix the playbook. Instead, this is where, 999 have had triple setups onto this, but at least for QJK is going to be able to find this double to slow things down just a little bit here. A big flank from two of the players on the defense is going to be happening. TBI just burning all their utility right now on defense. Just trying everything right now, just making sure that nobody can pass through this. But do they expect a double player on the flank? Dane's able to find himself a little bit of a nice pickup here. So now it's Booker and Dirty to see what they're going to be able to find. Booker might have the perfect lineup, and then there it is. It's the one-on-one. Booker now needing to come alive, and he's got his back turned, but it doesn't even matter. A flick of the wrist, he's going to get it done, and we're on map at series point now.
Yeah, really big play there from Booker, especially in that final shot. I thought for sure in that 1v1 he was going down, but just a beautiful transition to make sure he gets that second kill. And now things looking really, really good for TBI. 999, its backs against the wall, potentially a lost series once again on their hands. It's going to be a tough one here for Min as he has to fight early on towards the A bomb site. Gets the kill on to Penguin, but that's going to be it. King going to try and stall the rotation here. Not going to find it though. CRS, that is a massive double kill to hold on to, but we'll get Booker. The positioning still going to be good for it, but CRS good for 3. Now Dirty left alone, but this could be it here. Dirty already picks up the 2 players still on the bomb site, looking for more as Flair and Dane for the rotation in the GR spawn. Dirty, he wants to take this fight all the way through. Gets the 3rd, gets the 4th. What a way to end the match here. Dirty, the 1 versus 4 clutch, gets the 2-0 for TBI.
Whoo-wee, okay. Just Dirty trying to make a bit of a statement, man. He wants to get that MVP for himself as well, but oh boy. TBI, honestly, a nice little bit of a cleanup here for a 2-0, but yeah, Dirty's just really started to play lights out. You love to see it because that was the biggest thing for me, is the fact that, such an improvement we're already seeing from the previous season moving into 2025 season right now. I don't know if it's from Penguin. I don't know if it's just from anything or just a little bit of that postseason break, but you love to see it. And TBI have now put themselves, a pretty big weekend where they've been able to get some W's across the board. So this is really going to help them a lot here in terms of standings. And what a way to kick off the season so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this team continues to do. This was definitely a much better showing than what we saw in their previous matchup, but they're on a really good uptick now, and hopefully it prepares them for what's on the horizon. They still have to deal with the Gaimin Gladiators and the ROCs of this league, so I'm hoping they're going to have some good fights as they move forward against those teams, but really good signs here. I was worried after that first half on Subbase that this might not go their way. It was a really shaky start for this team, but you look at the second half from Subbase and beyond, they just look like a much different and much stronger team here.
Yeah, they really do. It looks like, Subbase was a little bit more of a grind, a little bit more of a nitty-gritty game, but at least they were able to close things out. And I mean, for, Ankara, definitely a map there. I think that's going to be their map pick, right? It looks like they're very comfortable on it. They have a really good game plan. Everything felt like it was perfect, right? Like right to the T. Like retakes looked pretty good and everything about their utility usage as well. But look, I mean, I could talk about this forever, but we're going to take a little bit of a break as the first set is going to be done here. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We get ready for that second set. We'll go back to the desk here to hear the guys out. So we'll see you in a little bit.
What a game, what a series between TBI and 999. The game was on fire, especially game 2. 999 did their best, but TBI was better.
Zika, this is what we call redemption. This is what we call I came from zero to hero. I came from nothing with 0 games won to winning everything with this game 2-0. And the second game was, we can call it a stomp, can't we?
We can call it, but 999 actually stomped 2 rounds in a row in the middle of the game. They tried their best, but TBI clutched their way. Dirty on the last round managed to go 1v3, v4. He did a no-scope aim and a pistol shot to get their first victory in this split. Let's have a look on our stats. And 10-4, a bit difficult.
A bit one-sided, you want to say?
A bit one-sided, difficult result on 999, but actually the boys give it all. Yeah,
surely it was a bit one-sided, to be honest. And for TBI, it wasn't more strat-based. It wasn't more, okay, let's play 3 on A, let's fake B, and whatsoever. Yeah. But I think it was more, I'm better than you individually. I'm just better. I can aim better. I can think. And the decision-making with TBI is so much better.
At TBI, you see 2 rounds in a row, they got stomped, they got forced on pushing, and then all killed at once. But at a tactical pause, this what should every team benefit from.
Yes.
TBI comes after a tactical pause, and perform very, very well and closes the game.
Honestly, I thought I thought 999 will do lots of damage to TPI on the attack side, just as they did on the previous map. But sadly, this did not happen. Something to notice and something to mention is the round 14, which was the last round, the clutch from Dirty. It's not the first clutch. I think he clutched like 3 times in a row. That's why he is the MVP, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, sir.
Yep.
He is the MVP. 2.50 KDA. Zika, can you process that?
I think this is the highest KD for this week.
Yes, sir. It surely is.
Now.
It surely is. Zika, 2.50 KDA. The guy is a killing machine. The guy is a Terminator. He's the man, the myth, the legend of this game. Dirty. And another player we need to mention, the previous MVP from the last game, aka Penguin. These golden duo, both guys just showed us an insane performance, insane skill matchup.
I think TBI should build on this and try to win as much matches, as much games as they can. Especially this split gives them like 24 weeks to get in form. I think Dirty and the Penguin should give it. We should give it all to them and their teammates, of course. And they have the objective. They have the mission to pass this knowledge, this experience, and get it harmonized with everyone in the team to build a team play comp over TBI.
Yeah, and here we see the SVB QGK. I mean, the difference is obvious between both teams. I can't give much credit to 999. I mean, they tried, they did the best, but
especially
you
in
can't.
the 10-4 game.
Yeah, in a 10-4 game. They surely give their best in the first game. It was almost close, going more to 999.
Actually, I think 1.09 in a 4-round win in a kind of small match, small rounds, few rounds for just 14, gives a bit of insight on QGK. Player has a potential, and 999 just warming up.
I hope 999 keeps the same pace, though. I hope 999 keeps the same attitude towards the game, because yesterday it was a disaster for TBI, losing 2-1, especially after winning the first game against unKnights, and then you lose 2 matches in a row. It feels disconnected. It does not feel right between them.
True. So this is the first series of this day 3, week 1. So we're going and heading to our next best of 3 series of the day, the second best of 3 series between GG and Entropy's. Both teams went victorious on their last, but on 2-1 series. They played the full series. They're, I think, a bit exhausted after 2-1 series. That makes you, a bit ready, a bit in form. But GG, Entropy, what's your opinion about it?
The thing is with Entropy or GG, their position on the standing is not as bad as other teams such as JV and 999, but surely they can do more. Surely they can, climb more within the standings of Split 1 of the West League. Think about Entropy yesterday matches. It gave us lots of insights and heads up of how this game would go. Honestly, I think Entropy has some edge, if I'm not mistaken. Watching yesterday games, going 3 maps, watching FaZe playing, I'm not sure though. You can't give a poll prediction or an assumption where. Yeah, I know where your question goes.
I'm ready for some bold statements.
All right, let us hear it, man. Let us hear it.
Okay, so simple mathematics. Entropy versus TBI went 2-1. 999 versus GG also went 2-1, but TBI last series versus 999 felt a bit easier for TBI to beat 999. So maybe 999 is the weaker leg maybe. For now, 999, we trust you. You will come very strong. But this makes me think that Entropy is stronger than GG in terms of facing TBI, winning over TBI, which appears now like a tough competition.
We just showed the players of Entropy. The thing is with Entropy, they have more than one skilled player that you can depend on in the 1v1 situations, and that's what makes them win most of their games and most of the matches. They depend on clutch-based gameplay, which means in a 1v1, in a 1v2, in a 1v3 scenario, you find Gainer there, you find Fury there. They are clutch machines. They are meant to be the clutch masters. They are the one who is gonna flank, kill one, then hide the most of the game. And when it's a 1v1, when it's a 1v2, they shine again and they show up with the skills. The 2 Egyptian players, Fury is also from Team Entropy. If they are on point tonight, I think might go for Entropy, but Gaimin Gladiators also has big names. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators just carved the ways. Then we can tell that they won't be a very easy matchup versus Entropy, but Entropy faced TBI. Simple mathematics. TBI is strong. TBI. It wasn't a very easy matchup versus Entropy, but Entropy now has a favored matchup, I think, from my perspective, versus GG. But GG has the team play power comp. Let's say you have Flex, you have Spooky Flex. We saw Flex on the MVP. We saw Flex doing his job very, very nicely. Spooky, same, or Spoxy, however you want to say it, however you want to give it time. So these players know how to play the game, know how to form against the solo plays and individual skills you're talking about.
Yeah, surely there are some individuals there also who are who you can depend on them if it's a 1v1, such as Rapid and Flex. These guys are killing machine when it comes to rotations, when it comes to flanks, when it comes to the guy that you need to end the round with. Now, note that the standings are a bit similar for these two teams. So you need this game will either make you climb more or jump 1 or 2 positions here and there, especially with the previous game standings would change. So this game is super important for one of the
this
teams.
is just their second series, so
Yes.
judging the first series won't mean a lot, but I'm just getting some insights, some statistics from Entropy versus TBI 999 versus GG. Maybe GG will surprise me. I'm not saying that there will be the weaker leg here, but again, we have Port online picked from GG and Ankara from Entropy.
Yeah, no one really want to lose. As I said, Port is always the comfort map for most of the teams in the West League, and it was chosen here by the boys. So I'm actually interested and intrigued to see how are they gonna perform on Port, because we saw them before winning Entropy on Port. So I think it's the same veto as the last map, as the last series with Ankara, Sunbase, and Port. So
Yeah, but
but
reversed.
flipped, yeah.
Reversed, yeah.
So for Port, I think, if not mistaken, both teams won on Port in their own seasons and different opponents. Now, when you play on the attack side first, it's surely gonna stop you from gaining much rounds. So if anything, Team GG should lock in, at least on the defense side, get themselves some rounds, then maybe embrace the attack side, and they should depend more on Flex and Ruffin.
What's your player to watch this game?
As I said, I just said it, Ruffin and Flex, and from
Pick
Entropy,
one, just one.
one
Just
from
one.
from both teams.
From both teams. A player to watch, a player to observe.
Sure, man,
this
put me on
game.
the 40. 40, man, put me on him. Yes, sir, 40, bro. I'm ready, because 40 dropped 18 kills yesterday, by the way, in one of the matches. He was the MVP in the series. You can count the amount of kills alongside first match and the second match and the third map. 40 was on 50 kills on the 3 matches. How can I not put my eye on the guy when this stats we have on the guy is there? My eyes are on 40.
I know selecting a player to watch doesn't mean you favor this team to win. So my maybe last question is, who do you think will get their first win in the series?
The first win, yeah, not the whole
Not
game.
the whole
Not
series, yeah.
yeah. Don't ask me about the whole game. The
Yeah.
first series, I think it will go to the first game. I think it will go to Entropy.
I think now we're going to Laz and Kyle take us to the game, guys.
All right, it's that time. Game 2. I'm excited for this one. It's the first time the both of us are going to see the Gaimin Gladiators take the stage. I'm excited to see the defending champions do their thing. I know their opening match didn't go quite as well as they may have hoped. The first map in that series looking really shaky, but you can kind of tell after that it woke them up. The last 2 maps of that series, a much different story, and I think that's going to kind of carry through into today's match. That wake-up call early on is, sometimes what teams like this need, because as the defending champions, you might come in, new name, feel like you're on top of the world, but as we've seen throughout this weekend, Laz, nobody is safe if they assume that.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? I mean, it's, I was kind of making the joke a little bit about, that's the former LCK team that gets picked up by an organization. And it seems like no matter what team it is, like, and they get picked up by an org, like, there always seems to be this, like, kind of like a bit more of a sloppier opener debut games, right? And it felt like that was kind of the case for these guys, where a little bit closer of an encounter they probably didn't want, but look, they're still putting themselves in a decent position, but we'll have to see in terms of this matchup how that's going to be, right? Because I think the performance is getting a little bit better from Gaimin Gladiators, but also for Entropy, like, these guys were, they showed us yesterday a 3-map series that was to start off the day, and that was against TBI, and pretty much a lot of 10, like a 10-4 for them. And then essentially all their losses were 10-7. So we got to see some good improvements. It was just more about, them kind of getting the pieces to really work together, because this is a pretty interesting mix of a team, right? Where we talked about some of the TBI players coming over to this group and keeping a decent core of that Lazarus team. So I'm excited to see more and more as these guys keep playing to see how much that progression can happen, because 40 had himself a really great opening day, but we're going to have to see a lot more. I'd love to see Vise be able to find himself a little bit more like star moments, which we know he can do, right? We got to see that back in some of his old teams, even before Lazarus and stuff like that, but we're going to need it now. And hopefully it can happen against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, where this is going to be a tough test for them.
Yeah, I mean, Entropy, they played really well, I think, in their opener, but I don't know if they've got the consistency to carry it through and pull a win against Gaimin Gladiators, since for me, this team is one of the best in the West for a reason. You've got that firepower that's always hard to deal with in the double sniper setup. Flex and Spoxy is a lot for any team to deal with, considering most of the other teams in the league don't have two consistent snipers on their roster. And I think that's one of the big benefits that Gaimin Gladiators has always had in this league. You have both Spoxy and Flex in the role that can snipe, but also they have much different play styles as well. Flex, he's kind of that player who's going to play aggressive as he can early on and find those openings however he can for his team. But then you have Spoxy, who's just an incredible anchor player, knows how to hold those sides solo, knows how to play those long range angles to perfection. And I feel like that dynamic alone is a huge challenge for any team against Gaming Gladiators to deal with.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like that's the really really fun thing about this team right here on the screen is like I've always said, like, probably one of my favorite teams to watch, just because they have such a unique setup. And it's a good thing you bring up about the double arms, right? Is the fact that Spoxy is your guy, that he is like the crux, like he is the guy that's a lethal arm player. But at the same time, Flex is like, I feel like he's just as good. Like he plays this aggressive role. He always plays kind of this a little bit of a lurk, but also at the times he likes to be the initiator, which I really like that about him. He's calling the shots on this team. He's kind of doing a lot of different responsibilities, and he's still actually putting up some really big numbers. And then you kind of rely on the rest of these guys, where they can be like pretty reliable riflers across the board. So I'm definitely excited to see more and more as these guys are getting better, because they won the league last season, right? And last year. So that was really cool to see. But now to do a little bit more, right? Because they got some bigger tests ahead of them. A lot of mixture teams that are probably looking to get them, because, Gaimin Gladiators and ROC Esports are those two teams with targets on their backs. So they have to make sure that they're preparing for, backup plans in case, they get of an inkling that they're getting anti-stratted too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, going into port, I think it is going to be a difficult first map for Entropy. We've seen this be a map where they're kind of hit and miss, especially on the blacklist side. That's my biggest worry for Entropy in this matchup on port, is that blacklist side, because Gaimin Gladiators have a phenomenal GR side on port with the way they can move around this map. But at the same time, when we look at some of the other maps in the series, I actually think it could play to the benefit of Entropy. We saw them have, a really good Inkara yesterday, and I think that could carry through to today. I think about, Gainer as an individual as well, coming into this core 3 roster. He had a really good last 2 maps yesterday, so I'm curious to see if Gainer can continue to be that kind of key entry fragger in today's match for Entropy.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question for sure, because like I felt like we got some pretty decent moments from Entropy. We thought, like, there was some, I was pretty happy to see what they were able to do. I mean, again, they were playing, TBI, which that was kind of a big toss up to see how this game's going to go. But like, Vise had himself some decent results. 40 was the one that put up like phenomenal numbers. But I want to see a little bit more out of Gainer. Like, he got himself a little bit more cooking on the second and third maps in that first series yesterday. But he's definitely a guy that can be a strong rifler if he can find that consistency just a little bit more. So I think there's a lot of good pieces in this Entropy team. I think it's more just about getting some of the reps, right? I think that's the biggest thing for me, is just do the building blocks, just put in the time a little bit here. Because when you have a new roster, like, you have to remember you got to have some realistic expectations here. You can't just assume that you can just jump in, you're going to be able to beat the number 1 team, number 2 team. But it's a question of like, how much can you take them to distance? If we go 3 maps, I mean, that's still the victory in itself, right? So, but it's at the other end of the coin here for, Gaimin Gladiators, where the expectation is that these guys should be a top 2 team minimum, right? Like, I mean, I think if they even came third, that would be like a bit of a disappointment. So I think a lot of pressures for these guys to still perform, but we'll see how much preparation they've been able to do. It wasn't an impressive day 1, but maybe things can get a little bit better here for the ending day of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting Gaimin Gladiators to be gunning for the 2-0 in today's match. They had a really shaky day 1, but I don't think it's going to carry too much into today, because they know they want to disrupt every team in the middle of the pack. It shouldn't feel like, teams like 999 or a TBI should have a potential to beat a team like this, but given the opener, it wouldn't surprise me if Entropy even pulls a map here if they play similarly today, or maybe even has a shot at winning the series because Entropy looked really clean in their opener, and we saw how good TBI looked today. So it's not to say Entropy was playing against a weak TBI because TBI just cleanly swept 999, who gave Gaimin Gladiators a lot of trouble. So I think it is going to be an interesting one with that kind of dynamic coming into it, where the only team Gaimin Gladiators has played didn't really look that great against anyone else so far. So I'm hoping it was just maybe a fluke of a map in that series for them, because if this team hits their stride, it's no question it's a 2-0 for me. I'm just not sure if they're quite hitting that stride just yet within the season.
No, I agree. Like I think when you kind of look at it from like on paper, it should be like, you know, kind of spilling out to the fact of a 2-0, but it is that question about their performance and if they're going to play a little bit more up to the standards that we know they should be playing at. That's the biggest thing here. So, and that's where for I think Entropy are they're kind of in the position of the same thing that we saw before for like a team like 999 where look, we're the underdogs, let's just do what we can, let's just see what we're going to be able to get away with against these guys. And that's the thing. Like Gaimin Gladiators are a pretty chill team. Like even when things are pretty rough, I don't ever see like a lot of tilting. There doesn't seem to be a lot of emotion that way. It seems like they always try to push through whatever they can. They're definitely not like a ROC Esports where, you know, they can get themselves in a big comeback scenario. But at the same time, these guys are pretty good about keeping themselves in a pretty close encounter with the score lines in the games and things like that. But I mean, for the fact that we're on port to start things off, like I definitely think for the pick of Gaimin Gladiators, probably a historic map, right? Like, I mean, I feel like these guys are a pretty strong team on this map. Never really have disappointed that often. And then, I mean, the fact that, you know, we go to Ankara as a second map, I mean, yeah, I probably would argue that's probably not, you know, Gaimin Gladiators' best map, but I don't think it's by far like, you know, the Achilles heel here by any means.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for Ankara in this series, especially because Entropy yesterday had one of the best BLs I've seen in a while on that map. The way they were able to control mid in their matchup was just really, really stellar, and I hope they can do that again today. Obviously, this is going to be a bit more of a challenging team to do that against when you think about the GR Gaimin Gladiators is probably going to bring to the table, but at the same time, it's not to give any shortcomings to Entropy. I think they're looking like a team that's playing a lot better than I initially expected. I think the two additions of Beva and Gainer to this team are actually meshing a lot better as well than what I was anticipating. So I think this is a really healthy mix of players. You have these two guys coming in who actually brought that missing piece to the table almost perfectly, with Gainer, you know, taking on the entry role that Lazarus was kind of hoping for in the past but didn't have, and then Beva being a really strong utility support player coming into this team as well and kind of being one of those anchors for the roster. So I think they have a lot of good elements here, but I think it comes down to that individual performance difference in my mind for today's matchup, because you've got five essentially superstars, I think, on the Gaimin Gladiators lineup, and Entropy has five players who can be on a given day superstars, but also we've seen times where it's like, where are these guys at on the server? And that's where I look to, you know, the players like Vise and 40 and Manison, who've been a little bit more inconsistent on this lineup. If they have their peak day, this is a winnable situation for them, but they have to bring their A game.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think that's the biggest thing for, you know, Entropy is the fact of like just getting these guys to be that proper foundation and system. But at the same time, like I feel like for Beva and Gainer, in my opinion, like this is a bit of an upgrade in terms of players they're playing with, right? I mean, it's no disrespect to TBI, but I think this is going to be a better situation for them, some different leadership, and that's always a kind of a good way to kind of revamp yourself and kind of re-image yourself as well. So I think that's where we just have to wait and see if those roles are going to be able to play perfectly for these guys. That's what I was talking about, is like their expectations shouldn't be super high, just because when you build a new roster, you need time. You need to be able to put the reps in. You need to be able to get those games. But look, you play the better teams in the league. That's going to be a great way for them to just kind of work out a lot of the kinks out of this system. So I'm excited for this roster. This was kind of one of the roster shuffles that I was like, yeah, okay, I could see this working. This is kind of like a really cool international lineup. It's got a lot of potential. I want to see a lot more from Gainer. Like if we can get to see that like pop off performance or close to that pop off performance, I mean, I think Gaimin Gladiators, they might be caught off guard a little bit with that, right? Because he can definitely be lethal. It's all about just who's going to be able to show up here, because 40 was able to have a really, really hot start yesterday, kind of fizzled a little bit more. Like he was still doing okay, but it definitely felt like he was kind of going right out the gate and then it kind of slowed on down. But we need to have that more steady pace here from Entropy.
Yeah, I think that's what worries me about the performances we might see today, is because 40 is such a key player in getting entries for Entropy, that when you have to deal with that dynamic of Flex and Spoxy as just a solo user, it could just be a big shutdown they have to work around, because I don't think 40 is going to be able to find those same openings we saw in his previous match. He's not going to have that luxury against the way Gaimin Gladiators is playing the server. So it might even be one of those situations where maybe we see 40 pick up an AK a little bit more. Maybe they go for the 5 rifle approach. We've seen that be in the past. A way people dealt with LCK historically was going for that 5 rifles and just saying, hey, we don't want to play the distance game against Spoxy and Flex. Let's just close that distance right away and play aggressive.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like it's always funny because I think last season I always kind of said, like, as a competitor, I can only imagine what it's like to play against Gaimin Gladiators, because it'd be annoying. Like, you have Flex that has these timings that he just kind of puts a lot of aggression on, and you're never really expecting it at times, or like maybe you are expecting it, but he seems to have the perfect timing to be able to at least find a duel and just kind of throw a wrench in the gears, right? And that's the thing that these guys are going to have to get used to. This is a very unorthodox team. Like, this is a team that has a very unique style to them. They like to play very loose, which is a really cool thing to see, because when you kind of compare them as like the number 2 seed, let's just say, and then you compare to them like a ROC Esports, I mean, that's a totally different styles. ROC Esports is like that, structure, foundation, and like very slow approach, where these guys, they just kind of roll off the cuff. Like, what, let's do this, let's do that. I'm gonna Spoxy go for a pick, or Flex, I'm gonna run down long A and just look for a duel. Like, that's the things that are really cool about them, and they have all that confidence, and they can back it up with the aim too, right? So that's where I think Entropy are gonna have to remember, like, yeah, these guys do have such a unique style to them, and that can be frustrating as well. And that's going to be a really good test. If it's Vise that's calling the shots here, that's going to be a big test for him to be able to keep his composure, just making sure he doesn't lose his cool, just considering that he's got a pretty unique test ahead of him right now here.
Yeah, I think the big question for the Gaimin Gladiators side isn't the two we've been talking about. It's the few players on that team we haven't been, which is, for me, it's Raffin and Lionclaw are the wild cards of this team. They're a little bit more hot and cold than Flex and Spoxy are, but if they're having a good game on top of the rest of their team, it just becomes an impossible task for other teams to go toe-to-toe with them. So I've really got my eyes on Lionclaw in particular. He's one of those guys where if he's popping off, it feels like the whole team is just right there behind him, but I've also seen maps where it's like he just doesn't feel quite as present, and that's when they continue to struggle to get those early round situations going their way. So I think it's a bit of a back and forth from him, but if he's on today, this could be a pretty swift 2-0. But the big benefit for Entropy, I think, in this series when we talk about the maps is that they get the GR side for all 3 of them. So I think they do at least get that sense of comfort in how they'll kick things off on port. We know the GR side is kind of that place of comfort for most teams, so it is going to put that pressure on Gaimin Gladiators to come out strong and kick off the BL side of port with something big.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad you bring up Lionclaw too, because, for me, like near the end portion of 2024, it was really unfortunate, because I thought he was having a really good season in CFWL. When we started getting to the offline events and the international events, it felt like he was a little bit more absent. So I think that was something he was trying to work out. Like, he got himself in a bit of a slump, and that's always difficult as a player to get out of that slump. And you have to go through many different hurdles. So that's the thing where if he can play his game, again, like this team is full of superstars, right? But if he's kind of having that off performance, I think that's where Gaimin Gladiators have been caught a little bit off guard, and that's kind of been that problem for them at times. But I'm hoping for the big break we've had in between the seasons, start of the year, Lionclaw's been able to work on that as well. I mean, I think it was just a really unfortunate timing for him, but it's definitely one of those things you can notice, because we saw even Spoxy playing, a really strong start to 2024, kept that performance pretty much intact most of the time, but it felt like even Flex was the one that was kind of, to me, really stepping up when he needed to. And he was kind of the guy that was putting up some pretty decent numbers, and he was calling the shots too. So that was a whole other like layer of complexities for these guys. But look, we'll have to wait and see. And that's what's exciting about this matchup, because there's so much riding on it. And right now, Entropy, I mean, they have a little bit more extra time right now, just kind of, any last minute adjustments they want to go for. Otherwise, we're going to find out here momentarily, because that first map being on import is definitely going to be a very stressful one, to say the least.
Yeah, I feel like Flex is one of the most underrated players in this league too, especially as like a veteran IGL. Like, I remember watching as a player at the time, his very first match was CFS 2014. So he's actually probably the most storied player on this Gaimin Gladiators lineup, but he's done a great job best gun bringing them together and really making something special happen with this lineup. But as we jump into port map number 1, it's Gaimin Gladiators on the attack, looking to try and open things up strong, but we are going to see what these guys can do. Entropy Gaming riding off of a win yesterday to try and make it another for themselves and a potentially even bigger upset in this series, but we can already see Flex doing flex things, sneaking into the lower B connector, trying to potentially catch Beva off guard in this off angle. And they have absolutely no idea Flex is in this position. They threw a nice smoke at the beginning of the round. He's able to sneak underneath, and now they've got a pinch play that will quickly take Beva out of the picture. Beva blinded as well. That is a perfect flank from Flex to get the round started, and now they've got this full commitment set up towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's really, really nice, and that's what we were kind of talking about. You know, the unorthodox play right now for Gaimin Gladiators is the fact of just, you know, normally Flex was, you know, being predictable with like having the secondary arm, and instead he's going to load up the rifle ready to go, and really nice play from him to get that first entry. So now Gaimin Gladiators kind of posting back up. Now they're just going to take a few moments here to figure out what they want to do, waiting to see if Entropy are going to try to be a little bit more aggressive on this one. Spoxy ready just for any sort of a peek onto the B main. Might be able to get the timing of this. Just no, he's going to miss it, but Entropy looking for like a little bit of poking and prodding on this. Now they're going to lean on this A site, and Flex is the one guy that likes to, again, just get that intel, see if he can find the numbers so that he can relay that back to his team. You can already see he's on the other side of the map right now, so he's essentially just like, look, let me do something in mid. Let me try to be the first player. He's going to maybe be able to find this secondary duel, and indeed he will. And now, Gaimin Gladiators, they got a free site completely open for their grabs.
Yeah, that's just perfect strat calling there. They go for the fake towards A after the B pick and then double back slowly to the B bomb site, and now it puts Entropy in a very challenging position for the remainder of this round. They've got to push through walls of smoke. Gaimin Gladiators still with 3 nades to work with as well on this post plant, so there needs to be something big here, but Dezane, that's a nasty headshot to take Vise out of the picture. 40, and Madison, though, on the repeat, going to find 1 each. Now 40 left alone. It's a 1-on-2 situation. He just can't win, and it's Raffin with a nice 2-kill to close out the round. But ultimately, it felt like shot for shot, everyone was toe-to-toe in this opening round, Laz, but strategically, Gaimin Gladiators kind of had them read.
Yeah, and that's where they definitely are going to have a huge leg up on this, right, is the fact that their strategy is going to be well beyond here for Entropy. It's more about the firepower that might be the big thing that's a saving grace here for Entropy, is the fact that they might be able to punch back a little bit here. That's going to be the biggest thing. That's the, you know, the kind of the narrative that we thought of this, because Flex really does have that experience behind him. This team has essentially just been together. There's no roster shuffles for these guys. So things are, you know, again, just playing that full unit with tons of experience is going to pan out nicely. Flex almost able to find Vise, though. He actually caught himself a little bit just overextending here, and now it finally gets caught in the crosshairs of Spoxy. Still really good and active control in mid right now. You can even see Flex, like, he's not just waiting. He's actually going to press forward. And is he going to be able to find this fight? He will not. 40's got a decent read on it, but at least that information's gained. Now they know the Alm's here for sure. Like, there's always an inkling. Spoxy, though, finding great connections. Now he's found himself 2 in a row. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're just being so active right now on the map, Kyle. I'm really loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, for Gaimin Gladiators, it's all about trying to make these positions early on that catch the defenders off guard. You can see Lion Claw catches Beva on the overpeak. Beva kind of stuck here in the corner, but this is what Gaimin Gladiators does best. As soon as they think you're going to over-rotate into a site, they're immediately doubling back and changing up the game plan. And this is what makes them such a hard team to deal with on the attack, because you never know where they're going to finalize this push. And you also have to deal with Spoxy just kind of playing spoiler in the middle of the map, trying to catch anyone rotating across this GR spawn. But Manison, what a peek to challenge Spoxy there, but it might be a little bit too late as 40 goes down on the A bomb site. Dezane with a nice entry frag secures the hold over this top A bomb site. Lion Claw gets the plant down, but Beva, he's already springing into action, but that flash is going to be devastating here. Raffin hitting the shots as well, able to take down Manison in the trade. The nades go down onto Beva, and Raffin again ends things with a nice 2.
Yeah, not bad at all. So we're starting to see, you know, a little bit better of that cohesion here for Gaimin Gladiators. They're starting to play a little bit, you know, so far in the early part of the game is a little bit more of that expectation we were thinking, right? I mean, they're getting active on the map. They're finding some really good duels. Spoxy's been able to create some space. Flex has been able to create some space. So you love to see it. So right now for Entropy, this is where we were saying this is going to be a huge test for them, just considering this is a really tough matchup, because it's an unpredictable team, and they really do not have like a, I really don't think they're like a defaulty team. They're a team that really has a good mixture in their playbook, which can make them so difficult. Entropy trying really hard to just throw some counter utility here deep onto the other side of B main. Not really going to connect too much here, but I mean, so it's still a 5-on-5. I mean, this has been impressive because normally we've actually seen somewhat of a duel happening so quickly.
Yeah, it's good for Entropy to just hold the line here in this round. You can tell they're playing a little bit more reserved, hoping to not risk those early picks to Spoxy or Flex, who are currently just on the lookout for these mid and B peaks to catch somebody off guard. And I do like this play calling from Entropy. They don't want to be too aggressive against a team like Gaimin Gladiators because the early fights are where this team excels. On the actual bomb site exchanges, though, it's really a 50-50 for them. So it's going to come down to some good trade setups for Entropy if they want to hold on to this one. But we do start to see a little bit of movement here from Entropy, starting to get anxious on the mid peak. You can see Gainer starting to peek out. He needs to be careful, though. He's already down to half HP, and this is where Flex is going to try and go for the opening. But 40, this is a really good off angle. Flex not going to be ready for it, and 40 secures a really nice headshot to start it off.
Yeah, already creeping through Gaimin now, and just waiting to see. I think that's Beva just on the other side of this. So tucked away in the corner, and now they're going to be able to clear him. Oh, man, the timing, but at least he gets himself one kill at least. So now Zane's just going to tuck away. He's fully blind. Spoxy now looking like he might have to be the playmaker, the heavy hitter on this moment here. Zane trying everything he can, but Spoxy finds himself the double. He just can't seem to get any more than that. So finally, Entropy are going to be able to get themselves around on the board. Madison, though, he's the one that's able to bring himself in for the double kill. And again, really good placements for these guys. Like we said, the firefight is going to be the big, interesting, bit of a task for these guys in this matchup. And already now, they are able to punch back a little bit here, Kyle. That's a good sort of life, and even some utility and damage getting inflicted against Flex. Entropy going for a bit of a mid-crunch onto this already. The Zane and Flex already bleeding, but Spoxy's able to find the aggression of Beva, so they're going to actually be able to win this engagement so far.
Yes, Spoxy, just a beautiful shot through the smoke to find the opener. Flex and Gainer on opposing sides, very low on HP. Dezane down to about half from those opening nades as well. So some good utility work from Entropy to put that early pressure onto them, but they still don't have the numbers quite yet to work with. Madison in the key position in this round, gets spotted, almost taken down through that wall. Fortunately, though, he'll be able to back off and fully reset, but being down a player on the defensive side of this map is not easy against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. You almost have to go for a gamble stack and hope that it works out, and that's exactly what Entropy's going to do here, putting 3 players for the aggressive play on the B-bomb side. They know they need to find something here, but Lion Claw and Raffin ready to spring into action, fully mow them down and take control over the B-bomb site. 40 now left alone in a 1v4 situation. Nothing he can do here. Raffin good for 3 on the round.
Yeah, not bad at all, and I love to see Raffin just again getting these really big fragging moments. Like, he's one of those guys that can just be such a strong entrier, or even just the multi-fragger with a rifle, right? Like, that's something where we didn't really get to talk a whole lot about him, but even now, we talk a lot about him right now, and he's just getting aggressive down long A, and now 40's going to get tested. He actually misses that first shot, gets a little bit overwhelmed here by the numbers, and really good play from Gaimin Gladiators. Again, just looking for map control, just trying to see what they can get away with. Kind of disrespecting a little bit on this in the sense where Entropy have to be prepared. And like you said, on their toes in this matchup. Now they're just going to pull back a little bit, play this a bit slower. Entropy have Gainer just on bridge, just trying to, again, poke and prod. Looking for a little bit here. Having a peek-see. But nothing really much to find yet. Nobody's taken any sort of significant damage except for Gaimin Gladiators, all things considered.
It's a bit of a slow start, but these are the rounds that Entropy should be favored on because they're not losing anybody in these opening fights. Those are the rounds that have been so hard for Entropy to recover. If they have a full 5 when the site hit actually comes through, the odds are actually pretty good for the GR side to hold on here. So we'll see what they can do to maintain control over these numbers. But right now, the toughest time in this match has really been Gainer in this mid position, not able to get a whole lot done. The pressure he faces from both Spoxy and Zane consistently on this angle can be quite a challenge, but Spoxy this time going to be looking towards the early B, going for the full rotation now over for this A-long challenge. He definitely wants to go for the aim duel onto 40. They've been poking and prodding to try and find him early, but 40 has actually done a really good job at not giving up this spot too easily, but you can tell this time around Gaimin Gladiators are ready to go for the hit on this A-bomb site, but Flex, of course, opposite side of the rest of his team, trying to just disrupt onto this B bomb site here. But Flex, he's definitely going to go down on that peak from Beva, but here comes the counter attack from Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to send the whole remainder of their team over into the Z bomb site exchange, but 40 going to be taken down by Spoxy, Dezane, and Spoxy trying to hold on to this one. Vise tucked away, playing for the rotation here. He might get caught out by Dezane, though. Dezane, unfortunately, M4 not going to quite connect there. Finally gets the shots, but Spoxy, he has the angle to maybe catch them off guard. The HP not quite great there for Entropy, but they still get the round.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate too, because I like the idea of what, you know, Dezane was trying to do right at the end there. He just didn't have enough ammo in the chamber, you know, for his rifle, so he went with the Colt instead, right? So I don't know, it's tough because like Spoxy was going in, he was trying to look for that engagement, so Dezane wanted to be able to trade that out. So it's a really good teamwork, but it's just unfortunate he didn't have that extra second or two to go for the reload. That could have really changed things around because those players almost collided. But Spoxy again puts the Colt to work. Doesn't even need the at all. Finds an opening duel, but an immediate trade back here from Beba with the utility. So a little bit more of a fight here in B main. And Entropy are doing a good job, again, just like trying their best here to push back as much as they can against all the domination here from the map control of Gaimin Gladiators. Flex once again pushed into mid. Just waiting to see if he can find himself through the smoke a little bit. Two players here from Entropy close on by. That's going to be Gainer and also Vise, but Vise is critically low. And now Gaimin Gladiators, once again, looking like they want to go for the B hit. They seem like this is the bread and butter. This is the best thing for them to do. Realizing nobody's above the light. Raffin looking for the entry. Should be able to get it. Indeed, he does. And that's going to be an open sight. Now Flex, maybe the timing. This could be everything. He might be able to do the big backstab. He spots the shoulder of one. He gets fully blind. Now he's just praying that nobody's going to be able to see him. Oh, no, he doesn't get cleared. Vise doesn't check him out, but at least the trade can come back through. And now it's a 2-on-1, 40 needing to come alive here on this clutch scenario. Because now he's still got Raffin and Dezane to worry about. He's going to just boost himself on the window here. But it's going to be Dezane that's able to put the nail to the coffin. A 4-2 is going to be the lead.
Yeah, really nice timing there from Flex. Once again, I'm surprised he wasn't actually seen on that first push. He had a player look right at him as he snuck out mid and just barely missed that angle. So now Gaimin Gladiators leading pretty nicely for the Blacklist side here, so a 5th or 6th round at this point makes this first map look really, really strong for their potential to close it out. Entropy, they need to do something to prevent these early round kills going against them. Spoxy, especially over towards the B tunnels, has been so difficult to deal with because it's not like they don't have a smoke screen down for Entropy. They have all the utility in place, but Spoxy's still taking them out through these smokes, which just makes it so hard to even think about holding on to that position. So maybe there's a change up in store coming from Entropy. We can see Gator still playing on this mid position, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they go a little bit more aggressive in one of these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, definitely kind of waiting for something like that to happen, right? But back to the 2-1-2 for Entropy. And even now for Gaimin Gladiators, a little bit slower on their end as well. Like, you know, Flex isn't just running through mid anymore. He's not just trying to be aggressive like that. He's going to kind of cool it down just a little bit right now. I think Gainer might have made a bit of a foot. Actually, that might have been Gaimin Gladiators that made a bit of a noise cue on this one. So they got themselves a little bit under passage. And Gainer, oh man, a little bit dangerous of waters here. That water's a little warm. And now, once again, man, we were talking about the A sites yesterday just getting hit over and over. Now it's the B sites, and Gaimin Gladiators really seem to have like a plan on this. They seem to have this inkling that they have the best strategy, that they can just kind of abuse this B site. But now they're finally going to pull back on it. And they're going to retreat. They might even try to reconvene at A, but they have to worry about Vise. Look at the position he's in. He's in a deep position. But now the aggression of Beva might cost this to be switched around again.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, but Vise does have a nice angle on the long tower if they go unchecked. Oh, it's going to be checked for sure, though. Line Claw not going to be fooled by that one. Raffin finds himself another on the mid lurk as well, getting 2 in total before going down, giving the advantage back to Gaimin Gladiators for this one. Manison and Gainer now stuck in full retake mode. Gainer tries to sneak in, gets quickly traded down there from Lion Claw, but now Spoxy is going to have to go for the challenge here. But actually, Lion Claw hits another nice headshot. I believe that's 3 for him on this round to keep Gaimin Gladiators out in front.
Oh, it's looking like a faster round now. They're going to just try to go right into B main right away. Looking for that opening. Spoxy once again, the old faithful. And they may not even hesitate on this. And look at Flex. And look at how deep he's already pushed in. He doesn't even care, but he's going to get taken out. So that little bit of a mistiming now, that might be costly. Raffin, though, again, just prevailing here for the entries to get himself right back into the site. These guys are just waiting to be able to find what's underneath pit, but 40 can only find that one kill. And Gaimin Gladiators, it is starting to look smooth and polished here, Kyle. It's starting to look a lot better than what we saw before.
Yeah, the big thing that this team does so well is just aggressively trading. They don't fail to trade in these situations, and it keeps them in such a favorable position on this BL side. 6-2, and Spoxy just putting the nail in the coffin for this first half. Takes down Beva. Madison falls to Dezane as well, and this is starting to feel like a little bit of a disaster here for Entropy on their GR half of Port, and maybe now we know why this was the pick of Gaimin Gladiators in this series, because they are not showing any signs of slowing down here on this map. You can see the sneak attack from Vise is fully set up, but when you've got 5 players on the other side of this wall, it can be a bit of a daunting task to know when the timing is going to be perfect to go for it here. Spoxy going to be caught off guard with trade still not there just yet. Vise able to get 2 before finally getting shut down there from Lion Claw. The numbers still remaining slightly in favor of Gaimin Gladiators as they scoop up the bomb and start to put their focus back towards this B side of the map. But Flex, you can see how badly they wanted that kill on the 40, but not quite there. Gator sneaky on the corner, able to find one. Raffin, of course, there for the follow-up, and Flex going to team up with him to go now and scoop up the bomb.
Yeah, this 2-on-1's just slightly there, but I mean, 40, I mean, he does have himself an opportunity to be able to find this 1-on-2, but he's going to have to hit the shots perfectly. Raffin, though, like using the more HP in his favor here, just try to go for this entry, allowing Flex to just find that trade if needed. Now 40 going to get caught with the smoke, and that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what he needed. But Raffin's going to be able to have the bomb still in his control. Is going to go for the plant, going to get blind. Still got 35 seconds remaining, and now he goes for the hunt, and there it is. 40 able to find himself a tasty little treat here. A 6-3 for Gaimin Gladiators, where it could have been and should have been Gaimin Gladiators with a bigger lead, but at least they can work it with 3.
Yeah, 3 definitely going to feel a lot better than that 2 was looking, but at the same time, 6 on the VL is still a very good half for Gaimin Gladiators to carry into their GR side, considering this is a GR-sided map after all, so they should still be feeling pretty good about their chances to close this one out, but this is where the big test is in store for Entropy. The BL side of Port, for them, last time we saw it, didn't look necessarily that strong, and this is where I'm hoping maybe they've learned from studying those VODs from the previous match what they could do differently, because they're going to need something really special in the second half if they want to think about getting 7 rounds on the BL side of Port today.
Yeah, this is where I get a little bit nervous, right? Like, I agree with you, because I think in this kind of a situation is the fact of, Entropy being a new team and still figuring out their, plan of attacks is going to be really difficult. And yeah, Gaimin Gladiators definitely, no doubt, a very strong GR-sided team. So we'll have to see what that Entropy has been able to find in terms of their, their studying and their homework. Decent nade that could be landed. Actually, is it just going to be the flash? I thought it was an HE, but even right now for Entropy, they're going to get themselves into B main. They'll get it for free. Gaimin Gladiators playing this very respectful. They're not really over-aggressing. Lion Claw is the only guy that's kind of really looking for something. Flex does go down first, which is pretty much normal for these guys. He's the guy that always seems to be the first one in. So now for Entropy, very interesting events now, because you got the 3-2 split. Are they going to try to just split into this B site, or do they want to go all the way around? They still have plenty of time here, Kyle, but it looks like B is going to be the eye of the prize.
Yeah, Raffin playing the anchor here. Spoxy going to start rotating over. Dezane already on site for the support flash, and it's going to put that pressure onto Raffin and Dezane. A good flash gets them out, but it's not going to do much if they can't connect the shots to follow it up. Raffin and Dezane shut it down. Spoxy swoops in for the 4th. Madison, though, on the lurk, not going to be able to get away with that one. And Gaimin Gladiators have a very clean hold to get the job done to kick off this second half, and that's what makes them so scary to deal with on these setups on the GR side for Gaimin Gladiators, you might have the perfect utility, but these guys still have the shots to get the job done.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's the thing that's really scary is like, it's really about, you know, how well, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are going to be able to hit their shots on the GR side. This is going to be definitely their more, you know, comfort for them. It always has been. Decent nade, just does a little bit of damage against Gainer, so not too bad at all. But this is the difficult thing, right? Because now, I mean, even for, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they get themselves the opening duel. And 40's already taken out, so he's the guy that's been putting up some really decent numbers so far for this team. So Madison close on by with the 8-8 as well, but they have to make a play here now. They're giving a lot of respect. They're giving a lot of room for Gaimin Gladiators, and that's something you should not be doing because they will take full advantage of it if they need be. But Entropy now make a little bit of noise out on the outskirts of B main, and you can see Gaimin Gladiators, they actually backpedal on that. They don't go for the fight. Instead, they're just going to play the proper setup, play a little bit more disciplined on this. You'd love to see it. But it's a 2-1-2, and Entropy still looking for maybe something here on the catwalk, and Lion Claw, he's going to be just tucked away behind the box. But they don't really seem like they're confident in the game plan, and even there, Flex is able to find Gainer, so they're just getting picked apart one by one here, Kyle.
Yeah, Entropy, they feel like they need to take a risk, but unfortunately the risk is just not going to pan out for them. Flex finding a second kill before going down to Vise, but now Vise, after that fight on half HP, Beva going to be just lurking B with the bomb, but they've only got 40 seconds to make their move. Lion Claw quickly grabs the kill in mid, and now Beva all alone goes down to Raffin on the B bomb side. It's 8-3 now, and this is where it starts to look like this map 1 could be done and dusted at this point, but you've got to really hand it to Gaimin Gladiators on the defense. They're so fluid in making sure there's no free openings for Entropy to work with.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and it's just the fact that, you know, I was kind of wondering for Entropy, they're really going to have to bank a lot on their GR side to put this a little bit closer, because now the Blacklist side is just not going to be forgiving, and even Lion Claw now, he's boosting himself up. Finds the opening kill. There it is. He's out. He's going to be able to just fall back, reposition himself in a stronger angle. And Entropy, no trades. And Flex, even look at that. Little peekaboo. Putting himself with the Alm. Yeah, doing such a really good work. Again, just simple, effective, just finding duels, putting it in their favor. Entropy just don't seem to have an answer. And now they're going to try to test Spoxy. Doing pretty good as he's just trying really hard to get the shot connected, but he just can't seem to find it. Finally makes it happen. Him and Flex together get the job done. So Gaimin Gladiators now going to be on map point, and yeah, this has been smooth sailing. This has really looked just like not really much of a sweat at all. This is just another day in the office.
Yeah, it's just it's a bit of a scary one for Entropy. There's not a whole lot they've been able to do on this BL side, and I can't really blame them. You've got everybody on Gaimin Gladiators doing exactly what they need to here. It almost puts a smile on my face to see Flex at the bottom, because you know Gaimin Gladiators is on top of it if that's the case, because everybody else just getting tons of entries, especially shout out to Raffin, 17 kills in this map so far, really locking down a lot of these key anchor positions, and now Flex able to pick up one as well to kick off the round onto Gainer. And this could be the beginning of the end of our first map here. Dezane, nice trade here. Downs the bomb under that A connector as well. Beva has to try and jump back onto it. He's going to be able to find the first kill for now, but it's already answered on the opposite side. Lion Claw takes down Vise, 40, and Beva looking for anything they've got left to work with in this round. Unfortunately, Beva couldn't get the C4 safely out of mid, and now 40 has to try and clutch this one once again to save the day.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for 40. He's just in a bit of a tall task, and yeah, that's way too much of a gulp for him to have. So yeah, big W right now from Gaimin Gladiators. Being able to win this map pretty convincingly. It was looking pretty decent in the beginning. This was their pick, so let's not forget. But look, I mean, it looked really good. These guys looked, again, you know, pretty much in control for the most part. A little bit of hiccups here and there in the first half, but as soon as they went on the defense, it was just lights out. These guys really didn't allow any room for these guys to get much of a playing in, but I love it though, and I'm glad you bring up Raffin, because we didn't get to talk a lot about him in the pre-show, right? I mean, but he is that guy that he can be so lethal in the server, and honestly, the fact that he put himself at 17, 18 frags, it's remarkable. That's what we want to see from this team. And like you said, Flex kind of being on the bottom is actually a good thing, because I felt like last season there was a lot of reliability for him to be able to put up some decent numbers. So the fact that he can kind of just kick back a little bit is a really good sign so far for these guys starting the season off.
Yeah, now it really puts all of the pressure for map number 2 over to Entropy. It's going to be up to them to show us they can have that bounce back and redemption potentially for themselves to get back into the series. Otherwise, if they don't change things up, this could be another quick 2-0 for Gaimin Gladiators to move forward with. But I think that's what Gaimin Gladiators was hoping for. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll find out if that's the case. Map 2 on the way. Stay tuned.
Once again, we're back after this win for GG over Entropy. Not expected too much, but
Yeah.
I failed in math. I cannot do math, So GG wins the first match of this series. What a start! What a performance from side of GG.
Talking about stomp, man, this is an absolute stomp on the first map from Team GG. Now, I never expected this to happen. To be honest, after seeing Entropy yesterday, I never thought that we would see a team destroying Entropy in that way. The thing is about Team GG on the defense or on the attack side, they are absolutely insanely well, man. I mean, look at the way they play. Let's pick round 7, for example. Round 7, round 10, while they were on the attack side, defense, sorry, they are on everywhere on the map, man.
That's round 7, yeah.
Yeah, they play Ruffin and Spoxy on A. They play Flex and Dez on B side. And Med is for Cloud. What I want to say is they are on everywhere, on every side and every corner of the map. So when you go on defense side, you just have to hold the corner. You just have to hold the side. You just have to hold your crosshair on where they will go. You can see that on the summary, on the scoreboard. True. But it's so scary how flexible Team GG is. So if you play like this, and one thing you need to know also about Team GG, they are individually skilled, man. Yes, they are. Ruffin is on 2.83, man. What? 2.83 means he gets lots of kills. He's always getting kills. He's always demolishing the other team. And it's not only him. Spox is in 2.60, and this is in 2 KDA. Man, these guys are insane, are on another level. This is one of the series where I can tell you confidently it's 2-0.
It's 2-0. Maybe GG, we didn't see it coming. GG did their best, and I might say this is going to be the largest KD we have in this split so far.
For sure, Zika, it's 2.83. Yes, sir. Yes. Rapping with that 2.83, big boy here. I mean, look, the guy, when you go over 10 kills in Crossfire, you're just in the flow state. What I mean by the flow state, he's just feeling it. Even if the opponent is
just pushing, he's just spraying, he's just menacing this game.
Yeah, he's a menace. Akid, for sure, to the game. When you're just in the flow state, it's over for you guys. You feel the kills. It gets just one after another, and it's not only him. We just need to talk more about Spoxy. He's also with 15 kills, ended the game with 15.
And almost close to KD, refs KD.
Yes. No, man. When it's the kills is this high, the kill counter is that high, when the death counter is that low, and the opposite for the opponent team, it's not the map, it's the players, it's the way they play. Also, they preferred to play default, to be on every corner and every place on the map, but not Team Entropy. Entropy stacked B couple of rounds. I think it's from round 4 to 6. These three rounds they played on B side. They tried mid, it's blocked by Cloud, of course. They tried B, it's blocked by Ruffin and Spoxy. The pyramid triangle of death literally was Flex, Dez, and Ref at the end of the day. Entropy, I don't know what you're gonna do, but you need to come back on the second map, so we have hopes for the third one.
And I think this is the point that you stop thinking about which map is coming.
Exactly.
You don't think about who selected which map. This is a game for survival. This is a game for Entropy to survive this series, to square things again, and to get their 1-1.
It definitely is, man, and I hope so. I mean, casters, hype us, man. Hype us for this game. Take it to casters.
Okay, we're ready to go. Map number 2, which is going to be on Kara, and Gaimin Gladiators making some easy work here on Port, which was, I feel like, surprising, but not surprising. I was definitely wondering, I thought that was going to be a little bit closer, but honestly, the fact that they were able to pretty much take that flawlessly the second half, it just felt like they just another day at the office, right? But now being on Kara could be a little bit different. Kyle, you got any thoughts or any predictions of what we could expect on a map like this with both these teams?
I feel like at the very least, Entropy has shown this is a stronger map for them in this series. It's also their pick, so I'm hoping we'll see a little bit something more on this. But the thing that scares me is how good Gaimin Gladiators is on the GR side of this map, and it's a pretty GR-sided map already. The only benefit for Entropy here is at least they're the team starting on the defense first, which means they can get that ball rolling early on. But I feel like if Entropy wants to win this map, they have to have at least 5 or 6 rounds pretty comfortably in their favor on this GR side. And with how things looked shot for shot in map number 1, it's hard for me to believe that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I feel like, the one thing that's really interesting about this is the fact of like, the GR side's going to really be the big note here for Entropy. It's the BL side that makes me just even more curious because they really went absent on that second half where, it was a 6-3 first half for Gaimin Gladiators on port, and then again they just closed out really quickly. So I think for Entropy, like when they get on the blacklist side, it's more about how much they really can have their preparation intact because, I mean, when we talk about the vetoes, this is their map pick. So, I mean, that's where we did get to see a little bit of something yesterday, but it wasn't like they didn't even win against TBI, right? They lost in this map. So it's not like this was a really good map for them. So I'm a little conflicted with this one, if I'm going to be honest. I don't know if maybe they just thought they played not as great on the second map yesterday, but we'll see if they've been able to, kind of figure out some of the little kinks they need to work out, because I think when they on the defense, it's going to be where they need to get as many rounds as possible. Whereas the blacklist side, it's going to have to be better than what we saw before, because they even lost that 6-3 yesterday too.
It is going to be tough. I think the one benefit they did have working for them for Entropy yesterday on this map was Gainer had a really strong performance on the BL side. He was constantly getting their entries for Entropy, so I feel like for them, they need Gainer to pop off here because Gainer was actually probably the most quiet player in map number 1 in this series for Entropy, so I'm hoping he can step up and have a better performance. It felt like 40 still had his moments, but some of the crucial players like Madison and Gainer were kind of missing in that first map, so I'd love to see a more amplified performance from this team because they do have the firepower on this roster to go toe to toe. The big thing that shows in a team like this is you can definitely see in this matchup the team that didn't split or change rosters over the season because there's just so much more cohesion and chemistry in what Gaimin Gladiators is able to do. And I think that's what's really giving them the edge right now because when you look at a lot of the 1v1 aim duels, it feels winnable for either side here. But when you look at the macro play, it just seems like Gaimin Gladiators has a much better grasp of how they want to control the map.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the huge leg up right now for Gaimin Gladiators is the fact that they're one of the two or three teams that, well, actually two teams that didn't make any sort of roster shuffle, right? So they really do have that history together, and they have everything in place. So that's where it is a huge advantage. Whereas, like you said, toe to toe and aim wise, yeah, you could probably say Entropy could actually be technically just as good, if not maybe a little better. Who knows? But we'll find out now. We're going into the second map. Entropy going to be on the GR side, and already Vise, he's actually got himself a little aggression here. Not bad at all. A little bit of a change up from what we've seen before. But look at how fast Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to react to this. They already know that at least one, if not two players have committed heavily. And look at the positioning they're in already. They have 3 players from Entropy. They're going to have to recommit to this because now Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to overwhelm Madison. Maybe but Madison, he finds a triple kill in such a unique off angle, able to just take down everybody in his path. So coming up big, just the hero they needed, somebody to step up. And now Gainer should be able to get this thing done here, and it's all down to Flex on the 1-on-3. The IGL himself finds himself a double kill, but it's just not going to be enough. And Entropy will start things off with an opening round.
Yeah, really weird round there. All started with Vise just going for one of his classic plays. He loves to go for that sneak attack onto the B connector. Gets caught out, but then Gaimin Gladiators just couldn't capitalize on that mid position because Madison was just hiding in the shadows, ready to go, picks up the triple, and now Entropy, that's the exact start they were hoping for on this map because it's definitely one where they need that early momentum on the GR side because Entropy, they're a GR-sided team. This map may lean overall slightly in favor of the blacklist, but for Entropy, the GR is their bread and butter as a team, so we'll see if they can keep that moving forward because the BL going to be, I believe, much harder for them in this one. But Desane, perfect angle, baits out the shots onto Gainer, and now that's a key entry fragger out of the mix for Entropy. And this time around, they're going to have to play things out on the back foot. Raffin as well finds Vise, and things are not looking so good to start off round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to look like it's falling apart pretty quickly here because, Gaimin Gladiators, they retaliate really nicely. They're a little bit frustrated. They lost that first round, but now Entropy got themselves a secondary pulse on this, and now they're going to be aggressive at A main, and now actually Madison once again putting himself in a position here with multi-kills with Spoxy. Puts the pistol to work with the double kill, leaving it all down to the 1v1. Sniper versus sniper. It's going to be Spoxy versus 40, and 40 now posted up. He has a strong position, but it's all about if he's going to overextend on this Spoxy. Oh my goodness, able to flick of the wrist, and Gaimin Gladiators bounce right back into this.
Yeah, that was Entropy's round for sure, but that's what happens when you go toe-to-toe with Spoxy. He's so good at winning these isolated 1v1s that they just couldn't get any trade potential there against him, and Gaimin Gladiators is going to be thanking him surely for that play, because now they are right into it with a tie, and it's going to put that much more extra pressure onto Entropy after losing a very critical early round for themselves. And that's one of the big differences you're going to see between these two teams. The clutch potential of Gaimin Gladiators, in my opinion, is a lot higher than what you've got on the side of Entropy. The individual firepower from some of these players really can get the job done, but Gainer able to catch Flex, who's been having some trouble in today's matches, really finding these key openings he's used to being able to sneak into. I think teams are starting to catch on to where he likes to approach these early round fights, but there's still a lot more to be dealt with for Entropy to win this round.
Rafa now can't be able to find this opener, but Vise, he's actually finding himself that double, and now Zane going to be able to clean things up a little bit. Does he expect Gainer? Now actually does spot him, but the flash is actually going to connect him with just the last second, and Gainer posted up, still going for a big firefight, and there it is. Gainer able to find it. So Spoxy once again in the 1-on-3. Pistols out, Colt ready to go. Gainer not at all prepared. So Spoxy gets away with it. And now he's pushing himself a little bit through on this. Goes for the jump. Does he spot the one player? Oh, dear God. Okay. Finds a quick little bit of a shot on Madison, but at least Beba close encounters there, allowing them to get the secondary round. But, whew, man, you give another second to Spoxy, I think that could have been a Gaimin Gladiator round, no doubt.
Yeah, looked a little bit shaky there for the moment, but Gaimin Gladiators outside of Spoxy, not necessarily looking so hot on this second map so far. They really need to find a way to crack through these defenders, and Dezane does get them a nice start this time, able to take down Beva. You can see now Madison all alone on this A bomb site. Gaimin Gladiators starting to think about if they want to go for the full commit here, but this is the big flaw in their play. They've given up so much control over the rest of the map. 40 is able to sneak up mid, finds the rotation on Spoxy, takes him out, and now it's back to square one for Gaimin Gladiators, back in their spawn, and Entropy able to spread back out across the map.
Raffin once again, at least he gets that trade back to Zane. Actually, he's actually the one that's able to find both kills, so nice little bit of a system in place for him, or for them, I should say. And now 40 and Madison, the last two players, split apart from each other just a little bit. Flex, though, tries to just get that intel. At least he knows where the Alm is now. A little bit of time here for Gaimin Gladiators to work with. Gonna get themselves able to get across into the site. 40, I don't know if he's going to be here in time. And actually, Madison from Underpass is going to be able to find that duel. So now Lionclaw, he's had himself a bit of a slow start in this game. Is 0-3, looking to find this 1-on-2 in his favor. Gets the C4 down. Smoke's going to allow him to reposition himself. And oh, he actually overextends really heavily, hoping that he's going to be able to catch them off guard. But nice work from 40 to be able to find himself a couple kills here. And Entropy get themselves a pretty decent lead here, Kyle. 3-1 is not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start. It almost seems like Gaimin Gladiators are a bit uncomfortable on this side of the map. They're having a lot of trouble in these early round fights, especially outside of Spoxy and Dezane. It's been shaky to say the least here for the rest of the players on Gaimin Gladiators. I think part of that issue is Flex trying to do Flex things, but not really having that luck as he's used to in finding those sneaky little frags here, but I just don't think he needs to keep doing that. Sometimes it would be nice to see Flex just say, hey, I'll go in with the team, help entry that way, and help trade things out, because the big risk they run into with how Flex likes to play is if he's not on point, you end up in just these early 4-on-5 situations a little bit too often.
Also, Gaimin Gladiators right back to the full exec on this. Waiting things out just a little bit of 3-player stack, so they're kind of running into the wrong mouse trap. Raffin not able to find that entry, but allows at least some space to be gained here. Good trades back and forth. A 2-2 though. It's cost a lot of lives here. Smoke's going to block off in defense. C4 not making its way yet. Still dropped. Lion Claw finally getting himself back on the board. And even Entropy pushing back just a little bit more. C4's finally going to get planted. And you can see that Spoxy's kind of clearing things out. He's expecting there to be maybe an A main flank. Something of a ruse that way. And Lion Claw again just overextending his welcome. And now Spoxy needing to go for these one-on-ones. And Spoxy is just too damn good, man. He finds these kills again. The saving grace of him to get them a second round.
Yeah, still a tough one though for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, the only rounds they've won are 1vx situations from Spoxy at this point, so they still need to find some ways to clean things up. 2 rounds isn't going to cut it here on the BL side. It's a BL-sided map after all for them, so they need to find some way to make a bigger dent if they want to take this one away. But right now, at least things kind of toe for toe. Pretty even across the board, but would be nice to see Raffin step up, especially after the first map he had, putting up almost 20 kills, only sitting at 1-5. Kind of a surprise to see him so low after such a good first map, but Lion Claw as well, definitely struggling a little bit on some of these situations too. We could see it in that post plant on the first 1v1, just not having any success there, but it's not going to stop the rest of his team from going back in for this execute. I do like the change up though, putting Flex in a new position this time around, trying to get those entries. Raffin going to be spotted by Beva early on. The counter pressure coming in quickly though from Entropy. Nobody to support Raffin and grab that trade easily, so they're forced back for the moment, and this is where things start to get a little bit frustrating for Gaimin Gladiators. Now the pinch is coming through. Gainer's already behind them. There's nobody actually holding on to the position. You can see the frustration as Entropy close in on yet another round. Spoxy, he may have clutched a few times, but a 1v5 is a bit of an ask here. It's just not going to happen this time around. Entropy put it at a 4-2.
Yeah, it's you can definitely see a little bit more of the reactions here from Gaimin Gladiators and their player cams, right? Like even, like you said, Lion Claw, he looked very flustered, and I don't know if there was just a bit of a miscalm or maybe he's just getting in his own head with his performance, because him and Raffin right now, surprisingly, they're both sitting at that 1-6, right? Raffin just has not been able to find any sort of connection. Finally gets something here as 40's just kind of hopping his way towards him. So it's a bit of a free kill, but at least it's something. Now Hotel can be grabbed up, and there's Raffin again to be able to find that secondary one. Buys was trying to go for the backstab, and there we go. Gaimin Gladiators just going for some gunfights, nothing too fancy. They just want to run around the map. Everybody just doing what they need to do. Even Lion Claw might be able to get a free opening duel. Indeed he will. Yeah, and this round's done. This round has got to be over unless Gainer, somehow, some way can find himself in a 1-on-5. Yeah, not looking likely, but definitely for the Gaimin Gladiator fans, this is going to be a really nice round for them to just pick up, get themselves a little bit closer. Like we said, we need to be able to find as many rounds as possible for them on the BL side. And thankfully, Raffin will be able to get himself, I think that was a double kill for him. So only a 1-round differential here now, Kyle.
Yeah, I like the change up here, letting Raffin be the player to aggressively lurk. I think that's what's been missing on this BL side. The problem is, if you have Raffin be the first player in, you're not getting that value he brings to the table in his aims. So I love seeing him playing a little bit more independently, maybe send someone like a Lion Claw or Dezane in first to be those entry fraggers, because those are the guys who can still hit the shots. But if you need someone to get things done today, Raffin being alive longer in these rounds is going to be really critical for this team alongside Spoxy. This time though, Dezane going to sneak in and get punished in mid. Spoxy right there for the follow-up kill on Devise. Flex, though, again getting caught early on here. Gainer somehow able to get 2 out of that with the repeat onto Spoxy. And now again, Entropy looking really good in these start of round aggressive plays. You can see the push on A-Long. Raffin this time, though, alive and ready for it. Lion Claw just holding on to that back of mid position, but you can see Entropy, they are slowly but surely just collapsing on these remaining 2 players, trying to catch them.
Yeah, not able to find much here for Lion Claw, but Raffin a 1-on-3. And then he is going to get caught here, Madison. Madison's actually been playing a pretty stellar game. I mean, I know he's a 9-6 and everything, but I feel like he's, the early portion of this game, he was able to find a lot of really decent opening duels, and then Gainer actually really, I'm happy to see that he is leading the charts here right now. He is top fragging throughout the entire server, actually above Spoxy by 1. So Gainer, that's where we talked a lot about it. If he can start to play pretty well, that's where we were kind of saying, in terms of firepower going toe to toe, and that's what we're seeing here. That's why Entropy have themselves in a 5-3 scoreline right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one now for Gaimin Gladiators, already guaranteeing a loss on the BL side of this map. Not a good picture to see, but for Gainer, continuing to have a strong map is going to be key as well. 12 frags may have got them this far, but they still have a lot to do if they want to secure this and take it on to a map 3. You can see Flex looking for that pick in mid, trying to disrupt somehow, but hasn't been too impactful for him today on these early round plays. He's going to be spotted by Gainer, who really wants this opening pick, but this time around it is going to be Flex to find him. And with Gainer down and out, there's a lot more opportunity now for Gaimin Gladiators to win this round.
Yeah, plenty more opportunity, and yeah, the top fragger of Gainer going down is definitely not going to be a nice note here for Entropy, but for Gaimin Gladiators, though, I was thinking Vise, you're going to be a little bit careful on that one, but thankfully he just gets caught in the toes a little bit. But Gaimin Gladiators, once again, regrouping for the 4-man hit here on this A side, just going to leave Flex doing what he does best. And that's the thing, right? He's kind of like that pest, right? He just likes to keep going for fights. He just looks for that one, little bit of alert. Because if he can win this and he clears the site, these guys might just swing on back. And there you go. He's able to find that duel. He doesn't clear the site this time. Instead, he's going to fall back. And now his team ready to pounce for the attack. But 40 able to find the double, but it's just not enough. And there we go. A 5-4. Entropy are going to be able to find themselves a lead. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, this is going to be a close one still up to the finish line, I think. A lot of it comes down to some of these key players on Gaimin Gladiators slowly starting to step up throughout the course of this match, but Entropy, they need their key players to stay riding high, and that's where I'm not so sure when we look at Madison and Gainer on the opposite side of this. They had a really good first half, but they've got to carry that all the way through if they truly want to make this a third map, because I actually think it was a really bad performance from Gaimin Gladiators as a whole in the first half. If you look at the individual rounds they won, a lot of that was just due to Spoxy going for some heavy impact plays and really making things happen there. Not a lot of rounds were won off of just pure team play and good execution. So I'm hoping Gaimin Gladiators can change things up in the second half, because they did not look like the team we saw on Port to kick it off. But already in this first round of the half, things are not looking the best for Gaimin Gladiators. It's a 2v4 situation. Gainer is a little bit low, but again, it puts that weight of the round onto Spoxy to get something done. He's only going to be good for one, and now Raffin all alone has to look for the 1-on-3.
Yeah, it's all down to Raffin in this situation, but not going to be easy at all. I mean, again, Gainer's low, but Raffin's really going to need to find the perfect timing on this. 40's just expecting somebody from underpass, so Gainer's kind of clearing things off, and in main, Raffin going to go for a swing. Yeah, not going to find anything at all. So there we go. It's going to be a 6-4, and Entropy have actually really found themselves a decent start on this. I mean, this is their pick, so we talked a lot about the BL side, how much preparation they've been able to do. Looking like it could be a decent start, but is it, again, Gaimin Gladiators just needing to find a little bit more of a wake up. Still anybody's game, still open for the taking. Double oms here, so Flex is going to equip it once again. He's not going to let it go. And this could be dangerous. This could be really, really lethal here against Entropy.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough call for the attack for Entropy, but given how everyone's been playing lately, mid attacks aren't going to surprise me in this match. The 3A being a little bit too common right now as the GR set up on this map, so you can see Entropy starting to work their way through the underpass towards the B-bomb site. Got Gainer posted up on the solo lurk here towards B, and then Madison just holding down that A entrance. So I like the spread out play they're using on the approach, but they do still need to be careful. Flex is kind of trying to fake that the mid might be open and playing a nice little role where he can bounce in there quickly if he needs to, but it's going to be a full B execution. And this is where Lion Claw, who's struggled quite a bit so far in the series, is going to have to really find his potential and open it up quickly.
Yeah, needs to be able to do something here. But Lion Claw does finally get a little bit of a spot here. That's just going to be the one player. So now he's going to fall right on back. Gaimin Gladiators with the 3-man setup here at A. But you still got Lion Claw. You still got Spoxy. They're going to be committed to this B side. Now the rotates are coming through. Spoxy looks for the big duels. He's actually going to re-aggress on this. He's not even going to backpedal. He wants to just try to be able to bring the firefight. But now Lion Claw, he has to be the firefighter. It's only going to be the one kill, but at least it's enough time for his teammates to get here. But Madison, once again, able to find this opening double, leaving it to Flex and Raffin now. Flex is able to get himself right behind the box. They might not expect him to be in this position. Raffin just needs to be the distraction point. 20 seconds remaining, get the C4 down. Finally going to be committed to, and there's Flex! Oh no, he needed that double desperately, and Raffin just can't seem to connect the spray. And once again, Entropy put themselves in a position up by 3, and things are starting to lose a little bit of control on this here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, honestly, not looking like the best of maps for them. You've got some individuals starting to struggle. On top of that, the team play lacking a little bit on this map compared to the first as well. But Entropy, you've got to hand it to them, playing a much better game in map number 2 here after a 10-3 loss on Port. Wasn't sure how this one was going to look on the overall series for them, but now if they can hold true to this, they are definitely in a position where they can take this all the way to a map 3 potential win for themselves. Gainer, though, really coming to life here with Madison. 13 kills apiece on this map, 40 up to 10 as well. Meanwhile, Spoxy, the only one on the Gaimin Gladiators side to hit that double digits. He's on 15, but when you've got Lion Claw and Dezane kind of having a lacking performance here compared to what we're used to seeing from them, it creates a really tough situation as both of those guys are kind of one at best on these holds, and you really need them to find a little bit more. Flex, though, really wants to take this fight over on the B archway. He knows it's Gainer on the off angle, but this is where he might get a little bit uncomfortable. 3 players now starting to rotate over there to get some extra pressure onto the position, but it's not really going to be meant for the fight just yet. You can see Flex trying to trace them through the smoke. He's not going to take any shots here. Gainer, though, does he go for this peak Flex? This is what you got to look out for with him. He's so aggressive, but Gainer, he's right there and ready for it.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Flex because he had no idea that he could be there. Well, now for Gaimin Gladiators, losing Flex could be really problematic here. Spoxy, oh no, his positioning. I don't know how he gets away with that reposition, and then he even gets away with the duel too. Now Raffin, he's going to be the guy that's going to be the anchor in the site. He has to be able to hold on. He's behind the box, but again, that might buy a little bit of time. Flashes need to be thrown. Raffin with a big spray down. Is it going to be more than just the one? It will not. Lion Claw there to try to assist as much as possible. There we go. Gaimin Gladiators finally showing us a pulse, some kind of a form of life here, keeping themselves a little bit closer in contention to this game. But boy, oh boy, it's becoming a bit of a grind here, which is a little nerve-wracking here for Gaimin Gladiators, considering that they are the clear favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, the second map has been a rough road for them, to say the least, but that previous round looking a lot better than it has been. Flex still does get caught early in it, but the rest of Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of locking things down, and I do like the changeup they've brought to the table here to start off this round. They go for a big control play, but Flex again getting way too overzealous on these peaks. That's the 3rd time in a row he's been caught early on, and now Entropy, they're just going to seize the opportunity to push all the way through to the B-bomb side, and things are falling apart. Everybody isolated for Gaimin Gladiators. No support system in place for these fights, and Entropy, they'll take that all day long. 5 versus 1. Raffin needs a miracle to win this round, and he's not going to find one. 8 now on the table for Entropy.
Yeah, and this is the thing that, you know, despite watching Gaimin Gladiators and love watching their style of play, this is the thing that always gets a little bit frustrating, is the fact of, like, you know, someone like Flex with the way he plays and the way he likes to go for the aggression and get that, like, you know, information. It just seems to become a bit of a repeat, right? Like, even if he dies early on, like, it just feels like it's such a open body, like, you know, opportunity where it just shouldn't be against them. But I mean, in this case, he's able to find that duel, so it pans out nicely for them. But now, thankfully, he's actually going to pull on back. He's not going to re-aggress. He's not going to keep trying to press onto this. He's going to play a lot more structured with his team. They're going to try to use these numbers to their advantage as much as possible. And that's important right now for Gaimin Gladiators. They have to make sure that they can keep this composure intact. Lineclaw has to be careful because now a player's actually slipped right underneath him. I don't know if he knows this, and Gainer actually gets annihilated on this, so Lineclaw with a really good timing of it. Gaimin Gladiators doing a good job now, finding a little bit more of their stride, starting to win these fights one by one. A little bit more of a sloppy approach here for Entropy. They're starting to just look for these fights, and it's really not working at all. It really seems to be they've hit a barricade.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough round for Madison and 40, but they both had pretty good games here. But unfortunately, with the C4 down in the window, there's not a whole lot they can do. Spoxy gets the final kill, and it's now 6 for Gaimin Gladiators. But Entropy, they're still only 2 away from making it happen for themselves. They've had such a good map. It would be a shame to see them slip it up here at the finish line and potentially allow Gaimin Gladiators right back into this. But you can tell the pace is changing for Gaimin Gladiators. They know they want to get this done and not risk that third map situation. You can tell the aggression this time going to be placed towards that B side of the map. Lionclaw posted up with Flex, and I like this play call, allowing Flex to still be aggressive, but now there's at least that trade potential if he is to go down on this archway. So good support system setup. Might be enough to catch Entropy off guard here, but Gainer knows just as well. This is a team that likes to push through for those flanks instead of going for the peak. He's just going to hold on to it and allow the rest of his team to work for that mid control. And that's the one big flaw in this setup. You've only got Spoxy holding on to the lower B tunnels and the entire mid section of the map. And if he gets the wrong timing here, it's basically over.
Oh, and Lionclaw, I don't know how he gets away with that too. I thought Gainer would have been maybe able to hear him, but now Entropy a little bit stuck in the mud on this. So Gaimin Gladiators, the fact that they're winning these opening duels is really starting to pan out nicely for them. The fact that's really been the saving grace, right? Flex is going to go for a full rotate. That's going to be heard here. Entropy are going to be able to hear that rotate happening. So this could be a moment for them to kind of, slither their way through mid. Be able to go that fight against Foxy. Because already pushed on his Lionclaw. He's going to be close. It's a beautiful shot. Looking for a little bit more. The guy's hungry for it. He's going to get traded out. And now Entropy, with 46 seconds remaining, they're trying their darndest to figure out where do we want to go? Where is that opening? Where's that small little bit of a pocket that we can just rip on open now? And they're just stuck in, in GR spawn. C4 still making its way onto short, trying to figure out how to get this thing across. Raffin, close on by, Gaimin Gladiators. Decent positionings right now, but kind of playing these one-on-one situations, which could be a little nerve-wracking. But time is dwindling here for Entropy. They have to make a decision quickly. And there it is. Spoxy, beautiful 1 and 2 combination. Leaving it to Vise on his lonesome. And he's going to be able to do something with a 1-on-3, but it ain't going to happen. And Gaimin Gladiators have now made this in a one-round contention. But, whew, this thing is becoming a nail-biter.
Yeah, very, very close. You've got Spoxy continuing to pop off, but now some of these other players as well doing a lot of work for Gaimin Gladiators to keep the dream alive. Lionclaw in particular really stepping up in these last couple of rounds to find some key entry frags and assist on the retake. So now it's going to be up to Entropy to show us that they can close it out, but you can tell Gaimin Gladiators, they're hungry now. They want to push this one into a 2-0 series. They don't want another day where it becomes a map 3 situation to get it done, and this is where they're going to have to continue to keep that polish all the way through if they really want to make it happen. And you've already lost Vise if you're Entropy right now. It's got to be a bit of anxiousness to get that pick to answer back. But look at Flex here. He's going to run into trouble. 40 gets the opener. It's actually on the Lionclaw, who peeked out for the support, assuming Flex might land that first shot. But this is a really bad angle to be on with an AWM. There's just no exit strategy there. Now Spoxy has to get aggressive, has to find some sort of answer here. He's going to miss the shot, though, as well. Things not going the best for Gaimin Gladiators, and they know that's the opening to rush him down. Spoxy, you don't get a lot of chances to take those shots against him, and now Dezane is all alone. This is the round that Entropy was looking for, but Dezane trying to shut down the opportunity. Runs into trouble, eats the flash, and 40 right there to secure 3 big kills and the round.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of wondering, right? I mean, this map pick was a lot of the big questions, right, for Entropy, and like their preparation is looking like it could be good, because now Gaimin Gladiators needing to fight for an overtime situation if they want to keep themselves in this game. Otherwise, this thing can be over, and we're pushing it to a map 3 with Spoxy. Very uncharacteristic miss, just barely. I feel like it almost went right through the player's legs. It was just slightly off. Now Spoxy re-aggressing, but my god, again Spoxy! How does he get away with this just when things are looking grim, just when things look like it's not going to work out at all for him? He finds a double kill, and that's the hero you need here, Gaimin Gladiators. A 1-round differential, and Entropy now. Are they going to be able to handle this pressure, or are we going to be pushing things into OT, where that's really a good territory for Gaimin Gladiators?
Yeah, this is a tough one. They've got to find a way to deal with Spoxy. He's always that threat that Gaimin Gladiators is going to have on the table, and the way he's hitting shots over towards that B bomb side, I would not be surprised if we see an A take here coming out from Entropy. It's been a lot more successful for them in that direction because Spoxy is forced to play retake, and if you're Gaimin Gladiators right now, you might even think about maybe moving his position a little bit earlier on and not putting him as that B anchor, because Entropy has to be playing around that for the remainder of this matchup. They know where he's going to be lurking, and this is where someone like Flex is going to have to show that value in the round. If he is going to play risky in a round like this, it has to bring some sort of value to the team. Otherwise, it could be that opening they need to win the round. So it is Flex going for the more passive approach, goes into the 3-stack on the A bomb side. Dezane already low from the early fight, but Entropy, they've got their eyes set on the B split. But they've got 2 in mid here, and this is where the opening could potentially work out. Lineclaw, he has to play double coverage between the B hotel and that bridge cross position into the GR spawn, and if the timing isn't perfect for him, he could run into trouble, but he actually goes for the gamble here. He thinks they're going to go through mid as well, but there's this weird timing here where he has to reposition, and he's going to be caught off guard from it. Now the full team of Entropy swoops into mid, but guess who it is once again? Spoxy to find those openings. Gets himself the first. Dezane finds the second. Here comes the pressure, but Spoxy and Lineclaw, they're ready for it. Manison left alone. The only hope to win it in regulation, and it's not going to be there. Lineclaw with a 3K to close it out, and 9-9. We're all tied again, Laz.
Whoo-wee. Okay, yeah, and again, it's the heroics, in my opinion, of Spoxy that's really just saved them so many times, and the fact that he's just been that devastating, the sniper player, just making these double kills, if not maybe a triple kill. It's just shutting down any sort of aggression that we see from Entropy. So that's what we talked a lot about, right? And the desk was kind of mentioning, he can be a spooky player because, look, like he can just be able to find these crazy situations where he can just land like a double kill, like I said. So you got to give it up for Gaimin Gladiators. A lot of resilience when things were looking really grim, but this is frustrating for Entropy because now, they had themselves in a 3-round lead. They've essentially let that go, pushing into an OT now. So we're going to have to see what they want to do a little bit differently. And I feel like the main strategy here is just going to be, let's not go where Spoxy is, or we need to find a way to really crunch him down so that we can get into these sites, because it really feels like he's the one that's being a playmaker to allow his other teammates to kind of thrive right behind him.
Yeah, Spoxy, 24 kills in regulation there. One of the highest scores we've seen so far in the season from an individual in regulation, but it's not to say it's enough to get the job done. The rest of the team here for Gaimin Gladiators needs to be playing on that level as well if they truly want to win this one back in overtime, because the Blacklist side they had in the first half didn't look very organized or structured really at all a lot of those rounds, and Spoxy was the only reason they even got half of them. So if they can play a little bit more uniform, this could be that second chance they were looking for to close this series out 2-0, but it is going to have to start on the Blacklist side for this team, which hasn't been the best so far on this map. But Gainer as well, he was half the reason for that. He has to keep up that performance as well that he had from regulation, where on this side of the map he put up almost 15 kills.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true. And that's the thing that's been really great to see from Entropy is like someone like Gainer that has really put up some decent numbers, and somebody that I've really put a big spotlight on for the season. So again, when a big challenge in front of them, he's able to prevail quite nicely. But now let's push to the overtime. The first one here for day number 3 here. And now Entropy back onto the GR. Gaimin Gladiators taking a very slow approach on this. Again, like kind of a 2, deeper mid, 2 on the outskirts of like B, and then just leaving, for Spoxy, just go for the long range fight here in A main in case there's any sort of aggression. So not bad at all. Very defaulty setup on this. Just expecting some kind of aggression. And that's actually not the case. And I really like this right now between Beva and Gainer. This is a really nice little bit of a cheeky setup because essentially You can see the Gainer's just playing the anti-flash. Bev is going to be the first player of the contact. Flex going to try to miss this shot, unfortunately. He does equip the on once more. But now with that shot miss, Raffin tries to be able to pounce on this, but just a second too late. So now we're down to the last minute here, Kyle, and really it's just been a little bit of damage here and there, but there needs to be a decision made here from the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bait out the fake and then go A is what it seems like here. They keep putting this fake pressure onto mid and B to try and force a rotation off, and you can tell with Spoxy's anchor position in the C4's location, they still want to ultimately go over to the A bomb site, but they're not ready for Gainer in the vent. That is so unfortunate for them. 2 headshots, though, big for Entropy in this round to have Gainer hold on. The C4 is picked up. The C4 can leave now. This could be a crucial error. Entropy stacking every single player now on the A bomb site, but the C4 is already getting out of town here and heading over to B. Lionclaw has the key position, though. He has to frag out from here. Able to get one. Might not be enough, though. Only one and done from the double stack on the rotation. You can see Flex going for the rotation. It's Boxy. He has to stay alive here as long as possible, and that might not be enough time here. Flex, he doesn't have great visibility on the bomb, but he's so far off of it, they might not know he's playing it from the backside of mid. You can tell Beva and Gainer trying to figure this one out, but it might be a little bit too late. It's going to come down to the 1v1, and Gainer is nowhere near touching this bomb. Flex, this is such a good spot as well to have this 1v1 from the tower position.
Oh no.
A great way to catch them off guards.
Oh no.
He just barely gets it. What a shot from Flex. That is going to be a devastating blow for Gainer. That one hand sticking out, making all of the difference.
Oh man, you could just see even him like with a bit of a smirk. He's like, oh man, I got lucky with that because yeah, Gainer, unfortunately, just his arm was just sticking out. I think we're going to see it right there. Oh my goodness, because that would have been a ninja defuse right there, and it should have been done. It should have been really Entropy's round, but Flex once again showing us a little bit of that clutch macho man that he's got in him, but boy, oh boy, the stars aligned for him there a little bit. That's so nice. And he played everything really well, as you know, just kind of expecting a big flank, but good attempt from Gainer nonetheless. Again, still putting up some decent numbers right now from Entropy. But what are we going to see from the Gaimin Gladiators? Right back to a 2-1-1. Or a 3-1-1, I should say, sorry. And the fact that, you know, even right now, Lionclaw, he's the one that's up on mid-stairs, so he's already got himself pretty much in close encounters here for mid. A double player stack here into the B site, leaving it for Vise to kind of go in hotel window. And already Spoxy once again finds this opener duel. I don't know what Entropy are doing. They're just going one by one in vent. And that's going to be a free site if they want it. Vise finally gets a little bit of a pickup, but I think it's a little too short now.
Yeah, Entropy still on the back foot here, and retaking this bomb site is a very, very tough thing to do over towards Zay, and you're going to see 40 already poking around trying to find something, but it's actually Gainer again finding the openings for this team. A big flank kill to take down Lionclaw adds the pressure in the post plant onto these 3 remaining players for Gaimin Gladiators. This is such a crucial round, though, considering the scoreline overall, only a 1-round lead. They don't want to give up the tie this early on in overtime. Gainer as well on the flank is very, very low on HP. The time is now ticking away from them. 20 seconds. They've got to make their move. Zane eats the flash, though. Raffin goes down as well. And guess who's left to defend it all again? It's going to be Spoxy. Good for 2. Surely not another 1v3 from Spoxy, but this time there's just no time to get it done for him. And just with a few seconds on the clock, 40 thankfully there to tie this one up for Entropy.
And that's the thing, like, it's exciting to see these clutch scenarios that it's almost working out for Gaimin Gladiators, but it's the fact that it just shouldn't be this position. They shouldn't be relying on players to be able to find, like, you know, 1-on-3s or 1-on-2s like this. But Spoxy almost makes it happen. And that's where I'm a little bit nervous here for Gaimin Gladiators. It's kind of relying on the individual prowess of some of these players to really just shine a little bit more bright. It's not really like them getting them good teamwork to get themselves in these, like, 2v3 situations. It's really just somebody to be able to find the clutch, but they come short now after Flex's earlier one. And now Gaimin Gladiators needing Spoxy to be able to find a little bit more connection. Somebody else needing to find a bit of an opening. Zane, I'm just waiting for that pop-off moment for him too. He's going to join his comrades. He's going to carry the C4 on this Vise. A bit of an off angle in mid. And 4 or 3 of the players are now going to go through onto underpass, where this will be interesting. 40's got a bit of a lineup on this one. Is Rafa going to be able to hit this shot, though? 40's pretty much ready up on the tee on it. He's going to look for the swing. Flashes get thrown. Oh, he's able to find it. No way in hell he gets that. That should be a free sight here, Kyle. This is an opening right now, and Entropy again on the retake scenario.
Yeah, this one's going to be much tougher now with Vise going down on the flank. Raffin finding a second. It's Medicine all alone in the GR spawn, and this time around, Gaimin Gladiators not going to let this one slip. And even though it's a 2-1, not a perfect half from them, this felt like a much better Blacklist side from Gaimin Gladiators here in overtime. So I feel like Entropy definitely now have their work cut out for them to try and bring it back.
Yeah, it looked a lot better, and I love that last round too. It just really was a little bit faster, and Gaimin Gladiators were like, you know what, let's just group up together, let's just take this site. It really was Raffin to be able to find that entry, right? Like the fact that 40 wasn't able to really find that shot at all, that really stunted them. So 2-1's not, not the worst, not the best for these guys, but I think even the fact that we're getting pushed into an overtime is definitely something to give a lot of, kudos for Entropy as well. They're really pushing these guys to the fullest extent right now, which is a really good thing to see. But, I mean, look, Gaimin Gladiators are starting to look like they're playing a little bit better and better. I'm just wanting to be a little bit more convinced of their teamwork to be better. It feels like some of these post plants, there's a lot of over-aggression by one player, if not two, just going for these weird, 1v2 fights that shouldn't be happening. But now Entropy, they got a couple minutes here to just kind of, again, evaluate their game plan, because now they're going to have to win quite a few rounds here to get this thing done. Otherwise, this thing could be all over, and Gaimin Gladiators might be able to find themselves a 2-0. But boy, it has not been an easy feat here so far, Kyle.
It's definitely been a tough path, but Gaimin Gladiators, they need 2 out of 3 here on this side of the map to secure it and flex. That's quite a way to get it started. Madison caught early over towards A long. Now they've got the 5-on-4 they were looking for. And I like this changeup as well. Look at Flex's position. He's playing in the 3-stack more and more often. And I think for me, that's the play I was hoping for. If you're going to unleash someone on this aggressive B-long angle, let it be Spoxy. He's been hitting shots all day long, and there's another one right there. I mean, that's what we love to see from Spoxy. He's up to, I believe, 31 kills in this match as well on top of it, and it's only going to be downhill from here, unfortunately, for Entropy in this round. 2v5 situation, Vise and 40, the last two to try and make it happen. 40 able to get one, but what more can you do here?
Yeah, and it's a really good point you bring up, is the fact of just let Spoxy get him off the leash, let him just do what he wants to do, right? I mean, he's having himself a beast of a game so far, so why not? But I love the fact that even Raffin was getting a little bit aggressive too. Like they were using that numbers, they were trying to bully this round. They really want to get this thing over with, but now they're playing a lot more conservative. They're playing together as a team and realizing look, let's use these numbers to our advantage. Let's not just throw this away. They're going to be grouped up a little bit, double in spawn, double in B. So they're going to allow this A site to be up for grabs, and they're just going to go for the full retake, which I'm actually not even against at all, because really, you only got a little bit of utility between the two of these players. They're going to be able to get this plant down, but they're going to be able to clear every single angle. They're just really cautious of this. They're worried that somebody's going to be close on by. And now they got an inkling that this is going to be a retake setup. Nobody even from Gaimin Gladiators, they're not even overextended on this either, so it's not even an obvious, bit of a setup. Even if they want to go for a quick little bit of a peek. You can see one player is going to go towards fence. That's going to be Vise. Is he actually going to commit to this though, or is he just going to pull back? But it looks like he actually might try to keep himself a little bit close encounters. 25 seconds now. They got to get moving. Time is starting to dwindle just a little bit here for Gaimin Gladiators. This utility is really just pushing them back. They got to go now. They have to get moving. 40 able to find that first shot with 13 seconds remaining. The timer's just getting too low. One of them has to get on the defuse, and there we go. Able to just jump around, find these kills, a pistol and an AK to solidify the 12th round. Now we're finally on match and series point.
They've got 2 chances to win it here without risking the golden round, and it's looking like they are hitting their stride here in this overtime situation. Things looking a lot more clean across the board for this team than what we saw in the first half. So now it's going to be up to Entropy to show us any fight they've got left. This is their moment to try and bring things back to a tie. It's 2 in a row needed, and a golden round finisher as well, which they would be playing from the same sides they're currently on, which for Gaimin Gladiators, surprisingly, they've looked a lot better on the GR on this map, considering it is a BL-sided one normally for most teams, but I think they'll take it at this point because Flex, he's back on it as well, takes down Vise to kick off the round, and that could be enough to get them into a winning position here. You can see the collapse starting to happen towards this B and mid section, but Gainer has to find something now, and that could be the beginning of the end here as Raffin gets the opener. 40 though on the lurk, able to at least find one onto Lion Claw, but they've still got to deal with Spoxy on this B bomb site, and with how spread out these remaining three players are, it doesn't look too likely that it may go their direction.
Yeah, some good intel gained here, and I think Zane was actually able to find a little bit of intel that one of the players, if not two, are going to be towards spawn, but unfortunately for Spoxy, I don't think he caught that memo, so now the C4 is going to go down. A 3-on-3 we go. And here we go again. Gaimin Gladiators on the retake scenario, they're all grouped up in mid-stairs. A couple players look like maybe even just one might just try to go through tunnel. The other double is going to go towards the mid-stairs, but now Raffin not going to be able to find this kill. Entropy now giving themselves an advantage. Is it going to be enough here to keep themselves in this game? Flex and Zane now leading the charge with 13 seconds. They have to get moving. Time again is dwindling, but there's Flex able to find this, and he's going to stick the defuse. He just needs his teammate to be able to cover him, and there it is! It's going to be a ninja defuse, and Gaimin Gladiators will get it done and settled with a 2-0.
That right there is the ultimate trust fall to win a map. I was not sure if they were going to commit to that stick defuse, but what a play. Flex just trusting his team to get the job done and hold him off, and that is everything for them in this series. They fought a hard game on the side of Entropy. There were so many moments where it looked like Entropy was probably going to run away with this second map, but you let them get to overtime, and this is what you get from Gaimin Gladiators, a much different team under pressure, and they certainly get the job done. But man, what an overall performance from this team to get this one across the line, because Entropy, they put up one heck of a fight.
They really did. They really did. And there was, again, I got to tip my hat a little bit here for Entropy because I wasn't really sure how they were going to show up today. Map number one looked like it was a total wash, but the fact that, for this secondary one, they looked a lot more prepared. They looked like they had a pretty decent game plan. It just fell a little bit short. And that's the lack of experience like we talked about. That's where we were saying for these guys, that's going to be their biggest downfall in this kind of a situation. So I think for them to be able to push this into an overtime scenario against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, these are the right steps. These are the right, a little bit of small steps you have to get to put yourselves in a contending team here for the league. So I'm very excited, but a big congratulations here for Gaimin Gladiators. A little bit more of a tough second map, but you know what? That's going to get the job done. We're going to take that break. We're going to get ready for the third series of the day. We're going to let the desk run us through a little bit of the match recap. See you in a bit.
Hello again, and once again, we are on 2-0 series this day, the third day of the first week on CrossFire West League. Hazem, GG, denied all things I expected, denied all things we expected for Entropy, and they came back on the top of this series, claiming their second win in this split.
Man, talk about distraction, talk about dedication, talk about absolute wonderful, flawless gameplay, then talk about GG. Listen to me, man. Spoxy, Ruffin, and Leon Clow, and Flex Design. For all of these guys, especially Spoxy, man. Spoxy is voted one of the most, if not the best sniper in EU. The guy is super insane, known for his double kills. I think, no, I know, I do believe 100% that if Spoxy did not get his double kill in round 13 and in round 14 and in round 10, double kill with the sniper, imagine it's a 2v4 situation.
True.
And it becomes a 2v2 in a flick of a second, man. He kills one with a sniper, switches to the pistol, kills another, and then makes it a normal 2v2 as if nothing happened. Who does that other than Spoxy? He gets 2 with the sniper every 2 to 3 rounds. Also, Lion Clow, man. Lion Clow is actually insane, man.
Insane.
You find him everywhere in the map. The thing is, the game started for Gainer from the other team, not from GG. So once the game was going back and forth, and Gainer absolutely destroyed GG from Entropy, he was like, all right, this is my map. You guys had yours.
True.
Let's go a third map that decide. He was 15 kills within the 6th round. So you don't see this every day, by the way.
And this is what, when it comes to adaptation, Spoxy and GG played the same style as Entropy. Entropy plays on individual skills, plays on solo kills. So GG adapting on this map, adapting to the play style of Entropy, and trying to push back through the individual skills of their players, and actually they managed to pull.
Man, there's a big difference between individual skills and clutch masters, man.
True.
Like, individual skills is, I'm gonna kill one and die, so I did my point, I did my role, I traded with you guys.
Yeah.
But with Spoxy, the guy is a clutch machine with his sniper. You can see most of the highlights is sniper highlights, by the way, because Spoxy managed to get it. Here's a kill, here's another. Woo. It's always a double when you mention his name. Do not forget about Flex. Flex plays certain rounds with a push. So here's the strategy of GG on the overtime. Let's start with a player, aka Flex, pushing A side, and the other 4 player going alongside the B side.
I think production knows that you choose 40 as a player to watch, and here is a head-to-head stats for from 40 and Spoxy head-to-head.
Yeah, 40 didn't make it. He played well, he played good. Wish he played like he did yesterday. He was the MVP, but you know, 1.19 KDA will do the job for him. Will not do the job for him, sorry, because Spoxy with a 2.33 KDA, superior gameplay, man. Moving forward from this series, bro, with one certain message and one certain statement is that GG is coming hard, man.
And this is just the week 1 of this split. We just have more 6 weeks or 7 weeks coming ahead. They will come stronger and stronger, and Entropy, of course, will become stronger again. So this is the second series for this day, and the third is behind us. Anubis versus GV. What a game, what a series to expect, and what an anticipation from both teams. Anubis suffering 0-2 score, didn't win any game until now, but GV as well. GV is, from my opinion, doing better, performing better, but both teams trying to prove themselves in this first week.
I mean, we've seen the fourth place for the Stars League Season 1 GV, but let's first talk about Anubis Gaming, who did not win a single game, Zika. It's doomed for them, right, Doom? So they play with Doom, Comics, Jaguar, Depsy, and Sad, and they are not having the best split yet. Their standings are awful, and their positioning in the standing is not the best.
Though most of the games, you can see Dipsy doing great plays. You can
Indeed.
see Doom clutches many rounds. You
But
can
they always
you can,
choke
you
again.
can see Jaguar annihilating enemy team. But at the end of the day,
They choke.
they choke.
Yeah, they do choke, and it's not fun for them to grind and reach the last rounds and then they lose. But listen, man, for them, their opponents wasn't wasn't the most fun. They played versus
know.
ROC, then they played versus
UNK.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, UNK. So tonight, he's, let's say, judging by the standards, judging by the standings, is an easier opponent. GV. I wouldn't say easier though, because yesterday games versus ROC Esports, ROC had a really, really tough time playing
True.
against GV.
Yeah.
But again, talk about standings. How can you forget about awesome stock space, creeds, and loons?
Most of them we saw many times on the MVP panel. So prepare yourself. I know you love FaZe so much.
Of
I know
course.
you adore Awesome,
Yes,
and
sir.
you call him many times
Awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's actually awesome when it comes to gameplay, stocks, phase, creeds, and loons. We've witnessed every guy playing yesterday against ROC Esports. We've witnessed the flashes, the utility, mobilization.
Assassination when Creed
Yes.
came on
yes.
top and became the MVP.
Exactly. Creed always knows how to backstab his opponents. But the question is, I mean, there's a point that there was a lot of technical issues yesterday, sadly, that didn't give us the best experience.
True.
Hopefully from GV and Anubis, they give us a better experience when it comes to this best of.
But at least we're seeing port this game as well, plus Subbase, the favorite map
Yes.
for Anubis, and the decider will be Ankara.
Ankara. I love to see Ankara tonight, honestly. I think GV and Anubis, by ending this series, only one team will have 0 losses, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 0 wins, sorry.
0-1.
Yeah. Is it GV? Is it going to be Anubis? It's such a close series to think about because both teams had 0 wins, but you can judge from other perspective. When both teams played against ROC Esports, GV did perform better.
True. I believe in GV is going to perform very, very well. I'm waiting for Anubis to surprise us. Like GG surprised us against Entropy. Even we thought Entropy would get this game and get things squared again to go to game 3, but GG ended it. I am waiting for a surprise from Anubis Gaming. But GV, like you said yesterday, like I might say today, GV is building up. Every game you see GV, they are getting stronger every game.
Yeah, that is true. That is actually so true because the first game for GV wasn't the best. Yesterday they played solid. Maybe tonight they get their first win. But vice versa for Anubis Gaming, they need their first one, man.
True.
The game is so big for them not to win.
And they had an advantage. When you go against Anubis, who had 0-2, who faced ROC and UNK, and you don't pay attention that Anubis just faced 2 of the most strongest teams so far. So if GV underestimates Anubis and Anubis comes with a surprise strat, maybe a surprise flex between the guys, you can see Anubis pull out some tricks.
Maybe, man. I mean, we've talked about stats, we've talked about probabilities, we've talked about possibilities of winning from Anubis side or from GV side. And what we're waiting for is to see both teams dominate each other, both teams give us the last conclusion. You're not going to ask me the question.
My question is, who's your player to watch?
Jaguar and Depsy and Faye. You want one player? Okay.
One player.
One player only. I'm gonna
only one
go
player.
with Awesome. Awesome is my player.
Awesome is your player for game one in this best of three series,
Yes.
last series of the day with Laz and Kyle. The mic is yours.
All right, here we go. Our final series of the weekend, lads. We finally made it here. And it's a pretty good one. Anubis and GV, who I would say have both had a very similar and an unfortunate start to their season, both losing to ROC Esports and both losing to unKnights. So definitely a rude awakening to jump in the fire for both of these teams. But I think it makes me a lot more excited to see them go head to head because they both had moments within those two matchups previously where they were competitive, especially when we think about just yesterday, GV really making ROC Esports work for that 2-1 victory. It makes it kind of paint a picture here that this could be a really close match on paper.
Yeah, I definitely could, right? I mean, I think this is definitely probably the biggest match of the, day number 3. I would definitely agree. Like this one, it's hard to know because I feel like Anubis, the fact they haven't really been able to get a lot of wins under their column, but they've had like moderately decently close games, but I don't know, like GV were extremely impressive yesterday just because, like you said, the fact that they pushed it to a 3-map series against, ROC Esports was something I never would have put on my bingo card. And really, you got to remember, like FaZe played outstanding first map. Then we got to see, many different people kind of, spread across that were doing quite well. Like I think even Creeds was able to get the MVP in the second map. So these are really good things to see. Despite they didn't get the win, it at least kind of showed that these guys are really going in the right direction of becoming like a really proficient team. As where kind of, on the other side is like where I said Anubis are still kind of in this rebuilding phase. They're still trying to figure themselves out a little bit. So this is going to be a pretty tough task for them. And I think, if it was me, I would probably give GV the slightest edge. If they can play like they did yesterday, I mean, this could definitely be a GV, bit of a series.
Well, we'll see how it goes as we hop into map number 1, sub base. Anubis defending to start it off on that GR side. GV, though, they did put up a nice 8 rounds against ROC Esports on this yesterday, so they've got some good strats they can bring to the table on this map, especially when you look at players like FaZe and Awesome, who are both really popping off on this map in their ROC Esports matchup. So Anubis, GV bring that same strength into the set today if they really want to find a win, because the downside for both of these teams is leaving with 3 losses on their record in the overall standings, and neither one of these teams wants to be in that position because both of them are teams I can see later on in the season in that playoff position. But right now, it's off to hard for some of these, so we'll see what happens.
Definitely, for sure. And now, I mean, you can even see there's some good opening coming in from GV, and the fact they're able to just look at that, the blink of an eye, all 4 kills just like that. Anubis can't seem to find any sort of opportunity for some duels. This could even be a potentially flawless round here for these guys. This is huge, and now even saw it in a really tough position, a big task ahead of him. But again, the position just all against him. I'm not really going to go for him here. Like, I mean, I love to say the underdog story. I'm always a big advocate for it, but I mean, this is just too much of a tall task. 2 players just waiting for him on left and right. And there we go. GV in a really, really good starting point here, able to get themselves a pretty magnificent start. And the fact that, like I said, we're starting to see a little bit of that effect of what we saw yesterday. This is going to make it difficult right now for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, right now, GV having a really solid start here. Things are looking better and better for them after that first round. I wasn't sure how they were going to play it from the start, but there wasn't really anything working for Anubis in that opening round. But you've got players like Creeds and Awesome who are very good at pulling these early pressure plays. You can see Anubis going for a vent boost maybe to change the pace this time around and maybe sneak someone out even all the way into mid. I do like this position because GV has a tendency to send several players vents within a round to scout out that information, so it could be enough to kind of tip the scales here. But that's the big difference, I think, that we saw in the first round for me between these two teams. It's not necessarily going to come down to strategies. I think it's going to come down to that firepower difference, because what we saw on the server yesterday for GV gave me a lot of faith in the individual power they bring to the table as a team this season.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the biggest thing, is the fact that they were just able to put themselves in really close contention with a team like ROC Esports. It was like we were saying, this is a really big test. And the fact that they were able to put it to a 3-map series, relatively close games, it just seems like GV might, maybe very well could be on the path of like, the old glory of where they've been before. And all it took was just a little bit of a roster adjustment here, adding a new mastermind to the group, maybe, but we can't get ahead of ourselves yet. I mean, again, plenty of action. I mean, still plenty of season left, and GV still have to be able to prove that they can fight all the competition here in the league. But Snock's able to get himself a little bit more of action. He was a little bit absent yesterday. He wasn't really finding his form as what we normally have seen, but we'll see if he's able to find it here. Anubis now, despite having the 4 players, Comics is going to be able to get himself out of this, maybe, but can't seem to find a shot. The pre-firing doesn't connect at all. Solid's going to go down quickly. And just like that, again, GV, such a quick amount of duels just going their way. Don't even take any sort of, other deaths. Loons is just down to like 1 HP, but you love to see it. These guys are looking, again, like they've really improved even from yesterday, and we're only 2 rounds in.
Yeah, 2 rounds, but 2 very decisive ones, and already in round number 3, they get the opening pick as well. Hansen goes down, and they've got to readjust here. Anubis not really finding the openings they might have been hoping for in this head-to-head, but it just goes to show you the strength this team brings to the table for GV, and it's not just one player. Everybody really making things happen. FaZe the only one yet to find a kill for this team, but he hasn't necessarily had to make those moves yet. So Anubis is going to try and change things up here. They've got Jaguar on the light boost. A good position if you go unchecked here, but you've got to think with GV how smart they play. They would probably check this position out. Jaguar is going to probably be forced into a fight on this light boost spot. But for now, they're just taking their time, playing the opening pick setup, trying to draw out even more attention and maybe a second kill before they go in for the push. And Anubis, they're pretty spread thin here across the map.
Yeah, but that's the question, is where they want to stack this, right? I mean, and right now what they're kind of doing is just putting Dipsy and Doom kind of together a little bit. Now I say that they retreat from each other, but you have kind of just Jaguar playing by himself in B, and he's going to be just close locker. So he's going to be, again, just in case he can find that intel right away for the rotates to come through. Comics once again will be the anchor here at the A site. Deep smoke going to get thrown here from GV, but it's just, again, a little bit of a fake. And oh man, these defenders, they're leaning on it. They're getting distracted. And now Jaguar with a really nice position on the light, but it's only going to get him that 1 kill. Doom here, close into the site, needs to be able to find a multitude, needs to be able to buy some time, needs to be able to just pop off, and indeed he does. His teammates now able to help him with the reinforcements, leaving it just down to FaZe. And he's going to be done. He's going to be dead. And it's X's on the eyes, and there we go. Anubis finally get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, really good round there, especially from Doom, holding for 2 here. Such a pivotal position to hold on to for as long as he did. Then he grabs the 3rd to seal the deal. So really nice response. Anubis finally getting themselves on the board here, but now they've got to roll with that momentum, because even this round looked a little bit dicey at points. The early round advantage was given to GV for the 3rd time in a row, and it's going to be the 4th time in a row here as Dipsy goes down again early on. He's 0-4 thanks to a lot of these early exchanges going the way of GV, and meanwhile you've got Awesome and Creed's kind of leading that charge in terms of entry potential, and that's why a match like this is so hard against a team like GV. They're not going to just wait for the push to take these fights. They're wanting to go in with a big advantage on numbers.
Yeah, and even from yesterday too, like we got to actually see this was the 10-8 victory for ROC Esports against GV. This was a very close map where I felt like it could have been anybody's game. Sod though, I'm going to hang my hat a little bit here because he's able to get a nice little bit of an opener. And there's a second, too. Just plays behind the missile. Things are nuclear over here for Anubis, and they find the triple, locking it down. And they just need to hold on to 2 more players, but Awesome able to find himself another double piece. They have plenty of time. They could just retreat this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They realize, look, let's use the time. Let's just go for a run. Let's go to that B site, reset on the plant. And that might just be the biggest play here because Anubis, they've overextended the rotate. They thought it was all going to be committed to this. Not going to be the plan. Not going to be the case. Loons now waiting it out. Going to be playing by himself. Just trying to be that first point of contact in jail. Awesome. Just trying to see if he's able to get that immediate trade back onto this. Both these Anubis players, though, they're spread apart. They're spread thin. Doom is going to be the one that's going to go through into Locker. He's already been spotted now. Goes on the high ground, trying to see if he can be able to win this fight. Tags one player. Jaguar able to find this other. Awesome now needing to come alive, but it might just be a little too late. He gets read like a book, and Anubis, once again, with a retake, will get themselves right back into this game.
Yeah, really tough one there for GV, but just not enough left in the tank to get it across the line. A lot of it, though, thanks to the A-hold here. 3 big kills to kick off the round made it so hard for Awesome and Loons to think about the recovery, even on this good positioning for the post plan. So now we're all even here, and Dipsy, he's ready to respond. He has the Om in hand this time around, takes FaZe out of the picture for the first advantage we've seen Anubis grab all map long to start the round. And this is the momentum boost they were hoping for. Not only are they looking good on the retakes, now they've got the early round advantages to go along with it. And for the first time, we're going to have to see GV fighting from behind on a round.
Oh, Doom. A little bit of a poke. But yeah, trades right back. So I was able to find himself another one. Well, the GV are starting to fall apart a little bit here. The leaves are falling off the tree a little bit. Good convincing round here for Anubis. They're starting to get into a little bit better of fighting form. GV now in kind of a weird position because the C4 of Awesome might just try to go through to the side hall here, and then they're going to just maybe try to crunch this if they can. This is not going to be great, though, because if Loons doesn't clear this... Oh, okay, never mind. Loons is going to clear it. He's going to get a great shot. Awesome, though. Can't seem to get the deal done. Can't be able to put the ink to the paper here to be able to find that kill and to saw it in this site. So now Loons, a tougher task for him. Now he has to go against 3. 2 of them are wounded, but Comics will be able to get the job done. That was a bit of a dicey round, but I mean, thankfully for Anubis, they did a good job. You know, through all the chaos, they were able to respond back with a nice lead now.
Yeah, Anubis just playing smart here on the GR side. They're not doing anything super overwhelming. They're just playing really sound with the rotations and support they provide their team, and that's the big difference in how you beat a team like GV shot for shot. I'd say GV's still a slightly stronger team, but the way they're peaking in unison here, it's putting Anubis a cut above right now. They get the opening advantage, but they're not ready for Awesome on the vent drop, and he's just going to go in guns blazing for this A-bottom play. But the problem is there's no one to support him in this position. The collapse comes in. Anubis just fully rotate for the support, leaving FaZe alone, who has been very quiet on this first map so far. When we saw it yesterday against ROC Esports, he was one of the top fraggers for his team, so it's a bit of a different approach from him to see him kind of fighting from behind in this match. If any time there was for FaZe to wake up, this is definitely a key moment if he could bring this one somehow to a tie. But Comics, what a nice little tap there to keep Anubis in the lead.
Hoi, oi, oi, okay. Things are looking not too bad here for Anubis. The fact that we're starting to see them actually playing a lot better. I was kind of wondering again, like, when are we going to get this, like, not final form, you know, performance? It's so much of the action to happen here, but when are we going to get that, you know, a little bit of a step up here for these guys to just really show us what they can do? But so far, looking like the double rounds in their favor. It's going to make it a little bit easier. GV not really showing us as that close of, you know, convincing rounds like what we saw yesterday. But I kind of wonder for Anubis as well. Maybe just even a little bit of, they were able to watch the tape a little bit yesterday. Getting, you know, some pretty good reads on this. Because you got to remember, that's only like not even like less than a day of like readjusting and preparing, right? And sometimes these games can just be so exhausting for some of these players that they just kind of want to rest up and get ready for the matches here, right? But Anubis so far looking pretty good. Double oms here. Dipsy pretty low, but they're going to be able to get the boost in the vent. Not going to be the case here in GV. Looking like they might want to go back for the old A-head. That was a big key of success here yesterday, Kyle.
Could be a good opportunity, but at the same time, they've got to deal with some early pressure if they go for this push. There's 3 players from Anubis ready to go. A missed shot, though, not the right way to lead off this hold. GV making work of it so far. Creed's able to find the first. Snox finds the second. Snox on the lurk, able to find himself 2, and that is a crucially missed shot there, and that could cost them the round. as now Jaguar all alone, 1 versus 4, has to find a way to push through, and that smoke is going to make it that much harder. He does at least have a flash to work with, but honestly, at this point, the clock is already ticked halfway down, and he hasn't really made any forward pressure happen for himself, and now that smoke is a lot more dense to push through, and you can see Loons goes down first. Awesome right there for the trade, though, and GV finally get the reply.
Well, it's about damn time, right? It's about time we see GV, you know, playing a little bit better, because that's the thing is like I was thinking this was going to be a heavily lean game, or more leaned game. I should say not heavily, but GV in the presence that, you know, just from what we saw yesterday, I thought they were going to be able to have more of a convincing first half on this. But I mean, even if they can be able to, you know, bring back some good rounds on the BL side, I think there'll be a nice transition over for them on the defense. But so far, Anubis have put themselves in a decent lead. And it's a question about these remaining rounds is who's going to be able to be the successor to get that first half in their victory. And GV looking pretty calm and collected so far. I haven't really felt like there's a lot of animosity or any like anger so far, or frustration. Everybody looks pretty calm. Even they did yesterday. That was something that was really, really cool to see. But I guess they're all vets, right? They've all been through all the thick and thin, Kyle. So they're pretty well versed. They've been through everything.
They're definitely ready to go here, and I'm curious to see what GV wants to do to change things up. You can tell they're a little critical of what they're doing right now, not as aggressive as we're used to seeing at the start of the round, but it could be a tough one here. There's a 3-player stack pushed up on the A lobby. Balloons, he's ready for it. Takes one down through the doors. He's still going to hold on, send the rest of his team potentially in the opposite direction, but Loons, he's still looking for more here, wants to take this fight on to Comics, but unfortunately, timing just not going to be there. But now Dipsy's getting overwhelmed on the back of this B bomb site. He's all alone in GV. They're not going to clear him out. Snox had no idea that Dipsy was just lurking here in the back of the bomb site, and now the rest of GV is going to try and double back towards A, but the big problem here is they just realized they don't have the C4 in hand, so now they've got to go in for this 2v1 a little bit more uncomfortably as Dipsy tucks away on the back of this bomb site. Great decision from him to pick up the AK for this 1v2 as well. It gives him a lot higher potential of securing both kills. If he can find some isolated frags, there's a chance. FaZe taken it very low on that first peek. Now Creeds is going to try and swing underneath, and he'll find his way through, and just like that, it's 2 in a row, and we're back at a tie.
Okay. Right back into a tie situation. Yeah, and this is the thing. I thought, aren't Anubis playing together? Weren't they in the house together? Am I crazy? Am I losing my mind?
They are all together, yeah.
Oh, they are right now? Oh, okay. Looked a little bit different. I don't know why. But okay. That's kind of the leg up, right? Like, I mean, I'm always a huge advocate for a team that can play LAN together and like just play in that environment. There can be like the argument that, yeah, well, they're in a different environment. Like their setup might not be quite what it would be like at home or something like that. Sure. But you know, I think it gives them a really good, you know, little bit of a leg up just in the sense of like better comms, better teamwork, and just kind of building, you know, again, together as much as possible and kind of minimizing any delays. But we'll have to see. And so far, they've really brought a good fight against GV, because I really did think this was going to be a strong map for GV, just considering what we saw yesterday. Not a victory, but still a very, very close game. And this was still the pick for Anubis, so I mean, clearly they've done some homework on this one and feeling pretty good on it. The fact that we're going, you know, pretty much right to the wire here in the last remaining round of the first half is something to behold, that's for sure. But what do we see GV go for? I mean, we've seen them successful in these A hits. I mean, I wouldn't mind them just to kind of recommit to this, because Comics, he hasn't really proven that he can lock it down all the time. It feels like he just buys enough time for his teammates to help him out.
Yeah, I feel like for GV, their highest success rate was going for these lobby control plays towards A or these late mid pinches. So I'm thinking that's going to be where they lean in this round. And you can see they're already putting a lot of early pressure to at least fake the A for now. But the rest of their team's going straight to Belturn onto the B bomb side. And this is where they might be able to catch them off guard. But Jaguar over on the bomb side is ready to go. Gets himself a nice two-piece, and just like that, it is a full shutdown to close out the first half for Anubis. So a 5-4, not a bad situation to be in, but certainly not enough for either team to feel like they've got it in the bag just yet. So this is where I want to see GV step up in this second half. They had a really great opening here. Those first 2 rounds were the most one-sided we've seen so far in this map. But since then, you could tell Anubis, they've adapted. They've figured out what GV's trying to do and done a great job of shutting it down.
Yeah, they really have. They really, really have. And it feels like, for Anubis, again, everybody, in terms of the frags, like, it's not like, it's not like Solid's having himself like a pop-off game, right? He's not like the one that's kind of putting them all in the backpack. Like, everybody is contributing. This is the biggest thing. And that was a lot of my criticism yesterday, was the fact of, Anubis, it felt like you needed someone like Dipsy to do well. You needed someone like Sod to do something well. Or even Jaguar. Like, he had himself actually a bit of a field day yesterday too. But right now, we're sitting in a really good teamwork that's happening from Anubis. So this is a huge improvement already. And I love to see it. But it's a question if they can close things out now. Because even GV, a team notorious for, bringing back into comeback situations. So this is the thing. It's a 1-round differential. It's really not much for them to be sweating about. It's still anybody's game. It's still super close. FaZe going down early is not going to help. He's just had himself an unfortunate game. He hasn't been able to find any sort of success. And this was the map that he did so well on, Kyle. So this is even more surprising.
Yeah, FaZe just having a rough go of it here. Not what you want to see if you're a GV fan. If you had the same game as yesterday, GV would probably be in a comfortable lead right now, but it's up to Creeds to hold the line. He's good for 2. Still alive underneath until Dipsy finally able to come in there. Awesome gets traded down as well. It's a 1v2. Snox working his way into the back of Cage. Gonna go ahead and maybe fight his way into the blue room. He knows he's got some separation between these 2 players, and he wants to take the fight before they can group up together. He's trying to keep them away from each other, and so far, it is working. Snox, though, very, very low on HP. He needs to hit a big headshot here, and he's going to do it! 1 versus 2. Snox coming up big at a key moment for GV to grab the round.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, this thing is back and forth. It's... Once again, everything's getting a little bit tense on this one, and just like that, we're right back into a tie game scenario. 5-5. What else is Anubis going to be able to bring to this? I would like to see them, like, again, just kick it up another gear. Double nades behind box. Not going to be able to find anybody. Nobody's home. C4 all the way back on the outskirts of spawn. So toying the idea they might go for a B hit here. But again, I think they're just hoping to find these opening duels. If they can, then it's going to be an obvious hit here. Good utility thrown from Awesome. That's going to allow some good damage against Anubis. Waiting things out. Now they're going to retreat on this. Now the C4 is going to be picked up. Are they wanting to go back for an APOP? Do they really want to recommit to this? And it looks like they do, because I think they got an inkling that GV had put a bit more of a heavier lean on this B side. So this could be a decent read here, Kyle.
Yeah, the trouble they're going to have here is now that Awesome knows there was a triple nade stack into his nade. These nades to retake A are going to be that much more devastating if GV can hold on to them. So there has to be a very, very clean entry on the Snox if they want to win this round. But Snox, he's going to hold the line for a double kill. A huge way to get this push started. And now it's going to be Snox looking for that additional follow-up. He's got the support on the lurk here. FaZe is ready to go, but isn't going to connect the shots. It's up to the rest of GV to swoop in and find a way to close this out. But you can see Awesome, extremely patient here, waits for the flash, takes down Doom. And now these last 2 players are just stuck in a corner. Dipsy still continuing to frag out from this position, finds himself yet another kill in this round to even things up to the 2-on-2. But now you can see Anubis sneaking their way back through here, pushing up the lobby. But Loons, he knows better than to check this, and it's going to be a very, very careful approach here as now Anubis comfortably crosses onto the B bomb site, and now it is a full retake situation. You can see Dipsy, he thought about for a moment pushing through that smoke, but now he's just going to hold it off.
Yeah, it's a better play. A lot more disciplined on it too. And these are the kind of critical moments, right? These 2v2s, you have to be so careful in your decision making. Ooh, even Sod. Oh, I was thinking, man, he might actually try to go for this little bit of a quick fight. There it is. He takes down Creeds. So now Loons, the IGL, the big brains. We'll see if he's able to bring that through into a clutch scenario with 20 seconds remaining. He's creeping himself in the site. Is he going to be able to expect somebody on the right-hand side, just tucked away, just on the outskirts, on the other side of this wall? But Sod, he's the one that has to be able to hit the shot. Loons is going for the defuse, and there it is. Sod, a nice little bit of a tee off. He's going to hit the home run, and Anubis once again will be able to find themselves a one-round lead, getting themselves a little bit closer and closer to that end point. But we'll have to see a little bit more convincing fashion here from Anubis, because it kind of feels like this is starting to turn into more of like just a fraggy brawl.
Yeah, it's a really tough one here, especially for GV. There's so many rounds where if FaZe had just found the one he usually does, they would have won the round, but FaZe continuing to struggle here. This time around, it's Nox only good for one on the lower hold, but a lot of utility damage is going to come down from above. Dipsy and Comics both extremely low after that exchange. Now, GV, they are starting to feel the heat in this one. All three of these players are kind of just stuck on the top of the bomb side here. It's still an even situation, but Creeds is making it a lot easier now, picking up 2. Dipsy down to about 20. Puts a lot of pressure on Doom in this round to make sure they can win it. You can see Creeds already working his way around on the flank, trying to get an even larger opening to secure this round for GV, but the HP they do have to be careful themselves. All of them around half, but they're running this clock down perfectly right now, trying to get Doom to go for the overcommit on this peak, but Anubis just doing what they need to here. They've got the time to work with, but what a shot from Doom. Catches Creeds off guard from the top of A, and Dipsy holding this with an even though he's got low HP, he can still find the impact here. Good for another one. It's Anubis winning it in the 2-on-3.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's really, really beautiful work from the post plan. I love to see this because, again, like even just the fact that Dipsy's able to hold a really good angle, his teammates right there to help him as well, a helping hand, that was perfect. GV just wasn't able to really find any sort of a connection at all. So Nubis, really, it just, to me, it feels like it just looks so much better, right? Like this is such an improvement from yesterday. It just seemed like such a grind yesterday. It kind of is in this situation too. Like this game is still very, very close, right? But I don't know. It just feels like in their mid-round scenarios, it's just looking a lot more clean. Things look a lot more calm. Even like right now, everybody seems to be in a moderately decent, mind frame, because I think even yesterday near the end, we kind of saw a little bit of frustration. We saw a lot of them just kind of hands on the face, face palming a little bit. And that's where you can kind of tell like there's something really happening in the background. But right now, it seems like things are looking a little cool, calm, and collected, which you love to see for Anubis fans, because this is I think the one team we can't stress enough. Like this is a team that arguably is that top 4 or could be a top 4 team, but it's them figuring it out how to get back into that placement.
Yeah, I mean, right now the winner of this match is the 4th place team overall in my mind right now. So I was expecting that to probably be GV here, but I'm very surprised to see how quiet FaZe has been. He only has 1 kill the entire map so far. He's just having a really off day, and if that continues for the rest of this series, I don't know if GV is going to be able to make it through. He's such a core player in this lineup. If he's not at least getting, a break-even style of KD for this team, it becomes a much different beast to overcome, because you still have Awesome playing well as usual. You have Creeds playing well as usual, but when you have a star player like FaZe completely missing in the server, it makes you almost second guess what you're doing as a team, and I'm worried that could have a negative ripple across the entire match for these guys.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we talk a lot about with like, a star player like that when they're not performing at all close to the snuff, right? I mean, that's where a team really, really starts to show like their Achilles heel, right? And that's where, I think for Anubis, the fact that FaZe just really not been able to have any sort of success is going to be a huge detriment for them, because Anubis are abusing that. But also that's the thing, is where Anubis are probably, so far from what we've seen, they've done a really good job to isolate him out, really just making him a little bit uncomfortable today. Whereas yesterday, this was, like I said, the one map that he just really went off on. Like he just went on the rails and just was destroying everybody in his path. So the fact that, Anubis can abuse that right now, that's huge, because that's some really good IGLing, just figuring out, look, let's remove the highest threat. And so far it's working, right? It's put them in a 2-round lead. It's put them in a really good position right now. But even Sod yesterday, I feel like he was having himself some pretty good performance. But so far he's been a little bit in the middle of the pack, but I'm waiting for a little bit more here. If FaZe can be able to find something, different positioning, or, just a different plan for him to get some duels, this could change things around very quickly.
Yeah, still a lot of time left to work with for both of these teams in the first map. But already, we are going to see Loons and Creeds going down. Jaguar, big headshot to get the round started, and GV continue to crumble under the pressure. 2-on-5 for Awesome and FaZe. We need a big play from GV to keep the dream alive here in this round, and you're already going to see a good pressure peak coming out from FaZe. It's out from the upper bomb side, and now it's going to be up to Awesome to sneak in and do something as well, and this could quickly go south for Anubis. The 2v5 down to a 2v1. Somehow Awesome picks up the triple kill. Dipsy on the back foot leaves the C4 on the lower bomb side, and FaZe and Awesome might have just done something spectacular to steal this map right back for themselves, because now Dipsy, it's clutch or bust.
It really is. Got to get the clutch. This is going to be tough. 1-on-2. With a minute left, though. But again, the HP difference is not going to help. The C4 in the position it is not going to help. FaZe, oh dear God, please don't overextend. They actually spotted him somehow. I thought he wasn't really fully exposed yet, but clearly, I guess a little bit of a shoulder was exposed there. But if FaZe gives himself up here, like if anybody overextends just a little bit, that could change everything. Oh man, FaZe, he's playing a dangerous game right now. He's doing it for information. Now Dipsy going to abandon the He's going to pick up the AK. He's got 13 bullets. He's not even going to go for the reload. This is a little uncomfortable. Can't get it done. Awesome survives with minimal HP, but GV, they get a good job to get themselves right back into this with a 1-round differential, but that was a little too close for comfort. But either way, good work from GV.
Yeah, I mean, Awesome here on this lower bomb site hold is just spectacular. You have to wonder how he got away with all 4 of those kills without a trade happening, but it's exactly the play GV needed to be back in the conversation on map 1 here. But now Anubis, they're a bit angry after that one, rightfully so. They're going to come back with a big push towards this A bomb site, already finding themselves 2 Snox still on the lower bomb site. Has to be dealt with now. All of these players are pinched in the upper A room, and the nade stack comes through, and again, even with the early advantage, GV is fighting their way back into the round. Now it's a 2-on-3. Creeds finds himself a second kill on the flank, and now Comics has to find a clutch. Otherwise, we're right back to this tie situation, but man, Anubis, it seems like time and time again, they are squandering these opportunities.
Yeah, it really does feel like it, right? I mean, that's the thing where, you know, GV are doing a great job just being able to find these duels where the C4 is going to be in their control, and Anubis just, I don't know, like a couple rounds in a row now, we've seen them just put themselves in these really unfortunate scenarios. Like Comics has just dealt like the worst hand. Like he now has to go against 3 guys that are fully pretty much buffed up with good HP. You know, he's even down to 63. Like you got to fight for the C4. It's just, it really just kind of feels like everything is against you right now. The tea leaves are kind of reading the path for you here, but Comics trying everything he can. Looking calm, a little collected, but not able to collect any kills. And now GV right back into this game. And that timeout has really panned out nicely for them. They've been able to bring back a couple rounds to making this back to a equal footing. But Anubis really need to figure out something quick, because like they have lost control of this game.
Yeah, it's not been easy for them the last couple of rounds. Getting the player advantage by 2 or more players and then losing back-to-back rounds is definitely something that can start to impact the team and how they call things out moving forward. You can see a bit of a change too from FaZe. It's something we saw a lot yesterday against ROC Esports. The shotgun is back in his hands, and maybe that's enough to change the pace and give him some extra confidence in these shots if he can have a good round with that. But Anubis, they're not slowing down. They're going for the full push onto the B bomb side. Snox only going to be good for 1. Anubis winning the best of this one, but with Awesome still alive, anything can truly happen here. He finds 2 before going down. Creeds now the last player alive, going to be caught off guard, and Anubis thankfully able to secure this one. I was worried for a moment there though. Laz, Awesome doing some incredible things in the clutch lately.
Yeah, Awesome has been, you know, like I feel like Awesome, especially like right now for me, like I feel like he's played like really pretty well, right? I mean, it's not like he's the guy that's like
finding like these 4Ks and, you know, etc. But he always finds himself like double situations, and he's putting up like some really good numbers. The fact that he's 8-1 right now is just, again, like that was something he did yesterday. Like he was just finding these doubles or finding this at least one around guaranteed. So the fact that Awesome's, you know, putting himself in an 8-1 is something GV needed. And that's what we were talking about. Somebody has to pick up the slack of FaZe, because so early on in the round, he's dead again. Like he really has not found any sort of success. If I'm not even mistaken, like he's sitting at like what, like a 2-13 or something, or even maybe worse than that. Like he's literally not been able to find any sort of frags in his realm. So that's got to be tilting as well for somebody as experienced as him. And Jaguar now and Anubis, they finally get themselves right back into pouncing the site and leaving it to a clutch scenario of Snox. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a little awkward. Dipsy, okay, goes for the shot and immediate drop, takes a lot of his HP. Snox just going to get overwhelmed by utility. Yeah, not long for this world. And now Anubis putting themselves on a map point on their map pick. And now GV, a question if they can push this thing to an overtime or if they're just going to concede defeat and get ready to go for map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, right now, feels like it's already over the way Anubis is playing. They've had advantages 4 rounds in a row. They've let a couple slip to clutches, but overall, they're doing what they need to do consistently in the early round on this map, and that's what's going to make it so hard for GV. They need to find that way to get FaZe back into this match. Otherwise, it could be a very bitter fate for the GV hopefuls here, and you can already see Anubis putting that early pressure back onto the B-bomb site. Jaguar sneaking out onto the quad boxes, just trying to see if someone peeks out a little bit too early. There's only 2 defenders here for GV. You've got Awesome and Creeds just holding the back of site, waiting for that push to come through, but there's also going to be a little bit of a fake they've got to deal with. Dipsy working that vent control with Doom. They're going to be going to kind of just play the lurk role here, get some early utility down on the vents, and now they're going for the full collapse onto the B-bomb side, and this is where GV has to show they can hold the line. It's Creed's good for 2, but it's not going to be enough to guarantee them the round just yet, because there's still 2 players alive and kicking here for Anubis, and they might just bring this one to a close. Snox now a 1 versus 2 on his hands to try and save the day, but Dipsy has such a good position, spots him coming through, and now Snox stuck in the corner, has to go in, guns blazing, gets the first. Can he do it again in the 1 versus 2? Not this time around. Sod gets it done, and Anubis come out in a huge way and win map number 1.
Yeah, not bad at all. Anubis, I mean, really, really impressive to see. Like ever since that timeout, you know, they really came back and looked like a bit of a different refresh team. So you love to see it. These guys were, again, a lot of questions about what they were going to be able to do, but they are going to be the victors. They're going to be the ones that get themselves the big old W here on their map pick, which is exciting to see. And now the question will be, really, Kyle, is going to be map 2, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be on port. So that's going to be the pick here for GV. And I mean, we haven't really been able to see too much from Anubis yet on port, but I mean, again, these guys are experienced enough, but GV are definitely menaces on that map, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, for GV, I definitely expect a stronger performance on port. It's one of their best maps in the entire pool, but you've got to wonder if FaZe is still going to be missing in that second map, because for me, that's going to be the deal breaker, I think, for GV in this series, because I feel like everybody else on GV actually had a pretty good game there on subbase. I mean, you had Awesome putting up, I believe, around 20 kills himself, so there was definitely a lot of efforts from GV to try and get back into this game, but when you have a star player only putting up 2 kills on a map, it can kind of just kill the vibe across the board.
Yeah, it definitely can. You know what? But we could talk about this for days, but you know, we'll definitely let the desk do that for us. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to go to them afterwards, and then we'll get ready to go for port. So catch you on the flip side.
Once again, we are back after Anubis gets the first game of this series. Finally, Anubis getting in shape, getting in form, and performing very well against GV on this first game. It's a huge game. It's a huge result for them. Starting this series with a win means a lot, especially with the great performance from GV members.
It's been a minute since we saw a game that is going back and forth. Tonight, I don't think we have seen a game that's going back and forth. I think most of the games were one-sided for TBI, for GG, and the rest goes on. I really liked how both teams played. The game started with the rounds going to Anubis, then a series of a loop going back and forth between both teams, whether it was Anubis or GV Esports. I think with GV Esports, they are missing some small points on the micro side to push for the rounds, especially in the defense side. They have some issues with countering Sad and Depsy because they played double sniper within, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th and the 6th round without able to counter it. I mean, when you have a sniper in your team, the opponent should start mobilizing the flashes, start using the smokes more, start, changing the pace of the game. If I'm flanking and someone is covering the flank with the sniper, such as Dipsy and Sad, who, by the way, have the highest KDA, 1.55 and 1.17, they need to start to adapt to the playstyle, and that did not happen. The game was going back and forth until double sniper shown from both players.
And I'm glad Anubis did put it off on sub-base, their map, their selected map. This means they're adapting, they're performing really well on this map, and maybe it's just week one. Yes, it's just the third day. We still have time. Anubis may get it together and perform really well in the upcoming matches. But GV, I don't have a question mark on their performance, but GV are expected to be more decisive. Some rounds just slipped over their hands. Some games, some rounds, it looked GV is going to win, but Anubis maintained the victory.
Honestly, starting the game from round 1 to round 6, I thought this game was going overtime. I thought, okay, this is a balanced game. This game is going 3 maps. And I still think this game is going 3 maps, by the way, don't get me wrong. But, I just feel like Anubis are more strategy-oriented, focused more on the play style, while GV are just giving me the vibe that they are disconnected. Here's Depsy, by the way, the MVP. Of course, it's going to be the MVP sniper. And by the way, individually wise, awesome from Team GV is, in my opinion, the best individual out there of the 10 players. He has the highest KDA, the highest clutches, and the highest ratio of headshots, if I'm not mistaken. So the guy able to clutch, able to get his kills, but still loses the game. I don't want to say that he's trying to carry his team, no, but it feels like the boys are disconnected. It feels like they can't reach the last conclusion, which is the victory, and become victorious in the game. And how come do you guys be 7-7 and then choke at the end? This is the problem with Anubis, and you mentioned it earlier. They get the rounds, and yet they choke.
But I think game 2 has the answer. Laz and Kyle, take us to game number 2.
Hello there. Okay, we're ready to go. Last series, second map though. Now it's a big question here if this is going to get done on port or if maybe things can get a little bit pushed to the full effect here. Anubis able to get themselves that 10-7 victory on the first map. Pretty impressive to see because I felt like GV really had themselves, I felt like the favorites in this matchup, to be honest. But now that Anubis have been able to show that they went for their pick and they got it pretty convincingly, I would argue. Now port's going to be a good question because GV, Kyle, I got to get your insight because from my perspective, like this is a strong map for these guys. So I don't know, is Anubis going to look prepared? Do you think they can really get this done?
I do think it's a winnable position for Anubis to be in, but It's still going to be a rough one. I mean, GV on port is one of the strongest port teams, I would say, in this pool. They beat ROC Esports on it yesterday as well, so it shows they have the ability to push through when they're playing their best on this map. The question I have is, I don't really know if they're playing their best right now or if they're going to. You really look at just Awesome and Creeds who are having a solid game, but outside of that, a little bit underwhelming on the GV side of things, I would say. So I'm hoping they can step up to the plate here and really show us a bit of a difference than what we saw in map number 1. But if they can show us the port team we saw yesterday for GV, I easily think this goes to a third map.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting, and I hate being that guy, but like I was thinking like in terms of stats, I was like, well, Loons apparently was lower in terms of like a KD ratio than FaZe, and I felt like FaZe just didn't exist. Like I felt like GV really were just playing this like 4-on-5 the whole time. So that's going to be a big thing for GV. They need him to be able to pick up some life here, and we'll have to see if that's going to happen at all, unless his teammates can just be able to pull up the slack. And so far, that might even be the case here. And Anubis already losing 2 of these players early on. Dipsy and Jaguar, they're going to go to the grave, but the cost of Creed's life, the sacrifice looking not too bad. And GV, once again, like we said on a map like this, looking pretty good, where they were able to, push this to a 13-11 victory against ROC Esports. So we'll see if Anubis have been able to learn anything from yesterday's game and use that maybe as a counter effect here just to see what they can get against GV.
Yeah, at this point, Anubis, they've got to play really cautious in this round. They've got nothing in terms of map control to work with. Very turtled up here across the sites in mid, and it's going to be a full B execute for GV. Comics doesn't even try to contest. He's just going to kind of give them the side here, play a more retake position. See if he can get maybe a one and done on the off angle. He actually headshots 2 players on the off angle, just not enough to fully connect there through the wall. And it's an unfortunate timing here, as now GV has full control. Anubis, they need something to sneak back in here with, but this utility just makes it so challenging to do so. Snox through the smoke, able to find himself a double, and there's really not anything else that can be done for Anubis in this situation. GV, a clean opener, gets them the 1-0 lead to start it.
Yeah, not bad at all. And this is the same thing where, in the same effect that it was against ROC, like it was, they were the ones yesterday against GV where they had a 7-2 GR side. And that's where when we saw, even GV playing on their defensive side, that's when it started getting a lot better. So if these guys can be able to find themselves some decent rounds gained here in the Blacklist side, it's just I feel like it should just make it a whole heck of a lot better for them, right? This is where Anubis really have to show us that they can be able to bring things more into the half in their favor. I think that's going to be really important in this matchup, because if they lose control of this, if they lose it even like a 5-4 or even like a 6-3, I feel like that's kind of just spilling out that there's a map 3 on the horizon.
Yeah, it really comes down to Anubis. This GR side has to be really strong for them. They need at least probably 6 rounds to feel safe going into the second half. And GV, very hard to do that against on this map. We are going to see the boost from Comics. He gets himself up into the A connector, but for Dipsy, huge timing there. Gets the double kill, looking for the triple. He might just find it thanks to Comics for the trade up top. And that's a 4-on-2, a much cleaner start to this round coming out from Anubis, and now FaZe and Snox. There's not a whole lot of room to work with here. They still have to deal with Comics in the connector. You've got the flank starting to come through potentially as well, and this is just not looking like a good one here unless Snox and FaZe can just kind of frag out. But Comics, he's going to drop down right onto Snox, and now FaZe, he's already up to 2. We'll see if he can get the job done.
Yeah, he's already getting caught up to what he had for stats in the first map, right? So if he's able to put up some bigger numbers, this is going to be a good day of the office for him. But he's going to be able to get this plant down. Long rotate coming in right now from Anubis, all the way from the BL spawn. And yeah, FaZe is taking a lot of time. He's really hesitant. He's just trying to be very cautious on this. But is he going to really expect a double player on this? He's looking at the wrong side. He might get timinged here. And now with the number advantage of these guys going for the swing, this is really going to make it a little bit easier. Yeah, they don't even have to need the double swing. Doom going to get it done easily. FaZe just looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. But nice work from Anubis. And the one thing I really liked about this round, we'll get on the replay right here, I'm pretty sure, is the fact that, you know, we see Dipsy tucked away, gets this double, but I love the fact that he actually re-aggressed on this. He didn't just have to pull back. He actually went with Comics and said, look, let's fight this guy mid. We know he's going to be on the back left side. Let's just try to get this triple kill done quick and easy so that we can find this round. So I love that he just didn't even hesitate. He actually just went for the plan of attack, and it allowed them to get themselves right back into this game with a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, it's still a really even game, but for Anubis, they've got to keep that train rolling forward if they want to have full control over this one. GV, not a team you can take lightly, as we've seen yesterday on this map. They bounced back and were able to steal it away from ROC Esports, but at this point, I'm not so sure if they're going to be playing that same level today against Anubis. But Anubis, they're playing really well as a team right now, not trying to do anything too aggressive, just playing the 2-1-2 standard setup, holding the back lines, waiting for the push out, and it actually looks like we're going to see a quick disconnection here from Anubis. So going to be a reset at the 1-0 line, but it is going to be a tough one, I think, for GV to push forward on. I'm really worried about them on this map, just purely because there just seems something to be off today. It's not even just phase from my perspective. It just seems like there's a lot of small issues in the team that we didn't really see in their ROC Esports matchup.
Yeah, it was kind of cool to see the fact that GV were, you know, pushing it to like a pretty good scoreline, like the fact that they were able to get that 13-11 victory, which was again a huge upset. Like like there's so many variables to think about, right? Like I mean, I don't want to make excuses for it, but at the same time, like ROC, like they had so many disconnects yesterday. Like there was just yesterday was plagued with tech issues. Like it was wild. So the fact that that's pretty frustrating when you're on the receiving end of that, where it was ROC, right? I mean, they were able to get, you know, right back into a win, but the fact that GV still was able to climb in with a 13-11 victory, you know, Awesome had himself some really good stats. He was the second highest on the team, right behind Creed's, sitting at a 1.31. Creed's, you know, top of the charts with a 1.64. So again, like I want to see Creed's being able to do some pretty big lifting on this if he can. But I'm still, you know, if I'm going to be honest, I want to see more out of Snox. Like again, I think we're starting to get him a little bit more in action to here for number 3, but I wouldn't mind seeing him kind of playing a little bit more of his role. I feel like he hasn't really been like loading the kill feed that much. It feels like he just kind of gets these like one and done kills maybe, but it just kind of feels like we haven't seen that same effect that he can bring to the table.
Yeah, for Snox, it's been a bit of a lackluster one. Phase, hopefully he can keep stepping up here in map 2. He looked a little bit better in the opening rounds, but nothing for sure just yet for GV. I think this BL side is always one where it does rely on a lot of individual play compared to mini maps. You really have to have those entries go your way. Pushing into a full execute on this map, 5 versus 5, usually ends up with the GR team on the other side of it winning pretty consistently, especially when we think about all these A pushes we've seen over the last couple of days that are just shutdown after shutdown. Taking that A bomb side in a 5v5 is just so difficult to do right now.
It really is. And that's the thing where, I mean, for Anubis, like we'll have to see, because so far it was looking not too bad for them, but I mean, it was still 1-1 at one point. But yeah, I definitely think we need to see some other players like FaZe, like he needs to step up as well for GV. That's obviously no question about it. And that's the thing, like we talked a lot about this yesterday, is when you have somebody like a sniper that's a bit absent and not hitting those shots or not really getting that crucial like one duel in their favor, it really can make a huge difference. Like that threat of a sniper, you know, being removed, that variable done, like it makes such a devastating loss here for a lot of these teams. It'd be like Spoxy not hitting shots, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators. Like that team would definitely have a little bit harder of a time, maybe relying on someone like Flex or something like that. But it's amazing how much that can really make a difference in a game like this. So I hope for FaZe, like he doesn't look phased, you know, no pun intended. Like he looks fine, but like those are hard things to get over. You know, in your mental, when you're not performing and things are just not going your way, you're like, well, what do I do? Like, I don't know what else I can do to play a little bit better, but hopefully we can see a little bit more life out of him here for game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when we get back into it. I know GV, their last time on port was a bit of a long one as well. Several pauses kind of riddling that one. And I think that was part of what, you know, crumbled down ROC Esports in that matchup. Just the length of that map taking a long time can really weigh a number on some of these teams. So I'm hoping Anubis can hold strong though in this series, because they honestly really impressed me on that first map. We can say it's a GV miss, but also Anubis just playing really well as a team today. I think with their improvements they've made, it's very clear they were watching that ROC Esports matchup yesterday, and they've taken away some pretty big notes in what they can do against GV to kind of counteract some of the things that were working so well for them. Because within that series, GV looked like a much stronger team than what we're seeing today, but Anubis also seems to be counter-stratting a lot of the things being thrown their way.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, that's definitely a good point here, Kyle, because I think that there has been some good anti-stratting. But look, it seems like there's definitely some bigger issues happening here for the Anubis side. So we're going to take a little bit of a break just to allow these guys to kind of figure out what they need to do to get themselves back in the server. So grab whatever you need. We'll be back hopefully in just a few minutes, but bear with us. We'll be there soon.
Sadly, we're back, but with not a result or a conclusion on the third series of this day. Anubis had some technical issues versus GV, a match that we were all excited for, but it will be decided and played on the week 2 next week. Maybe Anubis did a great game, first game, but they had some unfortunate
unfortunate
issues.
circumstances. I mean, me, you, the fans, I know they all wanted to see Anubis. They all wanted to continue and see the gameplay of both teams. But sadly, it's a part of any esports experience. Let's say technical issues do happen in LAN and online phase 2. I mean,
it's in the core of this industry.
It is in the core of the esports life. But here's our standings. But keep in mind, the Anubis game was not counted.
Yep. Anubis still temporary on the 7th place. GV on the 6th place, waiting for the last and the closer of this game.
I mean, here's the standings. GG comes in the first place. UNK comes in the second place, and ROC in the third place.
And I just had some information. GV versus Anubis. The continuation of this game will be played next Sunday. So GV versus Anubis, this game may give one of these teams some kind of boost, going from week 1 with a win, at least is a win.
I love how the West League, for the new and upcoming fans of the game CrossFire, just gave us hints of who's the teams, who's playing, because the OGs, of course, they know.
Even for us. Watching these new rosters and how they perform, it makes it all fresh. We know the results from last year's, but it doesn't matter now. We have our split, we have 2025.
Yes.
We need to know, we need to see how these teams perform
and
now.
Lots of teams, we thought that they were going to be the underdogs, that they were going to be the dark horses, the weaker team. Turns out to be no, they are the stronger teams out there. They give hell of a show for the big dogs, such as ROC Esports and GV yesterday. I mean, this week showed us a lot. Let's be honest, Zika this week showed us good games, such as ROC and Anubis, such as GG and RB and GV. I'm super excited for week 2, but if we have new players coming, give me a name of one player that you're waiting for to see within the week 2.
All of them, really. For me, this last game, GV versus Anubis, I predicted GV to be on top of this game. But we said before going game 1 that Anubis may have some secrets. Anubis may have some new strategies that could make them win
They did pull the game first.
Yes.
They did pull the first game.
So still, we had a surprise coming for us, but it didn't end well due to some technical issues. But we're continuing this game. We're continuing the game 1-0 for Anubis. Next Sunday, we'll play the continuation of this series, best of 3. GV and Anubis, get ready because you're playing on Sunday.
Yeah, super excited for this game. We had a look at our standings of the teams that participated. Week 1 is just getting started. Week 2, sorry, we're just getting started. And if anything, do you have a favorite team? I feel like I'm the host right now and you're the analyst. But it's whatever. Do you have a favorite team out of the 8 teams?
Favorite team? Okay. That's a good question from you. I think my favorite team so far is GG. Gaimin Gladiators managed to play with different styles, adapted very well on several situations, and I think I'll keep watching these guys.
Yeah, I think that's me too. That's going to be me too. I think we need to go a quick break, and we'll update you guys with what will happen after the break.
Definitely.
Yeah, break and come back.
Okay, well, we're finally back, and it's a little bit of a long break, but we're ready to go momentarily here. A little bit of a technical issue for Anubis, but look, let's hope they're not going to have any more technical issues, because I know yesterday that was the plague of issues, but that was kind of the biggest one we've had. So looks like they're back all on the cameras. They're all there. Hopefully they're in the server almost ready to go. But Kyle, do we think this could be a good break for these guys, or do we think that's a really tilting experience that might just really frustrate them?
It's a tough one. I feel like breaks are almost always worse for the winning team, so it might be something that could shift favor a little bit more so to GV, especially, some of those players that are getting heated, not feeling good about their performance in the first game. Now they kind of have that refresher here. It's almost feeling like a full reset going into the return of map number 2 here on port. I believe it's 1-1 coming back in, so pretty even playing field to kick it off as they return. So I actually feel like it could play to GV's benefit here as we return into this match, because Anubis, I'm sure the frustration of having momentum could be a bit of, though, going to have 2-1 lead. Might have something to do, I think, with the tech pause there. Maybe they got like awarded an extra round due to the late delay of them coming back in, but it is going to be 2-1 as we return to the server here. GV looking to try and make this a map 3 situation for themselves, but we'll see if Anubis can keep the flair they had in this game originally on map number 1, where they really looked like the more calm, collected, and confident team in how they were playing in these matchups. So I'm curious to see if that remains true as we return.
Yeah, and especially for them just being on the defensive side, that was definitely a big thing where it wasn't too bad for Anubis, but I'm just trying to remember a little bit. I think even before on the previous map of sub base, it was a 5-4 GR side for them. So I mean, obviously a very different circumstance for this map, a very different landscape, of course, and every different things. But this is where I think Anubis showed us that their defense actually has gotten a little bit better. But I think for a team like GV, they're going to have to make sure they can get as many possible rounds as they can, just because GV definitely have that, I think, a stronger GR side than Anubis. But a bit of a slower take on this, a 4-1 split. Awesome, just kind of, again, being a lurk here just on the outskirts of A. Now they're going to go for the pop. This is going to be the full test right now. Jaguar and Dipsy needing to be able to find some duels. Jaguar just tucking away as much as possible. He doesn't go for the peak until now, and Loons actually wins it. Doom's not going to be able to find it either, so GV with a bit of a surprise attack and take on this. This is good. In comics, I think he's going to be as good as dead, because now somebody just right behind him. He's not going to expect this, and GV bounce right back into this with a great take into that site.
Yeah, nice little lead for themselves here, 3-1, especially on the BL side. It's a really good start for them to have. Gives them pretty high hopes of potentially taking this quickly towards a third map if they can keep that momentum in their corner. But right now, Anubis, they're going to change the pace a little bit, going for that early control of the B tunnels, and also having Comics here trying to sneak his way into the A connector. You can see actually going for the self boost there. It's not easy to hit that corner box on the self boost, so misses it. Going to go ahead and fall back here just to be safe. But GV, I actually like their approach here. They're normally very aggressive, very in your face, but now they're putting that extra pressure onto Anubis. They know they haven't got around just yet since we've returned, and they want to see if Anubis is going to make a mistake in this situation. So I really like this approach of more passive, kind of just playing a safe pick style from GV here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Dipsy waiting for this cross. He might be able to get this gift. He might be able to find this timing. FaZe just on the other side of this. FaZe needing to hit the shot. He's not going to have the arm in his hand, and actually it's a little bit of an arm getting caught here. Awesome. Takes a bit of damage onto this, so now GV are going to get themselves that opening duel, and Dipsy will actually fall. So GV once again able to find that opening, making a ton of noise and a big distraction on this, and Jaguar, he's not able to find it at all. Unfortunately for him, he's going to drop as well, doing a little bit more damage, but they just can't seem to find the kill. Sod now overwhelmed here by Awesome. Now he's just starting to get worried, but look at that quick scope, and why not? That's going to work out perfectly. Nade's going to reign supreme, and now he's going to drop as well. FaZe able to find himself another duel, and now it's all just down to the Doombringer, but now the Doom has been brought to him, and GV once again showing us their confidence and their proficiency on this map.
Yeah, really, really good start here, and ultimately it just it looks like we're going very quickly in the direction of a map 3 in this series. I mean, GV, they haven't been shut down at all since the return to the map, and I don't know if Anubis has found a way to make things work on this GR side just yet. You can see GV as well playing pretty patient, but Awesome here has the really important angle to hold on to. If they go for the boost, He might be able to catch them off guard, but instead Anubis going to play this one a little bit safer, and rightfully so. This is a really crucial round. If GV wins it, they're guaranteed the half win on the BL side, which is something you never want to see on a map like Portland. Favor this GR side, but there we go. The GR side finally waking up. Dipsy, a huge triple kill in the B tunnels to shut things down. He's got that extra support there as well. Now it is all about closing this one out for Anubis. It's only one player in their path. It's going to be awesome. He's at least able to find one. He's got the shots to maybe win it if it comes down to 1v1s. Dipsy, 4 kills on the round, finally getting that response for Anubis.
Yeah, nice little bit of a bounce back here for Anubis, and that's exactly what they need to do, right? That is the case. Like, they have to be able to find some rounds in their favor, because again, this is GV's pick for anybody that's just been hanging out here waiting with us or that are just joining in now. So this is a map where GV really should be having this in their favor. Like, this is a map that they've been pretty proficient on in the past as a history with all their iterations of their rosters, but is it going to be enough? Anubis have slowly and surely kind of climbed their way a little bit back in this game. A nice little bit of a pop flash. Doom, does he expect Loons to be this close? And yes, he does. I thought maybe that smoke was going to maybe just give enough coverage. So now Anubis find 3 kills very quickly, and now leaving it just down to Awesome and FaZe with still 1:44 to remain. But this is the thing now. Anubis just need to be able to play the numbers and play the time, and this should really be a round for them. But this is still very scary territory right now because you still have Awesome, and he's been having himself a pretty good weekend. And if he's able to pop off and get some, a little bit of, prickly players kind of overextending, this could be a little disastrous here for Anubis fans.
Yeah, it's all about the rotations here from Anubis when the push comes through. They've only got one player anchoring this A bomb site, so Comics needs to hang on, not give them the pick, but Awesome. What a quick tap. Gets the job done, able to find one, but Dipsy right there for the response to find the trade, and now it's all on to FaZe. He's had a rough day so far, but looking to try and make his mark. He's going to get that cross pick. That's a huge one to try and close out the round now, but the double flank is already coming to life, and he's got no way of knowing there's already a player on this ladder. And Dipsy, once again, 3 kills in this round, consistently being there when Anubis needs him.
Yeah, not bad at all, but I mean, again, still a really close encounter of rounds. I was just kind of in awe a little bit from the replay. I was just rechecking it. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that was close, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, even for GV to be down in big numbers of like a 2v4, the fact that it, got to that situation is, yeah, it's something to, be excited about for a team like GV, but also for Anubis, just again, making sure that they can clean up a little bit of things here on their end. But GV now really going to post up a lot on this one, just because in the previous round we saw Anubis push down long. They were able to get Loons right away. So they're going to kind of just play a little bit more of that passive setup, just making sure nobody else is going to try to go for a little bit of an overextension on this one. And Anubis actually are putting a lot of respect into this round. Not a bad play at all. I really like the mixture on this one. But again, like, I want to see Sod. He's had himself a couple good duels so far. Dipsy's actually the one that's been really top fragging hard since he got back into the server. So, but GV, I mean, now FaZe seems like he's kind of picked up a little bit here too, Kyle. So it's nice to see the scoreboard is relatively even here over here on the BL side.
Yeah, definitely a lot more even flowing than Anubis so far, but Jaguar, he's got an opportunity here, it looks like, to put a few on the board himself. Loons and Awesome playing the off angle on A connector. If one of them makes the mistake of peeking out here, they might run right into the trap. Both of them have nades out as well. Jaguar, the timing could be picture perfect here. Downs the bomb carrier. That's huge. He's looking for more. He might just find this nade is going to be devastating if it lands. Look at the nade damage he deals. A second kill, almost a third. Awesome and Creed's very low on HP now, and Anubis might just have themselves another round if they play their cards right.
Yeah, possibly, and even good again, a little bit of a nice duel. Ooh, Doom, actually, yeah, with a little bit of a drive-by shot. He's going to be able to take down FaZe. So yeah, Awesome by himself. Low HP. He's already been spotted. Sod's got the information. He's going to be able to find that kill. Fist bump's going to be happening, and 4-4 we go. Now, it's going to be a big question. He's going to be able to find this, first half victory, because Anubis have really like cleaned things up nicely in the later portion of this. It was kind of looking like GV were potentially going to run away with this. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was like a 3-1, maybe not even 4-1 at one point, and now Anubis have really been able to bounce back nicely off the backboard. So you love to see it here. Right down to the wire, the last round of the first half. Double alms now for the defensive side. And Dipsy, once again, looking to find something in B main, but a smoke's going to block him off. And GV, they're just going to be hanging back.
Yeah, a bit of a slower paced round here. GV not looking quite as good as they started here since the reset, so it's going to be on Anubis to try and close out the half. They've been given the opportunity to make that happen, and they've got the positioning here to have a pretty good round on their hands. It's really up to GV to try and decide how they want to handle this execution. It's a lot of utility being thrown towards the A bomb side. Comics gets some nice information that there's at least one player in the A connector, but he has to decide if he wants to take the risk of pushing up A along that smoke. Makes him feel like he might have the opportunity to take the sneak attack play here, but the rest of GV is already quickly rotating over towards B, so now it really comes down to Dipsy and Jaguar, but they've got a nice change up here. It's actually Dipsy running the OM on this anchor position.
Yeah, ready to go for the plan of attack here. And Dipsy just posting on the side of the box here. This is a good position for him because at least he can get the shot and fall on back. There it is. Exactly that. And now the flash comes in. Jaguar does able to find himself one more at least. So finally the first engagement of Loons, but might not be enough here. A lot of the Anubis players are going to be ready to go. And Doom, he might be able to be the element of surprise. Yes, he will. But no, it's only one. Surprising turn of events here in Creeds. The heavy hitter, man, he just puts out the knockout blow for a double kill, but it will not be enough. A 5-4 for Anubis. They are going to be able to scrape by taking that first half, but you got to give it to the Alms. I feel like that was such a difference maker for these guys that just allowed them to get a little bit extra space.
Yeah, really nice plays from Anubis to close the half out. Looked a little bit shaky coming back in from the pause, giving up a few key rounds, but now it's a 5-4 lead. They're going into the second half with a really strong case to be made that this could be a 2-0 series. However, it is the blacklist side of this map, and we know how good GV is on defending port, and it's really going to be up to Anubis to see if they've learned anything from what they've seen from GV so far in the league play this season to find a way to disrupt that. We did see some holes in their defenses against ROC Esports. Yesterday, there were several rounds, especially towards the B side of the map, where they didn't look quite as good on the GV side of things. And if Anubis took really good notes during that map, I think there's still some strong potential they can win it on the BL here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about, the preparation they have, right? Because, I mean, this is the thing where we saw GV playing on this map, and that was yesterday where, their GR side really was, pretty scary, right? That's the thing. Like, it was, like, ROC was at like a 7-2 at one point, and then I think it was GV that was able to, just essentially come back, and it was an overtime game. Let's not forget that. But, I mean, it felt like, playing pretty decent on their defensive versus their, BL side, things like that. But I don't know, man. I mean, Anubis looked like they really cleaned things up nicely from, the previous days to this day now. And I'm just hoping they can close things out because, like I said, like the whole thing for these guys is just trying to get back into winning ways. So, for them being on land, just getting, really excited, the hoot and hollering and just getting fired up, for big rounds, especially against a team like GV is going to be huge. So, but this is where GV, we have to see if, they can actually close out because there has been a couple moments, for them where, yeah, it's kind of gotten too close or they really can't get it done. But I mean, still anybody's game with this scoreline.
Yeah, it all comes down to GV on the GR side. Are we going to see something better than what we saw in the first map? Because the first map did not look the best for a few of these players, so it really comes down to that difference because Anubis, they're playing like a well-rounded team today. Not anyone severely lacking on their end of things. So as we return, it's GV on their favored side here, but still down by 1 to kick off the half. They were able to do it being down 7-2 yesterday against ROC Esports, so it's definitely a position we've seen them win from before, but now with the pressure of a very long match on their hands, we'll see if they have what it takes to push all the way. But I do like Anubis' start of round strategy here, quickly sending Dipsy to get that map control in mid Alongside him is going to be Doom, just playing that support role, making sure nobody goes for the early peek from the lower B tunnels. And you can see Snox kind of toying around in that position, but the rest of GV has read this quite well. They've got 2 on mid, 2 on the backside of A, and the push is going to be coming through very, very quickly. And Anubis, that is a huge flash control play to take down. Awesome. Snox just not ready for anything in the lower B tunnels, and the mid to B play just functions perfectly to shut down GV on the rotation as well. Creed's now caught on the mid bridge. And there's not going to be much he can do here. Jaguar already in a position where he can hold up or go for the flank, but it's not even necessary. Anubis has definitely done their homework here, Laz, because that was a textbook read on the rotation from Anubis.
It really was, and that was a really good play from them, and that's one thing we don't really see a lot of teams going for, is the fact of just going for the mid play like that. I mean, I get it, because it's a bit of a filter, or a bit of a funnel, I should say, sorry, where it's really hard to get through that tight corridor, and it's such a big choke point. But honestly, the fact that they were able to get all those bodies in there, Comics was able to find that opening duel, was so important, and that just allowed them to just, again, kick down the door, and they really took that round. And even Jaguar with the lurk as well, that was just a perfect read on that scenario. I love that we get to see a team abuse mid like that, because normally it's like Gaimin Gladiators, like we saw earlier, like Flex, he's a guy that likes to kind of barrel through by himself. It's not like you see a lot of commitment with the team. So GV never expecting that. That's a good way to get this second half in motion here for Anubis fans, because now they got themselves at least a 2-round buffer. But now it's more about what Anubis have done for, again, like that preparation. Have they been able to figure out some good anti-strats? Have they been able to figure out some of the strongest points of GV and how they can exploit that?
Yeah, for Anubis right now, they're changing things up a little bit. Now they take this map control. This time it is going to be Comics and Doom. Just trying to work their way slowly in a position where they can hit this A-bomb site later on. The C4 still sitting on the BL spawn bridge, so nobody actually holding the C4, which I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. With 3 players grouped up towards B, it might just be a little fake situation going on here towards B to actually scoop it up and go A, and you can see that might be the case here. Dipsy thinking about going back to grab the C4 now. He's going to go ahead and group up with these mid players, and it could be another mid execution. And I actually really like this approach from Anubis. Most of the teams we've seen just go for these 30-second executions directly onto the bomb site, but if you can catch the rotators in a uncomfortable position on the backside of mid here, it's a great way to get the ball rolling. And they're going to do the exact same thing again here. Dipsy, huge double kill to open up. These 2 B bomb side players are isolated, but Snox holds for 3. And can Snox hold it off completely? That is the question now. He gets himself 3, but he is stuck in that corner. But Creed's, he's going to come in, but not quickly enough. And Anubis still managed to win it out.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see from GV fans, but unfortunately it's just not around in their favor, right? This is where I was talking so much about all weekend. I'm like, look, I want Snox to be able to have himself like these big fragging moments. We know he can do it, and he finally does, but unfortunately it's just all that, weight that he lifts off the shoulders here for his team, but they just can't seem to get it done. It's actually Anubis that kind of steal that round away. The heroic play just doesn't seem to pan out well for them. But we're starting to see some good moments from the players of GV. They just can't seem to get themselves a couple more feet across that finish line. And Anubis now looking so much more prepared for this right now. I don't know if the break has helped them. I have no idea, but they've now put themselves in a decent lead position right now with 3 rounds as a buffer, getting closer and closer to map and series point. FaZe, somebody that's been struggling so far on day number 3, going to get tested now. Going to be blind, good counter utility, going to get thrown. Snox once more, his name's been said. Try to get himself another duel maybe, but Comics is going to go for the low ground engagement, and indeed he will find it. And Anubis, they get the site for free. They've been just able to take everybody out. Even Sod's alive here with minimal HP. They got to be careful though. They got to be just a little bit not too antsy on this, and there we go. Jaguar able to find it. Anubis are just scraping by these rounds, round by round.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 players there, 6 HP, 1 HP remaining on the 2 of them, so definitely not an easy one to get it done, but this is a really big half opener for them. They have not lost a round on the BL side. 3 in a row, 2 away from a series victory, and I love what they're doing to disrupt on this side of the map. They're getting the early pick every single round by putting on some really strong mid pressure. It forces these over rotations from GV. They get uncomfortable, and right when that uncomfortability sinks in, Anubis is right there to pounce. So really good performance from them so far, but now with the pressure at its peak, once you hit that round 8, it becomes a much more difficult game, because that's when teams really start to think about holding on to what they can for that match. So for GV, it's kind of do or die here, but Anubis have to continue to apply this pressure in the same way.
Yeah, now Snox is going to be boosted up. Is Doom or even Comics going to be able to figure this out? Are they going to be able to read this? And actually a little bit of hesitation for them. So good Paul Flash going to get thrown. Snox, he's not able to find it. I don't know how he escapes with his life. So much low HP. That nade, oh, it's not going to be able to make the connection. I thought maybe they would have just been able to get it considering Snox is so low. But now Anubis, they've been able to push down this defense from the aggressive play here of Snox. They don't get the duel necessarily, but at least they can get themselves some territory on the map. And just to see GV having Snox just playing right underneath. What is he going to be able to do? Does he reposition all the way down long? It does look like that is going to be the plan. And look at that shot. He's able to find it. Maybe one more. He's going to be able to get himself repositioned once again. And now you see Jaguar able to finally put him down. But even Awesome's able to find this fight on the bridge and his success. And even another one for Loons. A double kill. And there we go. GV. They show us the Band-Aid's still going to be able to hold on to these wounds.
Yeah, really good response here from GV, especially Snox with that low of HP, being able to find a 2-piece. Not an easy task, but he makes it look like light work there. So it is going to be GV finally getting that first round of the GR side, but it still feels like it might be a little bit too little too late here. Only one round against the 3 from Anubis we've seen so far still means they've got an uphill battle to take this one all the way to map 3. And I'm just not feeling it yet. There's some glimpses of that greatness, but the way Anubis have been playing still feels like it's a little bit more coordinated. You can see it especially with the utility usage. Most teams, they don't even have that intuition to go for that flash peak, that confidence to clear out a connector properly, but you can tell every little segmented fight that Anubis is taking right now seems very intentional.
It really does. It actually really does feel like there's some really good work coming in from Anubis. And that's where, you and I have really just talked about a lot about like the anti-stratting and how much preparation they've done. And it really does seem like, despite them playing games yesterday and just watching the tape here for GV and just kind of even going back in the history books of how many times they played them, it seems like they just have a really good idea, right? I mean, that's the thing too, is, I mean, they've played against Loons many, many times, right? So that's the other thing. Like they're going to all know these gimmicks of each other, but it really does seem like Anubis have gone for these prepared attacks. They seem to have these timings that they go for. So this is really nice to see, because that was something I don't know if I was fully expecting from these guys. I was kind of thinking like, that'd be great if they could, but I didn't know if they actually were going to be able to. But it does really seem like there's a lot of good coordination on this. But we'll see if they can seal the deal, because we're getting close to the end. Everybody looks like they got their game face on. And again, everybody's pulling up the weight too. That's the other thing I really love, is that, again, it's not like, I think, yesterday we had saw that was putting up some really big numbers, but even Jaguar's finding some good opportunity. Comics has actually been able to find some openings a little bit for himself as well. So it's kind of like everybody is finding an opportunity to get these duels and just getting them some kind of an opening, which is a huge effect, especially when them being on the side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, during the pause, GV trying to rethink the approach to see what they can do to continue to stack rounds on the GR side. We know this is a team that can win out on the GR side. They have a 7-2 half yesterday on this side of the map against ROC Esports under their belt, but they've already lost more than 2 rounds here in this one already against Anubis. So definitely not the same team that we're used to seeing from GV today, but it still might be enough to get them back into this one. Whereas Anubis, they've looked very polished on this half. I love what we're seeing on the executions, the mid-control plays especially, very well thought out. And as we go back into it, it's going to be up to Anubis to show us they have that ability to close. That's been the missing piece for them in a lot of their series so far, is that ability to take it home from the 8th round on the board. And as we return here, we are going to see Dipsy continuing to bring out this sniper periodically. I do like this play. Having those 2 OMs on a map like Port can provide so much value.
Yeah, a lot bit more patience on this one. Waiting things out just a little bit. Anubis taking this a little bit slower, but again, this mid is looking like they might want to try to go for it. Loons is just on the other side of spawn here, just watching this. Looks like a nade going to get thrown just to see if they can do some damage. Waiting things out just a little bit more. And now B main's going to be up for grabs. So Anubis know that nobody's really like over peaking this. You know, the defense is like playing a very passive setup on this one right now. FaZe is the only one that's really put on like some pressure. But he's not even going to be a threat. Like everybody's kind of avoiding him right now. They have actually a pretty decent read on this. So this could be just the full exec because right now GV, they put a lot of the composition here, double players in mid by spawn. Now they have the rotate of Creeds, kind of expecting maybe this A hit, but now a third player kind of rotating a little bit quickly here B. This could be bad. Anubis are taking a bit too long on this. I think they're becoming a little bit predictable. Flash is going to get thrown in now. That's going to be Loons, going to be able to find that opener. But is it going to be enough here for Anubis? They have to get themselves in this site. They have to remove these threats of the players. And now they're going to be blind. They can't see a thing. They are just trying to go for these fights, but able to come through the back lines and gets the triple kill. And GV once again surviving more threats round by round.
Yeah, really impressive play from Awesome there to sneak behind onto the back of site, picks up the triple, and now this one gets a little bit closer, but now Anubis, this is where they're going to get tested in full, and Awesome has to be able to hold the line a little bit longer. This could be the opening they needed to grab their first round in a little bit, and you can see Creeds and Loons still swooping in quickly to try and shut this one down. Comics sneaking behind here, takes the fight on the Loons. Big kill to grab, and now he has to check all the corners here. Comics, it would have been a huge double kill, but it's now all on to the 1v1 Sniper versus Sniper, but Sod's the better of the two on the day, and he'll take this one all the way to match point. So very big shoes to fill moving forward for GV if they want to remain in this fight.
Yeah, I honestly just can't get over the fact that Anubis have just, they really look like they blossomed into a whole new team right now. This is a very different Anubis that we haven't seen before, so they're besting GV. I mean, now there's 3 opportunities that they can close this out for GV to push potentially in overtime, but now even Creed's, look at how aggressive he is, and now he's got a little bit of an intel. I think he's at least spotted the one player for sure. I don't know if he spotted both, but he's got a little bit of an intel now. So GV have kind of switched up their positioning once more, but they got this B main control, so this is really good. So now they know that, again, Anubis have maybe put more presence in mid or even leaning on this A side. So it allows them to kind of reposition these defending players. But Anubis, they don't have to, you know, be too antsy on this. They have plenty of time to work with here, Kyle.
They've got everything in the cards here, but as we've seen, GV very hard to break through against towards this A bomb side. So if Anubis is going to go for the full swing on A, they've got to be ready for FaZe and Creeds here. They're so good at locking down this A top elevator position on the bomb site. Got to have some solid utility behind it. They do have a lot to work with still. Jaguar, the only one fully exhausted of utility on the Anubis side of things, but they've already got Loons over here as well. They're expecting the A hit. There's almost nobody from GV lingering towards the B bomb side. It's only Snox playing the off angle for the retake if the late hit comes through. So Anubis, they're walking right into a potential death trap. The only saving grace might be the fact that Jaguar is sneaking out of mid stall for the rotation, but even Jaguar goes down almost immediately. The stack is here and in perfect form for GV. Sad now alone, has to run away 1 versus 5. We saw a big 1v2 previously, but I don't think it's going to happen this time around. 9-7, GV still in the fight. They've won it in overtime before last. Maybe there's a chance they do it again.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. They were able to do that against ROC, right? So, I mean, this is, again, where I said 3 opportunities, and now it's turned down into 2, but Anubis are going to have to figure out something here because, again, that was a really good read from GV, just getting the right stack and the good placement of the defenders. So, Loons actually does get caught a little bit here with the HE, not bad at all. Anubis now still playing a little bit more passive, expecting some kind of, you know, aggression here from the GR side. But a very interesting setup because you got the 2 in B main, you got 1 just underneath in tunnel here. Loons that is going to be playing again just mid on the outskirts of spawn, and then just leaving FaZe by himself. Looks like FaZe kind of just thinking somebody's close on by. But Anubis now burn some time, but they got to get some real estate. They got to get moving now. Their feet have to get moving. Maybe the nerves are kicking in a little bit here, Kyle.
Yeah, a bit of an anxious play coming through as they take control of the lower B tunnels. It's been given to them at this point, though. GV putting their resources into expecting a mid-B split this time around, and they might not entirely be wrong here, but we've seen a couple rounds where Anubis, even on the stack in mid, has taken it away from them anyways, but Dipsy, this is the opportunity to find the pick. He knows Loons is there, but the timing just gets away from him. He might have a chance on the repeat. You can tell he really wants to find that opening for his team in this round. He hasn't had a lot of success in this time set since the previous reset, but look at the stack again. It's going to be Anubis walking right into a giant trap here on this B-bomb site. 3 players ready to go, and Snox, he gets the early info as well, takes down 1, but he needs to do a lot more than that. It could be the opportunity now if Creeds can't hold the line. Creeds and Austin, they're going to try and swoop into action. Creeds down to almost no HP behind the ammo stacks, and look at Doom here on the drop down. It could be enough to seal the deal. FaZe, he struggled all day long. Now in the 1v3, it's not going to be enough. Anubis with a huge 2-0 series victory. Take this one away over GV.
Woo! Damn, oh damn, yeah, and there it is. Anubis going to be able to solidify the 2-0s, and this was a day where it was 2-0s across the board, and Anubis, they're going to be able to join that club. And honestly, I never would have put this on as a 2-0 for them, and you know, I thought this was going to go the full distance regardless for both these teams, but man, they've just really had GV's number, and the fact that we got to see them just play like such a good unit of players, like it was such an improvement. Like I really cannot stress that enough, because it felt like yesterday there was kind of these things that were working, but a lot of disconnects, but just the amount of them just turning over a new leaf within one day is just remarkable, right? The fact that now they've taken down a pretty big giant of a team where we said GV, you know, again, one of these teams that's probably like that top 3 placement, or arguably could be. Now Anubis have made things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, in this mind, this puts Anubis at least comfortably on the back end of the top 4 for now. I think this solidifies what they can do as a team, but for GV, it's obviously going to be a disappointing opening weekend for them. They played 3 matches and they've lost all of them now, which unfortunately puts these guys at the back of the pack. So it's a bit of a disheartening approach, but you know, there's still a bright future, I think, ahead for this team. I think they had a lot of good showings. They had one of the hardest opening schedules any team could have. So I think the future still looks bright for this GV lineup if they can pick it up and show us something more in the future. But that's going to wrap us up on the desk for today. Appreciate everybody being with us throughout the weekend as well. And we'll send it back to our hosts on the desk to close out the day.
Welcome.
So we are back with a big surprise. Anubis Gaming closes the game 2-0 over GV, which we all expected to be more powerful in this
Yes.
competition, on this contest, especially versus Anubis. It is a very tough week for them. It's a 0-2 in this week. They suffer a lot in the
Yes, they did.
upper, in the lower place in the standings, but Anubis finally gets its first win in this split.
Listen, both teams struggled with the first week, with the first matches. Both teams struggled. Both teams had 0 wins, but
Yep.
now it's only JV. So I think it feels bad to be left alone. Anubis fans wanted this win for
Yep.
Anubis, and they did deserve it. Anubis played so good. Again,
And
we
you
need
wanted it.
to mention,
You
sorry,
wanted it.
I wanted it.
Yep.
I was sure,
You,
man.
you rooted for Anubis for the past couple of days.
Yeah.
You wanted them to show their real.
Because you know why? Because I know Sad and Dipsy got it. In the first match, they play, sometimes they play the double sniper method, the double sniper
Yep.
strategies, and it always works for them. And now Sad and Dipsy, yet again, and I'm sure the MVP would be Dipsy or Sad, but we will go back to the MVP. But I'm the way they play, the way the default stat that they use, 2 on B, 3 on A, of course, it's Sad, 2.29 KDA, and how not, bro? When he holds the sniper, he can rotate, he can get the double kill. It reminds me of Spoxy from the previous games. So if anyone deserves the MVP, gotta be sad.
Of course, and I love how diverse the play style from Anubis looked in this second map, especially from throwing nade, from snipes, from shooting. The pist rounds are amazing from these players. So this shows you how prepared they were, how they progress. Yes, it might be slowly, but surely they came on top in this best of 3 series, the last one in our day.
They did Anubis one, yeah, but something that just makes me feel numb. I didn't see enough of the boys. I'm not feeling that good towards GV is awesome. Awesome and Loons from GV, these two guys, I think they have more to show. I don't want to say and assume it's the team that's not helping, but I know for sure Awesome, yes, thank you. Awesome is one of the finest player out there. He can, clutch the rounds, and most of the rounds that GV got was because of Awesome. I think he's one of the talented players that we will showcase more and more throughout the weeks, Zika. And he has 1.36 KDA, which is a bit good for a losing team.
Definitely. Awesome plays his first week. I think all teams, this is just the week 1. We have also like 6 to 7 weeks. We have more. These teams will meet each other again. They will compete against each other again. They will face for a chance for revenge, for glory again. So Anubis did it today. Anubis tried to catch up, try to stay in the warmer places in the standings, which secured them, of course, a chance for a higher prize money.
Anubis did win, but GV didn't. That's why I'm sure that this guy, that's the guy. This one is not gonna just stay silent, stay quiet throughout the weeks. This guy's coming back, and I'm super excited to see GV versus 999. How's that gonna go? ROC versus Anubis again, unKnights versus ROC. How's that gonna go? Lots of surprise for week 2, Zika, and I'm super excited for it. Overall, as a recap for the first week, I think it showed us a lot, from overtimes to stomps throughout the full best of 3 series that has been played, 3 games full on. And if anything,
and this day, all games ended with 2-0.
And yesterday, all games ended in 3 matches, and most of the games were overtime based. So if anything, I'm hooked with unKnights, I'm hooked with ROC Esports, and I'm hooked with GG.
Especially GG for me.
Understandable.
They are for me like the dark horse, the black horse of this contest. Not because we don't expect, but as a week one, we didn't expect to see these teams perform this good. So next week we have, don't forget, this is a double round robin.
Yes, sir.
These teams will meet each other again.
The prize pool is big, man. The prize pool is so big for this, boys.
So here is a look on our standings for week 1, 3 days, and matches played for each team. GG, UNK, ROC Esports, the 3 of these are on the top. But GG, surprisingly, round difference makes it number 1.
I mean, if there is any
I didn't know this. I didn't know this at all.
If there's any team, Zika, that we need to congratulate, honestly, it's going to be Anubis and TBI, because they made it out of the loser queue. I mean, you don't want to end up the first week with the burden of, am I going to win the second week? Oh, look at GG, they have 6 points, UNK, the same situation. And why am I on 0 points? I think who has this burden and who have to add more to his practice, add more to his scrims, is both GV and 999. Both of these teams are, if they need to win something next week, man. Next week should be theirs. The 3 days, they should ultra focus and ultra lock in order to get a win.
Definitely, a win in the first week gives you a boost, but the second week is another chance for everyone to show up again. So keep an eye on CrossFire West League next week, week 2.
Yes,
Are you ready for week 2? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be there. So you are. Thank you, Hazem.
Thank you, Zika. Thank you for
being
having
with us on these 3 days, and we'll see you next week. Bye bye.